What standard? If we're applying the same
My
standard.
standard, because I have a conjunction, right, of past and future, right, past or present and future subjective experience. If they meet this criteria of both of these conditions, well, then they're considered to like have value under my view. Right, so I value a future insofar as that there's a past or an actual established. That's what I was saying.
No, but the point I was trying to make, bro, is that you said the standard that future and past, but you still didn't specify it. Because what I was saying is, they say that it's like a chance, a high chance, 99% chance that this infant will never get out of the state. I was saying, would it be appropriate to unalive it using the same abortion standard as you applied about its consciousness? Would that be immoral or immoral?
If they're in a comatose state, no, it would be immoral. It would be wrong.
You're still not understanding it because it's still not sentient to that extent.
They are sentient. They're sentient under my view, right? Under my notion of saying past or present and future subjective experience. That's a disjunction to conjunction.
Wait. So do you mean that there's potential that child can get out of that state? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's exactly what you were referencing, right?
Yeah, so exactly, just like the abortion. When we're talking about the infant.
Yeah, but there's already a future. I mean, there's already a past or a present established. Did you listen to me? I care about a future so long as that there's a past or present established.
No, I got it, bro. But what I was saying is that I don't think you see the double standard, man. Because if we're using
That's not a double standard. That's it's what a conjunction is. That's not a double standard. That makes no sense.
Yeah, okay. Take care, bro.
The conjunction is the standard. How could it be a double standard if it would... A double standard would be applying two separate standards, right, to the same type of phenomena, right?
Yeah, I was just implying... What I was trying to imply is you're saying that it's unconscious in the womb. Therefore, it will be more...
No, not just unconscious. No, that's not what I'm saying. I said at this point, right, it's not sentient, right? What is the reason why it has value?
No, that's what I was trying to ask you, bro. I was asking what would be the reason for it outside of the womb that makes it have value instead of inside.
Sentience. Wait, inside the womb it does have value, right? Just at certain points inside the womb.
But listen, bro, even in the womb, that, like, even a small micro level of sentience, would you disregard that as sentience? In the womb in the abortion state?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Like I said, like a micro level of sentience, not like a very small level. Would you consider that?
I don't know what you're saying. A micro level of sentience. If they have sentience, he just left, by the way. I didn't kick him out. A micro level of sentience. If they have sentience under my worldview, they have, dude, like what? What is he asking, bro? Let me just ask him. If they have a micro level of life, if he wants to send a guest rows back, I'll accept him. I don't know why he just randomly left. If they have a micro level of life, would you still consider it to be valuable? Like what? Like what? I'm so confused. I didn't kick anyone. He can send a guest request back. Does anyone remember his name? I'll accept him. Is this it? Is it Alex or what was their name, Chad? Does anyone remember? No. Best debater? Okay. Yeah, I don't see them. Yeah, they're not in the guest box. Alright, everyone. Give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I would say so, because it's hard to define, like, what is sentient and what do you mean by it?
Okay, so what do you mean it's hard to define?
Because there's other forms of sentience to where things or that don't have brains or any body parts or anything.
So, like, what would you mean by sentience?
To be able to react to your environment and make decisions.
To react to your environment and make decisions. Okay, so if you can't make decisions, then you'd say that you're not sentient?
Yeah, if you have no function or any ability, but then I know you were saying something like you have to have a brain to be sentient. That's what you consider sentient, right?
When I'm saying in humans, right, we have to have particular parts of the brain, right, to be sentient in humans.
So then, what would be the difference between like sentience between humans and other anything else?
The difference between sentience and between anything else, right? This
Yeah.
would just be something that we observably see, right? That sentience is something that qualified to exist in humans at this particular stage, right? When it relates to other types of entities, right, their neural properties work differently. Like what entities would you be referring to?
I think we talked before, but there's like there's like plenty of things that have the ability to have sentience and not have a brain or body or anything like that. I don't know if you ever heard of slime mold.
Slime mold?
Yeah,
What is that?
it's a study they did for in Japan for the Japanese system for the railroad Japanese system. They used slime mold to see if it was sentient, and they put it on the railroad system, and then they put little pieces of oatmeal on the each like I guess little what the station you would check into. And over 3 days, that slime mold adjusted itself and rearranged like the Japanese railroad system in a better way than they ever could make it. And they rearranged it based off of the slime mold.
Yeah, so I would have to see what you're talking about. You're talking about fungi?
No, well, it's called slime mold. But I mean, I guess it's a fungus if it's a mold.
I would have to look into that. I've never looked into that before.
Yeah, because I mean, I always have an interest in like anything to do with life, like different ways that people view it and look into it. And that was one of the things I thought was very interesting because
People are saying it's real but not sentient. So like I've never heard of it.
well,
I don't think
they
would
said
be
it helped prove that it's
my nature.
micro intelligence, meaning that it has the ability to readjust and change its course based off its environment. It doesn't just do it
Do
randomly.
we think that meets the definition of them having a subjective experience?
I mean, wouldn't it be subjective experience if you change what you're doing to adjust to what's around you?
No. I would say more microorganisms can do that. Responding to stimuli doesn't equal a sentience.
So then, if someone's doesn't have the ability to do anything for themselves, are they still sentient?
What do you mean do anything? Yes, because they have subjective experience.
But how would you know? I mean, like you said, when they're brain dead, like they're just there.
When they're brain
technically
dead, you
alive.
don't have subjective experience.
Huh?
That's the definition of brain dead, is that they would not have a subjective experience anymore.
So then they're not valuable anymore.
Huh? Yeah, I didn't hear what you said there.
They're not valuable anymore, meaning like it would be the same thing as
Yeah, they don't have the same type of value that we would reference earlier. We say that you can pull the plug on individuals who are brain dead. We do not say that you can pull the plug on individuals in which are in a coma.
so then what are you what exactly are you saying for sentience? Meaning like you just have the ability to actually like talk to someone. What?
I just told you I subjective experience, right? Like like I'm confused. What are you trying to ask for?
Well, I'm saying you saying this is objective to you, or are you just saying like no matter what, it's just based off of like what are the ground rules?
To classify when they have a subjective experience?
Meaning like what do you consider alive or be able to like consider it life?
Life begins at conception. That's just going to relate to like biological processes. I'm not saying life begins at a different point. What I'm saying is I care about sentience, right? It's sentient life.
So you were saying that that slime mold technically wouldn't be considered sentient life or any other thing that
I
that's
haven't
like
looked
that?
at it. I haven't looked at it, right? But if it does not meet like my criteria of having a subjective experience, well, then it would not be sentient.
I don't know if you remember we talked before. I also talked about I can't remember, but it's an ant mold. It's a mold that ants eat that goes up into their brain, and the mold takes full like it fully controls the ant to where it goes to the top of the tree, and at the tree the mold grows out of its head, and then the bird eats it, and then its life goes on in a repeat cycle.
Are you trying to relate to fungus? Or I'm so confused what you're trying to relate to.
I can't remember. It's a mold that grows on the trees. Ants come by, they eat it, and then once the ant eats it, the mold goes up into the ant's brain and has full control of the ant.
Yeah, but what do you mean by control, right?
Like it literally
It's
goes up
called
into.
cordyceps fungus, apparently. Or like, I don't think I would consider that sentient.
You wouldn't consider it
I
sentient,
think no, I wouldn't.
even the like you wouldn't consider the slime one either, even though it's proven to be like micro intelligence.
I don't know what you mean by that. Christian, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. It's really unclear
Well,
for you
it's,
to refer to it
the
that
whole
way.
reason for the
Like you're
test
just
was
saying
just
it
to show
responds
that
to stimuli.
well, the whole point of the test was to see that if something as small as a mold could have intelligence and readjust itself.
Yeah, but like that's just like that. You could say the same thing about microorganisms in terms of responding to stimuli.
Man, I want to keep talking, but I gotta go.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
appreciate it.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. As well, everyone, if you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio, everyone. Again, I still can't get any gifts here on TikTok. It's been really, really weird recently. I don't know what's going on with TikTok, to be honest. Autumn, thank you so much for the 2-month subscription. Thank you very much, Autumn. PayPal, yeah, chat. The thing is, I don't know if it's gonna like also say other things. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
32.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I suppose I'm impartial. I feel like it's more. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it, to be honest. I feel like it's more or less the woman's decision because it's kind of inside of her. But I don't know. It's such a weird thing, honestly.
Yeah. So when was your birth year again?
I was born in 1999. Or sorry, 91.
Okay. So how old are you?
32.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. So again, my question would then just be like why do you value like this embryo?
I'm a Virgo, so I do appreciate pretty much everything, I guess, living. I do believe abortion is wrong. However, there's definitely
Are you trolling? Actually, no. I think you're trolling.
me. No,
I'm sorry. There's no way you. Okay, I'm sorry. Like I don't mean this to be rude. If you actually meant that legitimately, but there's no way you unironically just did that.
no, I totally believe in astrology. But however, I do believe in abortion sometimes, depending on certain situations. However, if the woman is just letting herself go, then I would say she should be forced to live with the consequence.
Wait. So wait. In what circumstance do you think she should be forced to live with the consequence?
If the woman is not conserved and is just sleeping with everybody, I just...
How do you judge if they're sleeping with everybody? And also, when should we apply this to the men that sleep around?
Well, ultimately, a man can't get pregnant. A woman can, and I believe it's the
So
woman...
should we make the men who sleep around with like pay more?
No, I believe...
No, but again, they slept around with, so they have to be held accountable. So we should make them pay more, right?
It's still the woman's responsibility. She has the choice to either put the dick inside.
And it's also and so does the man. The man also has that choice.
Maybe under certain circumstances that I don't want to mention here because it's TikTok, but ultimately, like, men are always going to be the ones that are hunting, and it's the woman's decision to either sleep with them or
Dude,
not.
Who taught you this? Who taught you this, bro?
What do you mean?
What do you mean
This-
hunting, bro? Who the fuck taught you this, dude?
Like,
What are you hunting for?
I guess I chose the wrong word. Sorry. It's the men are just always on the prowl trying to get laid. That's like legit the way it is, and it's
Yeah, so
women.
why is that what your goal? Why is that your goal?
It's not. I'm just saying.
It's not.
like,
So then, what's the
But-
point?
I'm saying there's a vast majority of men on this planet that are just sleeping around trying to get with whoever they can get with, single men and married men, I guess.
Yeah,
if you-
yeah. So the same thing that you just applied to women, that they should be responsible for that, right? Why don't you hold the men responsible?
I'm saying that the men are probably less responsible.
Why should they be held less responsible?
No, I'm saying they are less responsible.
But I'm asking, why should they be held less responsible?
I'm not necessarily saying they should be held less responsible. I don't believe it's a great thing that there's lots of men out there that are just trying to sleep around. However, ultimately, for a baby to be born, it comes down to the woman's decision.
Yeah, and to sustain their life, you got to make sure that it comes down to the man's wallet.
Maybe back in the old days, yeah, when women couldn't
How
get
come
jobs.
we're not okay with applying responsibility onto the men who sleep around, but we're okay with applying responsibility onto women who sleep around?
I don't know. I just firmly believe that it just comes down to the woman's decision. She's the one that can get pregnant. It's not the man's fault that he's trying to sleep with her.
And so it's not the woman's fault that she's trying to sleep with him.
I love the debate. It's great.
Yeah, so like why do we put fault on women but not on the men? That's really weird. Double standard there.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't be held accountable. I'm just saying
That you should be held less accountable, right? And why?
not even. We should be held
The same level of accountable. Okay, so the wallets. If you can't do it through physical bodily function, like the way that you would say women have to, right? Then why don't the men show up with the wallets?
We pretty much do, and we eat the shit when it comes to like divorce and everything like that.
Okay, so then under your worldview, you think men who sleep around more should have to pay more when it relates to like the alimony or like children or stuff like that, right? Because they have a greater risk for producing children. The same way that you said that women who sleep around more, right, are required to take more responsibility.
I guess I just ultimately want people to make better conscious choices.
Okay.
And-
So I agree with you, right? And I don't think it's a bad conscious choice to have an abortion prior to subjective experience. Like, I'll give you a scenario, right? Let's say I get my girlfriend pregnant, right? I'm 21 years old. She's 20, right? We would have to raise a child at this age, right? If I got an abortion prior to sentience, or if, not me, if she got an abortion prior to sentience, I'd have no issue with that. Right, but under your worldview, you would have an issue with that, and I should instead, right, take care of that child for the rest of my life, right, and like surpass everything else in my life, right?
I only mean in honestly certain circumstances. Like if this is between you and the one that you love, and you both are making the conscious decision to have an abortion, I don't see a problem with that.
So there's no reason that you have no issue with her getting an abortion?
Not if this is the decision that you've both come to want.
Okay, so if a man doesn't want an abortion and the woman does want an abortion prior to sentience, are you saying that she shouldn't be able to get it?
That's a hairy one. I honestly don't know, honestly.
I think it's pretty obvious. It's like her body, right?
Well, yeah, it totally is, and that goes back to that goes back to me stating that it's ultimately her decision to get pregnant.
No, she doesn't decide to get pregnant. She happens to get pregnant.
Well,
Both men and women decide to engage in intercourse in this scenario. And only one of them happens to get pregnant.
It does take two to tango. That's 100% sure. However, the first decision is the woman has to make the choice to put that dick inside her.
I don't know. I think it's oftentimes the man that does that.
Well, in the course
and also the man chooses to unload, right? He could have unloaded anywhere else, right? But he decided to do it right there. Why?
Are we talking about...
He's solely responsible. Why did he do that? What the fuck's wrong with him?
Are we talking about, like, a force?
His pull-out game's just not good enough, right? Come on, right? He needs to take more accountability.
I guess so, yeah, sure. If the man should be more reserved as well and not try to just sleep around with whoever, but like
I've heard I've heard of a new invention. It's called the towel.
Oh well, yes, of course.
I'm just trolling. Yeah, so like sorry, Chad. Let me just not like this took a weird turn. My lives never do this, everyone. Please. All right, back onto the topic. What were you saying?
This is actually a conundrum, and there's not really a right or wrong answer. There's always going to be circumstances where it would be appropriate, and probably circumstances where this wouldn't be appropriate, or at least circumstances.
Sure. And I think those circumstances, when it's appropriate, right, are prior to the point in which the fetus is sentient, right? And the moments in which it's probably not appropriate are going to be, likely speaking, after it's sentient, right? And like in elective circumstances, things like that, right?
Yeah.
So we can still have the ability to do that. We just have to relate to a quality that we all value. We all value our observer, right? The thing that's aware of the experiences, that's engaging with the world right now.
Yeah.
That's ultimately speaking what we care about, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like I'm not really one to like kill things, because like perfect example, like I was at my buddy's house the other day. I had sunflowers in my hand. He's taught the chickadees at his house to feed from his hand. And I think this is like one of the best things ever, is just to watch a small little bird land on your hand to get some sunflower seeds. That's just like an experience that I'm giving you, that I love living things. Like I like to fish, and I eat the fish that I fish, but it kills me to kill that fish at the same time. Even though I am using it for food, I don't hunt anything, because I could never like shoot something with a gun and inflict pain on it. So
yeah, right. So here's gonna be my view when it relates to this, right? So I have like a human and sentience sort of quality, where I think that there's more value that's granted to like an entity that has the conjunction of being human and sentient, right, than necessarily just sentience existing. But I also do have lots of value that I place upon sentient beings, like animals and whatnot. And I do think that the current practices that we have around like eating animals, right, and producing them on the wide scale that we have in our society is definitely harmful and bad, right? So I think that's kind of what you're relating to. But I mean, if you do care about that, then it would be that you don't just care about human life, right? You care about something a bit more, right? You care about like, the experience that they're having, right?
It goes deeper than just that. Yeah, it's not just the animal or the human. It's the actual life inside. That's what I relate to anyway.
Now, is it the life, or is it this? Like, I think it's gonna be more than that. Because, like, I mean, I don't think that you're just gonna. Do you think it's okay to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
That's a tough one, honestly. I mean, is there any other way to say if that person, is there any way to like judge if that person has a chance to come back, or is it like, if are you considered dead if you're
Brain dead means that they're not going to come back in terms of sentience. They're still alive cellularly speaking, like, but they don't have a subjective experience and they're not coming back.
I literally don't have a question, or I don't have an answer for that, and I really hope I'm never put on the spot to ever have to make that decision.
Cool. Thank you so much for the $5 cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so then, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No. I'll let you move on. I'll let someone else take the floor.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. If you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. But everyone, in the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes, y'all. Y'all, I have another cookie, and I low-key want to go eat it. I want to get the cookie. I'm about to do that here pretty soon. Eat it. The cookie was y'all, the cookies are so good. My mom got these cookies. Oh my gosh. They're so good. They're so good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 26.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
Okay, so I don't think that abortion is wrong. However, I wanted to talk about your stance on abortion after the first trimester.
Yeah, so I think abortion is permissible up until around like 18 weeks, and then I hold like a causal obligation view. So if it cause the pregnancy, right, then it would be wrong for you to get an abortion, as I think that there would be an obligation.
Okay. So I wanted to first I want to go back, because I remember a few nights ago, I think, that you said you would not be friends with somebody who had an abortion if they had it after 18 weeks. And I wanted to see.
And it's not like medical, like, and it's fits my definition of murder, right? I wouldn't be friends with what you'd consider a murderer. But yeah, like under my own definition. That's the view, is that I would be friends with a murderer, right? If that's considered murder, right? I wouldn't be friends with them, right? Clearly, right? But like, this is in conditions in which would meet my criteria of being murder.
Okay. So,
this is predominantly, most abortions are not this.
Right. No.
Because all the abortions, typically speaking, that happen after this sort of stage, right? They're medical reasons, abortions that I would grant, right? I think that there should be lots of exceptions.
Right. So the percent of abortions that happen at or after 21 weeks is 1% of all of abortions, you know?
Yeah.
And most of those that happen are fetal anomalies, maternal life endangerment, things like that. But
is there something wrong with this view, by the way? Like, would you be friends with a murderer?
Well, I don't consider them murderers, because I think that there are a lot of other cases where there are women getting abortions after this point for other reasons. And
yeah, so you think an elective abortion, once it's sentient, right, you have no issue with it.
So I want to explain my view. Can I do that?
Oh, am I not giving you a space to do that?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound hostile.
Yeah, of course you can.
Sorry. I'm sorry. All right. So I think that a big part of it is that women have a lot of barriers for getting an abortion. First of all, they're expensive. They're really expensive. And the other one is that you have to save up for them because they're so expensive. Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, there are so many women who don't have access to abortion. And so not only are the abortions themselves expensive, but transportation, housing. Sometimes you have to take work off to even get to the place that you have to get an abortion. People who are minorities have way less access to abortions. And so I think that I think that it's really a misrepresentation of women and other birthing people to say, yeah, they're murderers. I really don't think that it's fair to say that they're murderers. I think that we have so many barriers to getting abortions.
Okay, so if someone got an elective abortion at 8 months, right, not one and just ends the pregnancy and induces labor, but instead it's a lethal abortion, would you consider that murder?
Well, you would really have to talk with your doctor about it. That's very, at that point, you're not killing.
By the way, chat, I'm not saying it happens, by the way. I'm just asking the scenario. Is it okay? Right? Do you think it's wrong? Is it murder? Right? Like, it doesn't have to happen a lot for it to be considered murder.
Well, I think you're going out on a limb here. You're stretching.
What? What do you mean I'm stretching? I'm just asking you if you consider this to be murder to see where you place the line and why you place the line that way. This is just basic questions I would ask anyone's view.
Well, I mean, I think that really this is an outreaching question because this is not something that happens. This is something that sorry, let me get my thoughts straight.
It's happened in human history. Do you agree?
Well, yeah, it's happened in human history.
Okay, so do you think that it was wrong in that scenario in which it happened in human history?
Well, most likely. Well,
so you do think it was wrong?
Well, if it always depends on reasoning. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know the circumstances. I don't know. But let's think about this for a minute. If a woman is 8 months pregnant, she's probably already picked out the name. Probably, picked out the colors for the nursery and
Lily, I'm not disputing most of this, right?
What?
This is in most scenarios that's true, right? But not
Yes,
every human acts this way, right? There are some people that don't have the same types of emotions that we typically do, right?
Right.
They don't have the same types of feelings and empathy-wise that we typically do. And there are some people that might treat it differently in a particular scenario, right? We can agree throughout history that there was a case in which there was a scenario that this happened. In the scenario, you're saying it wasn't wrong. You're saying that them lethally like killing that fetus right at 8 months, right? That was not wrong.
Well, here's the thing is that throughout history, women have been, horribly suppressed. Women have, birthing throughout history has been horrific. Birthing right now is horrific. So I mean, to lethally abortion right now, abortion at 8 months isn't really abortion. Sorry, let me back up. It's not lethal.
No, I agree with you. In most cases, this is the case. I've already established this in the conversation, right? After 24 weeks, typically speaking, it's an induction of labor, right?
Yes,
I agree with you,
100%.
I've already established that. I'm saying there have been lethal abortions in particular scenarios, and we're talking about a scenario where it's totally elective, right? There's no medical issues, no risk of the life of the mother. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. They caused it, right? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, right? In this particular scenario, at 8 months, you don't consider it to be like murder? Like all of these conditions?
Can you cite for me where that's happened?
I'm just saying, has it ever happened, right? Like, do you agree it's happened? I don't have to give you a particular scenario where this happened. It's just like a logical sort of question that we ask people. If you don't want to engage with any ethical questions, like, right, then I don't know why you'd want to have a conversation about ethics. Like, that wouldn't really make any sense to me.
Well,
I'm trying to see where we draw the line, morally speaking. Do you think a genocide of 100 million people is wrong?
Well, of course it is.
Yeah, but can you show me a single point in history where 100 million people have been, or no, 100 billion people have been genocided? It hasn't happened, right? Because 100 billion people have existed throughout all of human history, haven't existed at one point, hasn't happened, right? So, but we could still say it's wrong, right? So
yes.
That's a hypothetical scenario. Because 100 million actually, you can get close to those numbers if actually you relate to like the genocide of indigenous Americans, actually. So.
All right. So here's what I want to say is that I think, I really think that people who are able to give birth, women, birthing people, whatever, are in a position where all throughout their lives, you don't, you have this thing where you walk around and you're kind of in a position where, let's see, you're always aware that you would be able to get pregnant. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think you appreciate, and I'm not trying to say that like, oh, you're terrible or anything like that. I really enjoy your lives and I really appreciate how much, I usually agree 100% with what you say and things. But, I think that when it comes to abortions, it really is up to the women, I mean, because birth is such a painful and medically involved process, and pregnancy is, and there are so many things that, I don't know. I really what it comes down to is that we don't put the woman first. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Are we using this to say that it's not murder in this scenario? Like, because I'm not disputing that we have senses of bodily autonomy, but there are particular scenarios in which like bodily autonomy is going to be passed as a society, right? Like in the case of like there being a virus in which there's like a 30% mortality rate, right? We think that there should be like a mandate of vaccinations, right, to ensure that like people don't get negatively impacted. We think that we should preach people's bodily autonomy when it relates to like how fast they can drive in cars, like whether or not they use a seatbelt, right? Many different things, right, throughout the context of society. So there are points where we say that like, okay, this is a scenario where we want to ensure the overall safety of the public, that people's lives aren't lost, right? And we need to ensure that by violating a sense of someone's bodily autonomy. But that's not to say that we do that in every scenario. And that's not to say that that's taken lightly, but it's to say that these are in scenarios in which have extraordinarily large reasons, right? And in the scenario that we're talking about here, we're talking about the lives of like sentient beings that are experiencing and going through the pain of these different types of things. We also have to take into account those types of experiences as well, right? So in this scenario, in the 8-month scenario, with all the situations that I've considered here, would you consider this to be murder?
I mean, I think that I really would have to have my thing is that I need to have a source of where it's happened. I don't think I don't.
Okay, so did you remember what I said earlier? Like, do you think that killing 100 billion, like murdering 100 billion people is wrong?
No, I understand that, but I don't think they're comparable.
How are they not comparable?
Because genocides happen.
Not of 100 billion people. You can't give me a single scenario where that happened.
Sorry?
You can't give me a single scenario throughout all human history where 100 billion people have been genocided. The whole point is because there's only been 100 billion people throughout all of human history. Add it all up.
Well, here's the thing is that I don't know of a situation why a woman would go through 8 months of pregnancy and just say, oh, actually, I don't want,
Yeah, I agree. Typically speaking, that does not happen.
Right.
I've never disputed that, but I'm just saying in this scenario, right? This is the hypothetical, right? Do you think that this is murder?
I don't.
Because again, you agree that in the scenario in which 100 billion people, genociding 100 billion people, you agree that's wrong. And you also agree that there's no point we could put no time in history we could point to where this happened. So there can still be things in which have not happened and throughout history that we can say is wrong. Although actually we would say that likely speaking, this did happen. I'm just not gonna, I'm not gonna look up a case in which this happened to be able to just get you to respond to the hypothetical.
I mean, I guess in this very specific hypothetical, then sure. Yeah, it would be murder.
Okay. Well then, so why would it be murder?
Well, I mean, I, I don't know. I mean, I'm really having a hard time conceding to this. Sorry, I have ADHD. I'm kind of trying to get my thoughts together. I know that I'm kind of slow talking right now.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry about the chat. The chat can be annoying sometimes. I'm just saying, like, from your own standpoint, this is a hard thing to like reconcile with. Like, I trust me, I've had the same views and had to do the similar things, right? But I do think that these questions that I'm raising here are like really valid questions that we should raise and we should talk about because they do relate to things that like to impact people, right?
Right. I think that really what I'm having a hard time with is that this is a very real situation, abortion. And I think that it feels so personal. And I think that what I have a hard time with is that people will say, and Parker, I'm not attacking you at all. I think that when people say things like, oh, I wouldn't be friends with somebody who has an abortion after 18 months, sorry, not 18 months, 18 weeks. I wouldn't be friends with somebody who did that. I think that it just feels like an
again, you're not taking into account all the other things that I said, all the exceptions that I also agree with. Like,
I know.
You're like specifically taking that out to like make it seem worse. Like I've actually clarified that like 3 or 4 times in this scenario, and you've still failed when presenting it to show that.
No,
so
I know.
Is this like somehow like an argument against me? Like,
no,
to, like, misrepresent my view?
I'm sorry. I just use that as an example. I'm really not trying to attack you. I'm just saying like when people are trying to, say specific things about abortion and trying to say like, I don't know. And I'm not saying that you were doing this, but I feel like a lot of people try to villainize women and, all of these things. I just, what it comes down to is that it's a woman's choice because it's her body, and it really shouldn't be up to other people,
So then you're okay with legal murder then, right? Because you considered it murder in that scenario. There'd be points at 8 months. You'd be okay with, legally speaking, it being permissible for someone to like murder an 8-month-old in the womb.
Well, I don't think it's murder.
That's what you just said. That was not my stance. That's not my portraying. That's what you said. You said it was murder.
I mean,
right? You're just saying it would, under your view, it would be legally permissible to do that.
I know. I kind of felt, I don't know. I don't know if, I don't think it's murder if it's still in, 8 and 9 months, unless it's medically induced. I really don't think that happens, unless it's medically, what's the word?
So I can actually give you a scenario where there was I'm pretty sure it was like an 18-year-old person who, after giving birth to a kid, left them in a dumpster, right?
Well,
would you take that as like reason to believe that like someone might do that in the context of the womb, to say that like you would like at least engage with the hypothetical?
Well, when somebody actually delivers a baby and then kills the baby, that's murder. That's not.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, do you think that would give you reason to believe that someone might like get an abortion in a particular scenario, like 8 months? Like the fact that someone would treat a scenario like that Does that make sense? Like just to show you that like it's possible so that you'll engage with the hypothetical?
I mean, I don't really understand how that, I mean, I understand how you're trying to relate it, but I don't think, again, I think that's, and I don't think you're meaning to do this. I really don't, but I don't think I really think that that's another attempt to try to villainize women. And I don't think you're trying to do that.
I've clarified multiple times. I don't think this happens often. I'm just talking about the hypothetical scenario in which this does happen. Right? I don't know why you're trying to make it seem like I'm acting like this happens a lot, or I'm trying to portray that like women do this all the time. This happens in extremely rare circumstances. Most abortions that happen after my standpoint, whatever my ban is, are medical abortions. Abortions that I think that there should be exceptions for. Right?
Yeah. And
right?
again,
This is for the life of the mother in that scenario. Or it would be the case that it would be for rape. Right? Those things I would grant. Right? But I'm talking in the scenario in which we consider it to be an elective abortion.
I think I just misunderstood you. I really apologize.
No, it's fine.
I do want to clarify something real fast in the chat. And I know I'm not supposed to really pay attention to it, but people keep just saying, why is it my problem? Because I'm not straight, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I am a lesbian. However, it still is my problem. I am a woman. I have been essayed. I have never had an abortion. However, I do have a lot of friends. I do have friends who have or have, I think that even if it's not my personal thing, I think that all women should have a choice. So, again, Parker, I really didn't mean to, seem like I was attacking you at all.
Oh, I'm not taking it as attack. I'm just like responding to the points. But like what I would say is that like if we agree that like this is never happening, well then why would we be using this against me as a point, right? As like I wouldn't be friends with an individual that would have engaged in this action, right?
Right. So
because then there would be no one for me to consider a murderer, right?
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. So the thing about the dumpster,
we don't even have to talk about that.
Not that. Okay.
We don't have to, let's accept the idea this never happens. If this never happens, then what's the point of bringing up the idea that, right, like I wouldn't be friends with someone that would meet my criteria of murder, right? Because apparently this criteria isn't being met in our society.
What do you mean? What's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of me bringing it up?
Because like you were bringing up like, oh, after this point you would consider people's murderers, and like that would be a bad thing. But this isn't even happening, so I'm not considering anyone in life to be a murderer. Right? No one in real life I'm considering to be a murderer under this criteria. So the original point that you came up to like argue, right, seems like it's baseless then under that notion.
No, I think that really. I think that the main thing is that, or not the main thing, but I think that I want to make sure that I phrase this right. I think that sometimes there are things that people will use to say, oh, that's associated with people who have abortions, and that's evil. And I don't know. Does that make sense?
I don't know what you're kind of referencing here now.
So like for example, what you were talking about with the dumpster. I know you said don't bring up the dumpster, but
Sure.
So if we're talking about the dumpster, that doesn't really pertain to abortion. But if we connect it to it, if we connect those two together, we can say, okay, see that this is what happens when people are allowed to have abortions, blah, blah. And then we can villainize what.
No. The reason I was bringing that up was just to show you that people might act in ways in which we would consider to be bad, like in areas in which would be late in pregnancy or early after birth, something like that.
Right. Okay. I do.
That's all I was trying to get with that. Are you trying to say that like I was bringing that up to like villainize women?
I totally misunderstood you. I'm so sorry. I thought that you said, okay. I'm so sorry. I just misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were trying to connect that with abortion.
Oh, and I'm just saying that people would act that way at these different types of pregnancy points of the pregnancy, which we could relate that value to abortion, right? But I'm not like making a direct corollary between this and abortion.
Right.
I say that like this was an abortion because clearly it's not an abortion.
Right. But I do think though that other people do have a tendency to connect things like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
sure. Yeah. Like oftentimes pro-lifers might do stuff like that to
right.
like sort of like villainize or demonize women. Like
right.
I'll absolutely agree with you there.
And so that's what I was saying is that, and I think that's why I jumped immediately to conclusions. I think that I really, and I apologize. So, I think that, when we say things like, when people say things like that, oftentimes there is that like goal to villainize women, and that wasn't you, but yeah. Anyway.
Sure. Like I can understand why you got that impression.
Right. So anyway, I am gonna get off because I'm gonna let someone else go. I am really sorry about
You're good. Don't worry.
Yeah, stuttering and everything like that.
No,
but
there's nothing wrong with that at all. Right? Don't worry about the comments and stuff like that.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate coming on.
Have a good night.
All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. If you like the content, everyone follow me if you haven't already. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. You already know the deal, everyone. As well, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App's in the bio, everyone, because TikTok's still not letting me get any types of gifts and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, everyone, let's get on to the next person. Yeah, no, that was absolutely. I love those conversations. Those conversations are really, really good to have. I think that was an important conversation to have. We need more past first trimester debates. I'm down to do that if y'all really would like me to do stuff like that. And whatnot. If y'all would think that to be beneficial. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Well, is it okay to argue a religious stance?
Yeah, I can argue religion when it relates to this. You just have to have we talked about religion before? If you've come on.
No, I don't think we've talked before.
Okay, for sure. So
but I watch the show a lot.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
big
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah. So how do you know that your religion is particularly accurate to say that abortion is wrong because your religion is accurate?
Well, I can't say that. All I can say is that pro-life is a satanic movement that was made by Satanists. And the reason for this is because when a baby is aborted, it goes straight to heaven. It's like a free pass going around the Monopoly board and not paying any rent. And so in order for a baby to be born, we need these type of movements that push the devil's agenda. Because when a baby is born into this earth, then it can be tempted by the devil, and therefore there's a chance for that baby to go to hell. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So So, I mean, I don't think there's any biblical basis for this notion. But like, people are typically going to be like agnostic when it relates to this on whether or not like aborted fetuses go to heaven. But typically speaking, like people might say that they do, right? As it is the case that it wouldn't make any sense for an all-loving God to send them to hell.
Well, in the Bible, it says that
So yeah,
child
they would
is judged
consider
by the age of.
a response I would typically hear is that it would take you having to murder someone, but then you could just say, oh, then based upon some type of utilitarian model or like some utility function, we could see a scenario where one person commits like hundreds of 100,000 abortions or something like that, right? He saved 100,000 like infants, right? That's a morally justified action, right? Given that only one individual did it, but you could say
Yeah,
something
but
like that.
according to the Bible, like, if the mother commits the abortion, then she's going to feel the wrath of God and maybe get to see my Lord, the devil. And so that's one soul that we get, but we want two
Wait,
souls.
you're Lord the devil?
Yes, the Lord of the devil.
You follow the devil?
We'll just say that I can recognize his work
How do you know?
because according to their own religion, they are coveting the life of a baby over the word of the Lord. What could be more satanic than that?
No, but I'm asking, how do you know that Satan exists? How do you know to like know what Satan's work is? Stuff like that.
Well, I guess I would say I don't. I'm going by what they tell me. And what they tell me is that they are following God. But according to their own book, they're not. They're actually doing the actions of the devil. Because let's think about it here. Okay, so they say the mother's committing a sin by murdering the baby. Well, that's one
I appreciate
soul.
it, man, though. I really do appreciate it. I've done this a million times on live, though. We love it. We love it. I really appreciate him, actually. Really fucking love that guy. I don't want to change the topic, though, on the live, but I fucking love it. I've run that on my live before. Actually, similar stuff to that. But yeah, no, man, I really appreciate you coming on, though. Really appreciate you coming on. We're going to go to the next person, though. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, I have the cookie. Look at this. Looks so good, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? It is magical, chat. It is absolutely magical. It was so good, chat. That's not a cookie, it's a biscuit? No, it's a cookie. It's a cookie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm hoping it's not muted.
Yeah, do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I'm going to perfectly admit that I'm very much on the fence about it. I've only just kind of found your link. I can see that a lot of people have been following you forever. And I was like, ooh, I was very intrigued. The part about the 8 month, I did come in when Lily was talking. The part about the 8 month, I was like, okay, we've gone off the deep end on that end. When you mentioned about the 18-year-old in the dumpsters, I live in Canada. This is a thing. There is a reason you guys in the States have safe haven laws. We don't have safe haven laws in Canada. You actually will find in our high schools, babies have been left in garbage pails. It's mortifying, right? That to me is a form of murder. And it's also a form of like, what the heck is going on in that poor mother's life that was her option, right? Where is that mother's support? During the first trimester, do I think it's wrong? I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't know that we are here to judge that, right? How are we supporting that mother, whatever her circumstances are, right? And support looks different for everybody, right? How I'm going to support someone versus how you're going to support someone is very different. There is a reason why they want abortion to stop, though, because if abortion stops, it's going to increase the adoption industry, for example, right? It's going to, and if you look at the adoption industry, the amount of money the adoption industry makes is huge, right? So if we can stop abortion in that first trimester, the chances of that adoption industry making more money increases. right? There's always that sort of debate. Adoption versus abortion, adoption versus abortion. It is not adoption versus abortion. It's abortion versus parenting, because I need to parent before I can place that child for adoption. Is it wrong during the first trimester? I don't know. What are the circumstances, right? What are the circumstances? Do I personally think it's murder? No, I personally don't. That's just me. Right? Am I going to be friends with someone who has an abortion? Yeah, because I was not in your shoes. I do not know what you went through. I don't know if you're going to be a good parent or not. And I clearly can't maybe offer you the support to help you parent, right? So can I judge you? No, I really can't. And this is not me coming off as sounding, it's going to come off sounding rude. And I'm always sort of intrigued when it's sort of like men standing out. Like right now, you're a man having this debate, right? Do I think you're doing aggressively? No, absolutely not. Do I think you're empowering people to speak? Absolutely. Do I think it's always sort of interesting when men are having the abortion debate? Absolutely. Let me know when you are pregnant. Let me know when you are pregnant, and then I will tell you how I can support you in your abortion. But that's just not happening, right? So for you to sort of say, like, I wouldn't do it, or it's murder, or it's this, well, let me know when you're in my shoes.
Do you think the Holocaust was wrong?
How is the Holocaust relating to my abortion at 7 weeks?
I'm asking you just something that's not affecting you specifically, right?
But
you still think it's wrong.
But how did the Holocaust not affect me specifically? Because it did maybe affect me specifically.
I'm just saying if it does, right? Does it affect you?
It did affect me specifically.
Okay,
yes,
okay. So is there?
So that's a bad example. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. If it does affect you specifically somehow, right? Then it would be a bad example, right? Would you like me to bring up a separate example?
Sure, absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, again, I was not attacking you.
The Cambodian genocide.
I just think it's interesting.
Do you think it's bad?
Genocide?
Yeah, the Cambodian genocide. Do you think it's bad?
I don't know anything about it to actually make an opinion. If you want to, like, and I'm being honest.
Wait, we don't know if a genocide is bad?
No, I don't know about the Cambodian one. Yeah.
The Cambodia genocide. You don't know. You can't say a genocide was bad?
Well, I know nothing about it. Like, I have no idea what happened in Cambodia.
It's a genocide. Wouldn't it be bad because it's a genocide?
But how is genocide relating to my abortion at 8 weeks?
I'm just giving a scenario in which I think you can get an abortion at 8 weeks. I don't have an issue with that, by the way.
Okay.
I have no issue with that. Right.
Yeah. And I don't either, right?
Yeah. So what I'm showing you is a scenario in which does not affect you. Right? Yet you still consider it to be wrong. So you can have an opinion on something that doesn't specifically affect you. Does it make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So then people can have opinions on things that don't necessarily affect them. They just should have better opinions. They should have good opinions.
And maybe not
than they currently do, maybe.
And maybe not like shove it down our throats sometimes. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm actually thoroughly enjoying your TikTok here. I've actually clicked follow. I was actually watching the comments, and a lot of people were like, I like this. Can we talk about this? So I see that you talk about different things. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, you're not throwing it down people's throat, you know? Which I think is important. Which I think is important, right? Like, a lot of people just want to throw it down your throat. You can't do that. Well, yeah, actually, I can do that, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, maybe you're saying like someone brings it up in a scenario in which is like not like justified or something, like just like randomly or something. Like, there are public places where people can choose to go to. There's not really like an issue with that when it relates to like debates, stuff like that. And also it'd probably matter like how they engage in these types of conversations, because I do think that there are harmful ways that people, especially from a pro-life side, engage in these types of conversations.
Exactly. Mina,
so I wouldn't dispute that.
Sorry, Mina, how am I majorly confused on my actual opinion? I think my actual opinion was pretty darn good there, but it was my opinion. Carry on.
Yeah, so like sure, like the idea here is that like you think that it is wrong, or you think that it's not wrong to get an abortion, to clarify.
In the first trimester, I don't think it's wrong.
You don't think it's wrong?
No.
When do you think it's wrong to get an abortion?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't know when that time frame is. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is some people actually feel that baby's movement at 10 weeks, right? So maybe that is a point that it's wrong for them. For me personally, to have one, I would have to have it in the first trimester. After that, it is wrong. If, and I'm saying you, right? Like you as the people, if you called me and said, I need you to take me to my abortion, I need help with this, and you were past the first trimester, I would still take you. I would not judge you in that way. This is what you need. This is the support I can give you. Do I agree with it after the first trimester? No, I do not. However, if that is what you personally need and there is nothing else that I can do for you other than drive you, then I guess that's what I'm doing.
So if you consider it to be wrong, then you would consider it to be murder, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Right? And I don't know.
So do you think it should be legal? Do you think some murder should be legal?
Yes. Yes, I absolutely do. Right? And there's a reason that we have first degree and second degree murder, right? There's a reason that murder is classified based on the thought process that we put into it. Right? So I wonder what class they would put abortion in then. Is it a first degree? Is it second degree? Right? Where does it?
My question would just be is if it's legally allowed to engage in murder in some scenarios, why is it not legally allowed to engage in murder in others?
When you figure out that answer, you can be our next politician, right? That is a great question, right? I don't have that answer. I am not from the States, so I know in some states you guys have abortion that it's legal, in other states it's not legal, and that's really hard for some women, right? And there's a reason that debate is going on, right? But for where it is legal, are those women safer, right, than those that where it's not legal and they have to have back alley ones, right? There's sort of that concern too, and then it does become more of a crapshoot of murder.
Yeah, so like I think that we can have safe and effective processes, and then also have like limits when it relates to morality.
Yeah,
And I think that my stance does that, generally speaking. So
the builder guy just made a comment that women are using abortion as birth control. 150%. Do I agree with you on that? Abortion should not be a form of birth control.
I don't think that's common.
I 100% disagree with you. I 100% think that unfortunately it is a form of birth control at times, and maybe not on purpose, but it is at times used as a form of birth control, and that sucks, right? Because if you think about it, the Plan B pill is sort of a form of abortion, and that is a form of birth control.
Yeah, the Plan B is preventing ovulation. The abortion pill is an abortion.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm confused what you're trying to say there.
No, I do think sometimes.
I don't. Wait. So, what do you mean by birth control? That'll be my question.
Well, we have different forms of birth control, right? I mean, to be fair, we could just go in and give every boy a vasectomy at age 16 because vasectomies are reversible.
They have really low rates of reversal after long periods of time.
Well, maybe that would help out some of the population a little bit, which I know sounds stupid right now, but I think
we're also below replacement rates right now, so that we're actually leading towards underpopulation, not overpopulation.
Here in Canada, that is a very different story.
Nope, it's also true in Canada.
We are very overpopulated.
Not true. Not long term.
Maybe not, but for right now, we are very overpopulated. We don't have housing. We don't have jobs. We don't have a lot of things.
So that's just big cities have a lack of infrastructure.
Okay. Well, Canada is a big city. Ontario is a big city. New Brunswick is a big city. BC is a big city. This is a lot of what we have. Anyway, we have now sidetracked from is abortion wrong during the first trimester? I do not think abortion is wrong during the first trimester. I do not think that abortion is murder during the first trimester. At 8 months, that baby could just be born, right? Because you had said at 8 months at 8 months, that baby can live outside the womb, right? So we're not aborting at 8 months. We're delivering a baby, and that mom is now making a decision.
Under certain definitions of abortion, it would still be an abortion because it'd be a termination of pregnancy, but not a lethal abortion, right?
How is it? But like, what do you mean by abortion? Because at that point, it's not
abortion would just be a termination of pregnancy, and an induction of labor can be a termination of pregnancy.
Yeah, she's having an induction at that point, and then she needs to make a decision: are we parenting, or are we placing that child for adoption?
Yeah. So what? Okay. So yeah, if you don't consider, if you don't disagree with my view here, I am going to look on for another person who disagrees.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else you'd like to say or talk about before I go on to the next person?
Like I said, I'm really glad that you're like doing all this for everyone, and I'm glad I followed you.
I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. If you do want to support me, everyone, Cash App and Venmo in the bio, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live by copying the link or sending it to a few friends. Now let me go into the next person real quick, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. I do appreciate everyone so much today, though, y'all. Today's been absolutely amazing so far. All right, let's do the next person. Hiccups, yeah, I was having a little bit of hiccups because I got Sprite. All right, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone, so let's get on to the next person real quick again. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. Sprite is nice, I'll excuse you. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? If Sprite tastes like TV static, then TV static is amazing, okay? I'm sorry, Sprite's always a W. I'm sorry, chat, it's just amazing. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 17. How are you
You gotta
doing?
be 18 plus to join live. It's TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus, y'all. TikTok rules. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 29.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I would say it is. Just regarding, if it happened to be rape, then...
You have to say all word or essay, by the way. It's TikTok TLS.
Oh, I'm sorry. If it was that, then it would be, I think it should be up to the woman because she didn't consent.
Okay, so same with minors as well?
Of course.
Okay, so, okay. Well, then I'll ask you this question. Why do you think it should be wrong in the first trimester?
So I can go off of experience. So I never had an abortion. I can say when I was younger, like about 19, I was in a different mindset. And at the time I was doing wrong things and I was sleeping around with different men because I was hurt from my, from my previous relationship. So I was making all kinds of wrong decisions. And at that time, if I was to get pregnant, I would have considered abortion, because of the mindset I was in. But, and I just think during that time, you need support. And if you don't have the support, it's so much easier to say yes to abortion.
I think that you can even say yes to an abortion even if you have support.
Yeah, but it just, when you're in that mindset, and with no support, you feel afraid and you want to go and get an abortion.
Sure. I mean, I would agree there can be certain scenarios like that. That's why we should also build up community to ensure that people are making decisions not based upon right circumstances because they're scared, but because they think that this is the best choice for themselves. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think is valuable about the embryo?
Um,
Like, could you name some things in the embryo that you see to be valuable, that we see to be valuable in like me or you or your or children or?
well, I think if the heart is beating, like the baby's starting to develop and it's starting to meet milestones.
If we're going to care about some point in the womb, why don't we care about the point in which it has a subjective experience rather than caring about like a heartbeat?
I can't say.
Yeah, for example, right? Do we think that it's okay for like a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family in which is currently brain dead?
That's definitely a hard decision.
So do you think it should be the decision?
Well, I can't say because I've never been in that situation. You don't know what the family's going through and like what the person, like maybe they talked about it, like what that person would want.
No, let's say that there was no preferences established by the individual in which was brain dead, right? There is no family, let's say. What do we do? Do we pull the plug
yeah,
or
so-
do we continue to keep them on a machine?
Well, if the person's brain dead, there's no way of, coming
Their
back.
brain's not coming back. Their body's still living, their heart's still beating, right? But they're not coming back in terms of their brain. Do we value them the same at this point?
Probably not.
So what would be the reason why? It's probably because like their observer, the thing that we relate to, their experiences, things like that, that doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
Right? So if that's what we value at the end, why don't we value that at the beginning?
I see. So what is your stance on it? Do you believe that they should abort in the first trimester?
I don't say you should abort. I think you should have the choice to get an abortion.
Okay.
But if I give an example, right? Like, let's say someone my age, right? One of my friends, right? And their girlfriend, they get pregnant, right? If they get pregnant and they get an abortion in the first trimester, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's the best decision that they could have made for their circumstances because one, they wanted to engage in that, right? And then two, right? Likely speaking, it's going to allow for them to develop their careers more, their lives more, so that they can have more stable family settings in the future.
Yeah, but I've had a friend in the past. She had told me that she had an abortion, and you could just see like afterwards she had so much guilt, and like she always brought it back up like so randomly, and you could tell she regretted it really bad.
I'm not saying there aren't people that don't regret it. There can be a notion of regret, but that notion of regret can come from the way that we feel about it. And I think that in that scenario, likely speaking, she felt that it was like bad because of social stigmas or societal stigma like associated with it, which I think that societal stigma should necessarily be gone when we're talking about like the first trimester, right? Because we're talking about an entity in which doesn't have any type of subjective experience. Like I see really no reason that we would grant it some sort of value.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Like for example, if there was a baby that miscarried at 8 months, right, within the womb, would we care about it the same degree as some of the zygotes, the single cell organisms that are lives after conception, them flushing out of our systems? Because zygotes all the time are flushed out of systems naturally, and that's a life at conception. That's ending of a human life. Do we care about it anywhere near the same as we care about the miscarriage of that 8-year-old? I mean, not 8-year-old, 8-month-old in the womb? She left. She left. That's actually, I think that's actually like a decent question, right? Like, do we, what's the reason why we care about them different? Right? Is it, I think I might ask that question some more, chat. We're going to go on to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all.
Oh, how's it going?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I believe human beings have value. They hold value. They have the right to life. It's very simple.
Okay, I'll ask you the question I just asked the other person. Do you value or care about the miscarriage of an 8-month-old in the womb the same you care about zygotes flushing out of the system of an individual?
Yeah, for me, they hold the same value.
The same value. So
Yes.
You would cry just as much for a miscarried baby at 8 months in pregnancy as you would for a zygote that got flushed out of the system.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that pertains to I don't know how that makes a logical argument for.
Okay, I'll ask you this. Right,
You're
let's
just
say
asking
that.
for my emotional reaction to it happening. It doesn't question.
Yeah,
whether-
that's what ethics are. Ethics are going to relate to your moral intuitions, your emotional responses to different stimuli.
Okay, I have a
That's what
question.
ethics is going to relate to. But hold up, before you do, I wanted to ask you this: if you're in a burning building, and on one side of the room, right, there's like two setups of like a little petri dishes that have zygotes in them that in the future will be implanted into uterine wall and will be human beings like me and you, right? There's two of them on one side, and on the other side of the room, right, it is the case that there is a newborn baby. It's crying, right? You can either save the newborn baby or you can save the two zygotes. Which would you save?
I don't know what I'd say because I'm not like a
Two more than one, right? Two is
No, I'm
greater
not
than
like
one.
I'm not like a utilitarian where like two is more than one. You know, like
Two is more than one to people who are not utilitarians as well. You know that, right?
yeah, but what I'm saying is like I don't hold like the experiences of two people more valuable than one person just because
What?
it's two people.
That's incoherent.
Okay.
Okay,
well, all right.
okay, hold up. Let me ask you this question, right? There's either two people that are gonna die or one person that is gonna die. Would you rather the two people die or the one person?
Okay, all right, then I would say the two zygotes.
You'd save the two zygotes?
Yep.
So you'd let the newborn baby burn alive and cry throughout the burning, be burnt alive.
I guess.
You'd
if
rather
that's-
save the single cell organisms.
Yes. If we're going off, well, I'm not saying whether if I hold the value based on your scenario where you're going to ask me if two people, like if I'd rather have two people die or one person die, well, you didn't even like take into account anything else in that situation. But say I say that save the two people, I'm going to apply that same standard to this scenario.
So you would rather save the two single cell organisms than the newborn baby that's crying in front of you. That is unbelievable to me. That's actually unbelievable because we're talking
Okay,
about
let me
they're single cell organisms, dude. Like
let
unironically
me-
single cell organisms.
Let me ask you
And then
a
there's a
question.
newborn baby that's crying about to burn alive. Like
Okay, all right. Let me turn the hypothetical on you then. So you believe in the conjunction of past? Wait, what is it? Past or present?
it's a
and
disjunction
future?
into conjunction, so it's past or present and future subjective experience.
So do you think it would be morally okay or morally ethical to, before that fetus has its first conscious experience, to permanently make it unconscious so that you could do whatever you want with those that
Well, I don't think you can do whatever you want to human bodies, regardless of whether or not they're living or not.
But why?
There's going to be like different preferences that I have associated with like the way that humans look, right? And doing things associated with things that look that particular way or represent that.
Wait, so you're saying based on how they look, you can't do?
Yeah. So there would just be some other quality that I would care about outside of sentience or outside of life.
Okay, so what would that other quality be?
I just described it, like the way that,
Someone who looks like me.
yeah,
So if
the way that
someone-
it looks, right?
So say all
And
things are
what it
equal.
represents.
Say all things are equal. We have a sentient human being, right, who's born, but they look completely deformed. Say they got burned very badly. They don't look like me. So
Oh, if you're sentient, you have value. What I'm saying is that there's also other concerns that I have. In this scenario, my current concern would be the fact that they previously were human, right? Like a human being that existed, right? It was the case that like this is their body, right? And I think that doing things associated with things that first of all they existed, they engage with things, and then also doing it to the human body create harmful relations in society, right?
Okay, so my question to you, like the thing is, what subjective experience of that human, what distinguishes that subjective experience from, say, an animal?
Well, if we're talking about us, like me and you, we'd just be like more rational, more intellectual, right? But I would have
Say
a conjunction of human and
2028.
sentience.
No, okay, but the thing is, what I would say
The same way that if you care about life, right, you're not going to value a plant the same as you value a human being.
exactly, but I'm
Right? Because you're going
consistent.
to have a conjunction of human and life rather than just being life.
Yeah, of course, but I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying
Okay,
mine was just
I'm arguing human sentience.
okay, but my thing is, what distinguishes human sentience from an animal sentience? The human sentience of
I
a
could
20,
say it's the same.
it's the same. So really, it's not the sentience doing your argument; it's the human aspect.
It's both human and sentience. It's
See,
a conjunction.
it's more of like circular reasoning. You're like
And yeah,
saying,
again, yeah, by the way, we are humans. I mean,
you're
animals.
you're using sentience you're using human species to rid other animals, and then you're using sentience to rid other human beings.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time?
It's very clear. So you're using our species, being humans, right? Being of the human species to rid animals, right? Their value, why they're not morally as valuable as humans, and then you're using sentience to rid other human beings.
I'm just saying you have to have these two qualities to be considered valuable.
But that my question still stands.
How does your question stand?
I believe it's
If you don't
incoherent.
meet these qualities, I don't value it the same. That's my view.
So what would you think of the idea that I hold the same value for a human being or a member, or I would say a member of a kind that has that capacity for that subjective experience?
But what do you mean by capacity? You just mean potential?
Yeah, the ability. I would say ordered towards having that subjective experience.
Okay, so the single cell organism
Yes.
that is going to have this future subjective experience. You care about
Yes.
that?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Because I believe I hold the value of members of a rational kind. I hold value to members of a rational kind. So under that criteria, that single-celled organism would be a member of a rational kind.
Okay. And you still value it?
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean by member of a rational kind? It's just of the human species?
Yeah, I would say that. I mean,
Okay. So then, like, what about sperm?
to be here's the thing. So the thing is, let me distinguish it first before I answer that. Like, to be consistent, I would say if I don't believe in aliens, but say there were aliens and they're a member of a rational kind, they would also hold value.
Okay. So what about sperm?
Sperm's is different from a human organism. Sperm's not an organism.
What do you mean by organism?
I would say an organism. Well, I guess I don't know. I would say an organism for me. I guess I would define organism as like if you give it three things: time, nutrients, and environment. Then it will grow, or it will continue to develop other parts to it, and then become a mature member of a species.
It will become okay. So if it doesn't become a mature member of a species, then it wasn't an organism.
Wait, what?
So if a newborn baby dies, it's not an organism because it didn't become a mature.
No, it has if you give it time, nutrients, and environment, it will become a mature member of a species.
Okay, so if someone has some sort of developmental issue, they never become mature, right? Is it the case? Like physically mature. Like there are some people that literally don't, but physically mature, right? Are they not a member of or an organism?
No, because they've reached their fullest state of development.
So it's not about maturity. It's about reaching their fullest stage of development.
Fullest state of development.
So if a zygote's fullest stage of development was that it's going to be a zygote forever, you would say it still has value?
Yeah, yes. Well, I get how that is contradictory, but that's not really the case, because if you'd have to remove one of those three things in order for it to be a zygote forever.
You have to remove what?
I said time, environment, and nutrients.
No, you can time, environment, and nutrients. What environment and what nutrients?
I would say, I don't know, for a zygote would be the womb, right? Time, obviously, the time, and then nutrients would be like however the zygote receives whatever nutrients it needs. I'm not sure exactly how that works biologically. Whatever nutrients it needs to grow.
Okay. And then it gets killed, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have those nutrients anymore.
Yes.
Okay, what's your point? So
Well, you asked
your standard. No, your standard is that like they meet this criteria of being of a rational kind, and then I kind of just ask you what you mean by kind. You say like in order to be an organism, they have to be able to reach a later stage. So you're just not defining organism the same way.
I didn't say they needed to. I was saying that they have the potential to reach that developmental stage.
Okay, so
The capacity to develop.
Okay, so let's say that there's a contraption that I have. Sperm on one side, egg on the other. I click a button, they're moving towards each other. Given environment, whatever you said, it's going to be a human being like me and you. Before conception, do you value the sperm and the egg?
No, because that's not a human organism. And it's not. And
well, actually, what's an organism? I'm going to ask you again what an organism is.
And
right? And then it's of the human species.
Let me get rid of that. Sperm and egg do not stay sperm and egg. They go through a substantial change.
So do zygotes.
They're still the same. They're still the member of the same kind.
They're still of the same kind when really they're still of the human species.
Okay,
if we're relating to human sperm.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, if we're relating to human sperm, it's still of the human species.
Yeah, it is, but it's not an organism.
What's an organism?
Okay, something having many related parts that function together as a whole.
Okay, many related parts.
Yes. That's the Merriam-Webster definition of organism.
Okay, so what are the many parts?
And you can look up.
I mean, actually, what are the many parts that make up a zygote?
Is it scientifically true that
what are the many parts? What are the many parts that make up an organism?
Of a sperm?
Of like a zygote.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But let me ask you this: is it scientifically true?
And so if you apply that definition to,
can you hear me, or am I like just cutting out?
Well, no, I'm finishing.
Well, can I ask my question? Is it scientifically proven that sperm is not an organism?
No, sperm is a living organism scientifically.
No, it's not.
Look it up.
You can look it up. I just looked it up.
I did. You can look it up right now.
Is sperm an organism?
Actually, I might. This is Quora.
Despite the uniqueness of sperm cells, the debate over whether they're living organisms.
Are you looking at Quora?
No, Allo Health. This is because sperm cells do not demonstrate the characteristics of living organisms.
Scientists. I can send you something from the National Institute of Health right now that says that the egg is among the largest cells. It's in an organism. So hold up. Sperm.
Wait, no, sorry. Read that again.
No, there's not a single cell organism. Okay. Oh wait, no, there are single cell organisms, but sperm is not. This is all from Quora and Reddit. But sure, right? Maybe I'm wrong with defining it this way. Then, to my knowledge, I thought it was because it's living.
So that would be.
I honestly just thought an organism was relating to something that's living.
No. But the important thing is there's a distinction there. Even if like, which it's not an organism, right? You're granting that to me, but even if I granted you that it was an organism, it's a different organism.
So yeah. Okay. So if you're just relating to like it has to be like an organism and then it has to have like a future, right? Then my question would be different, right? Well, then my question would be is why with the first characteristic of the conjunction do you care about? I don't know why people are like freaking out that I literally said I'm wrong with something. It's literally just defining it as an organism. Like, bro, people are wild. I'm so confused.
Yeah, they'll criticize you on anything you get wrong.
No, fuck. What did I just say? I was just saying something. Do you remember what I was just saying?
You were about to ask a question. You were changing some sort of question.
Oh, yeah. So when you're relating to your conjunction is that there's an organism, right? And then there's like future sentience that we care about. So why isn't it that we care about past or present sentience and then future sentience, right? Rather than the idea that you care about an organism and then future sentience. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It's like the first half of the conjunction is an organism, and then the second half of the conjunction is like relating to sentience. Whereas mine, the first half of the conjunction relates to the sentience, and then the second half of the conjunction also relates to sentience.
Because the thing is when you're just relating it to sentience, then you have to point to what makes this sentience different than other sentience, right? In your conjunction, you don't take into the fact.
Wait, why do I have to like compare against other types of things?
Well, what I'm saying, okay, well, that's what I was asking you. How do you differentiate between, say, human? See, you would say it's a human subjective experience, but what I would say is it's a human having a subjective experience, right? And just having a a rat could, like, I would say the subjective experience. I don't know the criteria for this, but would you agree that a fully grown pig has a higher level of subjective experience than, or a different? I don't know. I guess it would be I don't know what you would classify it as, but would you think that it would, it has a higher level of subjective experience to where it could, or maybe a dolphin, I would say even a dolphin, because like it can intellectually decide things, right? Than say a fetus who just had its first subjective experience.
Dude, I literally just told you it's not about sentience then, just alone. I already gave you the distinction.
No, but what I'm asking you is how do you differentiate between
different types of sentience? A human sentience.
Yeah, so the human. But you asked me why is it human organism and sentient potentials, the capacity for sentience, right?
No,
I'm not saying that.
No, you brought up organism.
Yeah,
I'm not disputing your human condition.
The thing,
what I'm disputing is the fact that you relate to life or an organism rather than relating to sentience when it relates to your conjunction.
Well, I said it was of a kind that has the potential for the capacity for rationality.
Okay, are you responding to me anyhow?
Well, I don't really know what you're asking me.
What did I just ask you?
Can you answer my question? What distinguishes between like the sentience? Why? So basically, the thing is,
I've answered your question like 4 or 5 times now, Rudy.
You're
4 or 5 times. Human? I'm not leapfrogging on anything, dude. Rudy, shut the fuck. I'm not leapfrogging on anything. Okay, I gave you a very clear conjunction: human and sentience. Does that make sense?
But you are leapfrogging.
Does it make sense?
No, it's not. It doesn't make sense.
Why does it make sense?
Because the thing is, you can't distinguish that. I get you're saying the human.
What doesn't make sense?
You're saying it's a human subjective experience, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why would it be incorrect to say it's a human having a subjective experience?
It's both. I never said it's incorrect. What?
Because my thing is, what is different from a human subjective experience than an animal subjective experience?
There, you could say there's no distinction. I still care about just the human and sentient subjective experience. I care about both. Care about both.
It's doing all.
Rudy, it's a conjunction. I care about both this and this.
The most philosophically coherent argument would be to push towards Peter Singer's argument.
I don't know what Peter Singer's argument is.
Basically, that the thing that distinguishes us from other animals is our rationality, and you don't start to see that until you're about 2 to 3 years old.
Yeah, so like you're saying that they don't have value until that point?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the most coherent argument for pro-choice would be to push towards a thing that distinguishes us from other animals.
No, again, you could just say human condition. The same way that when you value life, you have a human condition as well. I'm not saying I don't value rationality. I'm just saying that rationality is going to be derivative of other things that I value. And I'm going to value rationality more, right, than I value other things, but it's not going to be the basis for all value.
Yeah, and I believe the basis for all value is a member of irrational kind.
I don't think that's the basis for all value. That makes no sense, right? As it is the case that I'm going to value things that are not necessarily meeting this criteria of being rational, right? No, and if it's just relating to the species, right, I'm not going to value a zygote.
Sorry. When I'm talking about the level of value, we're talking about abortion, right? Like, what are we unaliving, right? That's the question. And what I'm saying is, any member of a rational kind holds to that value to where you can't unalive them, even if they don't have the immediate capacity. Like, say, I don't have the.
Okay, so branded individuals, you can't pull the plug.
I have the immediate capacity to.
Remember, they're a member of a rational kind.
What?
You pull the plug on a branded individual.
No, because there's no more organic unity within that individual. The parts don't work together.
There is organic unity.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
Okay, sorry. So there's no organic unity without extraordinary care.
Okay, so the same thing's true for my dad that was in a bad accident like a year ago. What's your point? He's still alive today. He's still sentient. So, like, again, he was. There are many people that require resources to keep them alive. That doesn't mean that.
Because the brain dead individual does not have the capacity for sentience anymore.
So it's the fact that they don't have sentience and the fact that, and what else?
They don't have that capacity anymore.
Okay, so it's about future, just capacity for sentience. That's it.
No, because I believe like a newborn rat has the capacity for future sentience, right? But the thing is that makes the difference is it's a human.
Okay, so human and sentience is what you care about?
Human and the capacity for future sentience.
So you understand the human condition. Okay, I don't know why you brought that up as a response to me, but you applied the same human condition. And then your view is just you relate to the capacity for future sentience. So you value a zygote the same as you value me, right?
No, because the thing is you add in
rationality.
Sorry?
You add in the rationality, which means you don't value it the same.
Are you talking to me? I don't add in rationality?
Who the fuck else would I be talking to, Rudy? I'm sorry, bro. What? I'm sorry. No, I'm serious, dude. Like, who else would I be talking to?
Why are you getting so? No, I didn't know if you were.
I think it's dumb. Did I
ever make the claim that that rationality is what made them value? I said the capacity for rationality, right? That
capacity relates to current ability. You're using capacity in the context of potentials.
No, capacity. A zygote with the given, if you let it grow and let it develop. Like when the zygote is born or conceived, right? Whatever. I don't know exactly. It's called a zygote right away, right? After conception.
It's a zygote after conception, yes.
All right. Well, all right. Then I would say yes. It has the capacity for future sentience.
Bro, like I literally, like I respond to you like doing the most basic thing, and then people are like, "Chill, bro. Chill, bro." It's actually so funny. Say what you said again.
So yeah, it would be like the zygote is ordered towards like it has the not the immediate capacity, but a capacity for future sentience. There's a difference.
So when you say capacity, you just mean potential,
let me make a distinction here. Like so what I was saying about the languages. Like I have the immediate.
Did you ask me a question and then don't like even engage with me responding to it?
No, I'm trying to make a distinction here so we're clear on like what I mean by capacity. Like I have the immediate capacity to speak English, but I also have the capacity to learn other languages and speak those languages, even though I don't have the immediate capacity. That's what I'm talking about here.
No, I think no. You just mean you don't have the current ability, but you have a future potential.
Yeah.
Okay, so if what you just mean is future potential, well, then I can give you a scenario in which there is a future potential when it relates to, say, like a zygote. I mean, a sperm and an egg moving towards each other, about to fertilize.
But now you're breaking apart my
potential that exists in that scenario. And you said I'm breaking apart the conjunction, right?
You're break-
The exact
you're-
same thing that you were doing earlier that I was just trying to show you that you were doing faultily.
No,
Do you understand my point?
No, my problem is that you're.
Did you understand my point? Can you restate back to me what I just said to you?
I understand what you're saying.
No, I don't think you did.
Yes, because you're saying I'm breaking part of your potential or your conjunction of human and sentience, just as you're breaking apart my conjunction
Okay, you
of
get it.
human and potential Yeah, so, but what I'm saying to you is you're kind of using circular reasoning. You're saying, it's human, right? And then there's subjective experience. The subjective experience is valuable. But then I ask you to make the distinction between, because I don't believe in immediate subjective experience or past or present and the potential for future. I just believe in future, right? But what I'm saying is, why is that immediate or past capacity or immediate capacity for sentience more valuable than, say, an animal? And you say, oh, because it's human. It's a human subjective experience.
Because I have a conjunction of human and sentience.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is you're having the human part is making all of your argument, right? Because you don't really place it. Yeah,
It's the conjunction. Why are you so dumb, dude? Like we just went over the same point like 4 times, dude, and you hold to the same view. Like you actually literally hold to the same view.
No, because I believe in the future capacity for the sentience. You believe in a past.
Yeah, you have a conjunction though, right? You have a
past
conjunction.
sentience or present sentience. So you believe in.
But
You need to have
but you have a conjunction.
Yeah, but my conjunction is more coherent.
Okay, but no, it's not more coherent, right? You have failed to provide as to why it's more coherent. All you've stated though is that you don't accept the conjunction when it relates to this view, right? You're questioning the conjunction. You're not questioning whether or not the conjunction is coherent. Do you understand the distinction?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
You're questioning the conjunction. You're not questioning whether or not the conjunction is coherent. So if you're questioning the conjunction, yet you're holding to a conjunction yourself, that's a self-refuting point. And for the people in the chat that don't understand that I'm calling it a self-refuting point, you're just dumb too.
I'm questioning why are you calling me dumb? Like, this is a popular philosophical argument.
No, because I just explained the same thing 4 or 5 times, right? And you hold to the same view yourself, and you're not acknowledging that you hold to the same view yourself.
I'm questioning.
That is like by definition dumb.
I'm not questioning why you can't I'm not saying you can't have a conjunction in order to prove something. I never said that.
No, you were questioning the conjunction though. Right, you were questioning whether or not you can hold to. You weren't questioning the coherency. You were saying that it's all based upon the notion of human. It's not based upon both qualities. When I'm very clearly establishing that there's both qualities.
But what I'm saying is it's incoherent to say, oh, it needs to have this immediate capacity for sentience when this immediate capacity does not distinguish itself from other species.
Yeah, so I don't need to distinguish it from other species. I just hold to the human condition. The same way that you don't have to distinguish from other species. We both have that same issue if we're relating to either life or sentience. The same issue exists under both models.
But the difference between my conjunction and yours is I'm basically getting rid of the immediate capacity.
The immediate capacity? What do you mean?
Immediate capacity or you had the past experience.
Yeah, but you're relating to like the organic or the organism. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, organism.
Yeah, organism. That's your notion. That's your notion of a present or a past.
The organism that is a member of a kind that has the capacity for future sentience or future.
Yeah, you understand so that's your 2 part of your conjunction. You have the first part is your human condition. You have the human condition. We both have the human condition. And then your first part of your conjunction is the organism, right? Then being an organism, and then the future sentience, right? And then mine is past or present sentience rather than being organism, and then future sentience. So the distinction between my view and your view is that you hold to organism and I hold to past or present subjective experience. And my question to you is if you hold to future sentience, right? The second half of your conjunction relates to sentience. Why doesn't the first half of your conjunction also relate to sentience? Does that make sense?
So do you not also have the conjunction that it needs to be a human having that with that?
Yeah. I told you both models have the human aspect, and then there's a further conjunction. The second conjunction after having the human and the sentience is what the sentience entails, right? The sentience entails, or the life entails, right? You think organism and then future sentience. Mine is past or present sentience and then future sentience.
So your conjunction does have human in there.
So does yours. We've said that a million times now.
Rudy,
this is exactly why I said that you were being dumb here.
No,
because we just went over that 6 times.
Let me make this very clear. You just tried to argue that you're trying to ask me, you're trying to set up the fact that my conjunction has human and then sentience, right? And then you said, oh, mine's sentience and sentience, so it has to be more consistent, right?
No. You're fucking not understanding. You're talking about 2 different conjunctions. I just told you that 4 or 5 times now, that you're talking about 2 separate conjunctions. Chat, a conjunction is when you say this and this is what qualifies something to have value.
Yeah. Okay. So my question to you is what do you, sorry, I'm confused on what you're saying to me right now. We both have a conjunction, right? What's wrong with my conjunction compared to your conjunction?
I just told you, right? This is what I think that there's an issue with, right? You relate to, with the first half of your conjunction, whether or not it's an organism. And then the second half of your conjunction, you relate to sentience. Okay? My conjunction, first half is sentience, second half is sentience. Why do you relate to organism, right? Rather than relating to sentience, given that it's going to relate to sentience in terms of your value in the second half of the conjunction.
So you don't have human in your conjunction. Then.
Holy fuck, you're so brain dead, dude. That's a second conjunction. That's a second conjunction. That is the 5th time I've told you that's a second conjunction.
So it's
a separate conjunction than the one we're talking about right now.
So it's a conjunction with another conjunction.
There's 2 separate conjunctions. One conjunction is human and sentience. The other one, for your worldview, that is comparable to that one I just mentioned, is human and life, right? Or human and your set of other conjunction. Okay. So we have 2 conjunctions that are together. Do you understand what we're saying there?
Okay. I'm trying to understand what you're saying because, I don't know if you're, making the argument.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Do I need to write this down on paper or something? Do you need to visualize it?
So do you not? So you have the human aspect when you're making the value distinction, right? Yes or no?
Yes, of course, dude. I've said this.
Is that conjuncted with the fact, or I don't know if that's a word. Whatever. I'll just say that it is a word. Is that conjuncted with the fact that with your sentience conjunction? Is that conjuncting with your sentience?
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
Okay. Do I need to write it down? So
I'm sorry. What you just said was incoherent. What I said was completely coherent.
Okay, so
I don't know what the fuck is conjuncted means. What?
I'm saying you have your sentience conjunction.
In conjunction
right?
with?
You have conjunction with. It's in conjunction with your sentience conjunction.
Yeah. So when I say sentience, right, under my worldview, I'm going to be relating to the past or present and future subjective experience. That's what I'm going to be relating to.
When it comes to sentience, right?
So that conjunction in of itself is embedded within another conjunction because that's sentience. That makes up sentience. Human and sentience is another conjunction.
Yes, that's my
grants
conjunction.
the value overall. I'm talking specifically about the conjunction when it relates to the sentience that I'm referencing, right? The past or present and future subjective experience. Or what you're saying is the organism, right? And the future subjective experience.
You literally just said it. I don't know how that just whizzed over your head. You said there was 2 separate conjunctions, right? The human and your sentience, right? That's all I'm making. I'm just saying in my
human and organism are not interchangeable. What the fuck are you saying, dude? Okay. Organism does not mean human.
Human organism.
Human organism is that's describing the type of organism. Okay.
Yes, it's a human organism.
Okay, so when we're relating to the conjunction about the values of the type of human, right, we would relate to organism plus future sentience under your worldview, right?
Yes.
There we go. I'm comparing that conjunction of organism and future subjective experience to my conjunction in terms of sentience.
Human organism.
Human subjective experience. Does it? Okay.
Yes.
Let me clarify this even fucking further because your mind can't wrap or abstractly think and relates to this concept. Okay.
Like there's no way
my
people
view.
are, like,
Be quiet.
dismissing this, right?
Be quiet. Be quiet. My view is that human past subjective experience or present subjective experience and human future subjective experience is what grants an individual moral value, right? And you're saying human organism plus human future subjective experience equals value granted. I'm saying, why is the first part of your conjunction different than the second part of your conjunction as it relates to one relates to sentience, the other one does not relate to sentience. Whereas mine relates to sentience for the first part and for the second part. Does that make sense?
Okay, now let me ask you: is that sentience conjunction in conjunction with another?
Just shut the fuck up and listen to what I just said. There's no separate conjunction than when we relate this. I gave you the terminology. There's no separate conjunction anymore. We got rid of the separate conjunction.
No human, so it doesn't have to be a human.
Holy fuck, dude. Like, it's easy. He can't listen to anything I say. I literally just told you we got rid of it. I told you literally 3 times right away. Okay. We got rid of it so that you can understand. There's now not multiple conjunctions. It's now just one because I put human in the context of the sentence. Did it make sense?
Wait, you put human in. So are you getting rid of that human aspect then?
This is what I mean. This is actually why I said that you were being dumb.
Can you just listen to what I'm saying real quick? Okay. So are you getting rid of that human aspect so there's not multiple conjunctions?
There's not multiple conjunctions anymore. This is just one conjunction. Okay.
Okay. So you're
human
ridding,
past or present subjective experience and human future subjective experience.
Yes. Does that hold? So just that alone, does that make it so you can't unalive something?
That's my granting for rights. Yes.
Okay. So you got rid of the human yourself. You said it, right? You just said
no.
that.
We have the human part. I got rid of the second conjunction. I now place them all in one conjunction. Do you understand? Which is
in conjunction with your sentience conjunction.
I'm not talking about. Get rid of the idea that there are 2 separate conjunctions. Okay, there's one fucking conjunction. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, okay. There's one simple conjunction. Now, what do you not understand?
What I'm saying is, okay, I'll make it very clear. Okay, I have a conjunction, right? I have a human organism and the capacity for future sentience, right? That's my conjunction. Okay, it needs to be a human. In conjunction with...
Stop. Just be quiet. Just holy fuck, I have to say the same thing over and over again because you literally can't fucking listen for shit. Like, I'm actually serious, dude. This is absolutely ridiculous, okay? Human past or present subjective experience and human future subjective experience. What fucking doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Please tell me what doesn't make sense, dude.
So it has to be a human. It has to be a human past or present subjective experience or a human future subjective experience.
No, not or, and. Okay. Human past or present and human future. Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is you're saying human, right? You're just saying human. That human aspect is in conjunction with your sentience.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct or incorrect? Correct or incorrect?
Just get rid of the idea
no.
there's a separate conjunction.
If you get rid of the human aspect, then you get rid of that other conjunction of human. It has to be human.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. There's one conjunction. Okay. Human past.
No. Because there's a difference between sentience and human, right? Or sentience of a animal and sentience of a human.
Past subjective experience. That's all I'm referencing.
So it has to be a human.
It's human past. Like this is like me saying human life and then human future life, and you're fucking not understanding it. Like,
what I'm saying is there's a difference between life of something else, and life and a human, and it being of the human species. Right? That's a conjunction in itself. Now, do you understand?
Dude, what do you mean, do I understand? I am talking about human future and human past.
You're saying human.
What is not understanding? What are you not understanding? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the difference between me saying an animal's past or present subjective experience and an animal's future subjective experience, and me saying substitute the word animal for human? What's the difference between those two?
Same things. Just difference is that one has human, one doesn't have human.
Exactly.
I
So
could do
you're
the same
making
thing
a
with
human-
sentience. Human life, human past life, human future life. You understand that you're just changing the condition then? So you're just you're making there be a separate
What
condition?
I'm saying to you is within your conjunction, you have an other conjunction, which it has to be a human subjective experience.
Okay.
Yeah. So mine is the same thing.
I never said it wasn't.
Yes, you were. That's what you're trying to prove. You're like, oh,
no. Not in terms of the human aspect.
Parker,
My distinction is in terms of the organism aspect, which I've clarified now at least 10 times. Okay.
Parker, you were trying to say, oh, why does yours have human and then sentience for one half your conjunction?
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
No.
No, now you're realizing you're wrong.
I want you to listen. I want you to listen. Right? Please listen for a second. Okay. Open up your ears. Please just listen. Okay. I was asking about the organism aspect, the organism and future sentience. Okay. That's the part I was questioning. I already agree with the human aspect. We both apply the human aspect.
Yes.
Rid the human aspect of your mind now. Okay.
Rid the human aspect of your mind.
Okay. We're talking about the past and the future. Okay. Your past relates to the idea that there's an organism. Same with present as well. Past or present. Okay. Your future relates to sentience. I'm asking, why don't you put past or present sentience and future sentience rather than doing what you currently do? Because you're appealing to sentience on one half, but not on the other half.
Okay, but if you take out the human aspect, say you're ridding it of.
And again, we're taking out of the example. We both value the humans. We've already established that. I'm just saying we don't have to use it in the conversation anymore because we've already established that that's what we both care about.
Okay, let's just say we're talking about human organism. We established we care about human organism. Do you agree?
I don't care about all what you would consider human organisms.
No human. Wait, what? You said
not
you care
all
about
human organisms have value. Not to the same degree, no.
Okay, but your basis on that is based on your sentience conjunction, right?
Yeah, the human and sentience.
Yes, so we got rid of the human part, right? We both agree on the human part.
Yeah, so we just don't have to talk about that. We didn't completely get rid of it out of our standards. Our standards still just have human in them, right? But we don't have to bring it up in the conversation because we both apply that, okay?
Yeah.
So when it relates to your conjunction, right? Again, you say organism and future subjective experience.
No. We got rid of the human organism part. Did we not?
No.
When we're talking about human.
Oh my God. Human is the type of organism. Okay.
Yes.
Your first part of your conjunction was organism. Okay. Your other part that you apply to is, human organism is the value. The same way I said human future subjective experience or human past subjective experience.
Okay, get rid of the organism. I don't know what you're talking about. No,
dude,
Parker,
that was your first condition for the
so
argument.
When you say we both agree on the aspect of the human aspect, right?
Hey, that was your first part of the condition, right? Was the organism aspect, right? Not human. Don't take up the human. We already applied. We already talked about that. The organism part.
Sorry. Maybe I should have been more clear. When I say I'm meaning it synonymously, like human organism and human, like what you mean by human. What is so hard to understand about that? Like, seriously, what is so hard to understand?
Okay. I'm not the one not understanding. You're the one not understanding. Right? I want you to listen. I want you to understand why you're not understanding.
Parker, let me
okay?
explain myself.
Can I please?
Let me explain myself. You cut me off multiple times. Let me explain myself. Right? You say we both agree on the human aspect, right? That human aspect is
it's about you using terminology.
What? In that?
When you're using human and organism interchangeably, when we clarified that they're not used the same.
I'm not using them interchangeably.
You just said you were using them the same. You just said that.
Okay.
You unironically just said that. Did you not just say that?
No. What I said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I said to you was when you say human, when you say the human aspect, I mean human organism.
Okay.
That's what I mean synonymously.
So organism is something that
organism and human synonymously.
Yeah. I'm not denying the idea that a human is an organism, right? What I'm saying is that if you're using the term human organism interchangeably, we're going to lead to issues because human organism is describing the type of organism.
Did I ever use human and organism interchangeably?
You just said that you were, yeah.
No.
Earlier you said that, yeah.
No, it's literally blowing over your head.
No, I have this recorded. Like, you literally did say that.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to go back on it. Because I said it's a human organism, right? Not just any organism.
You said that you were using human and organism interchangeably.
No, I never did. I said, okay, let me clarify. Maybe I misspoke. What I'm saying to you is that when you mention human, that human aspect, what I mean, like, I'm using that human aspect that you're talking about and human organism synonymously.
Wait, you're using what in that synonymously? Say that again.
So you believe in, so you said we both agree on the human aspect, right? When you say
we both apply that in one of our conditions, yes.
That human aspect we're talking about, what I mean to believe is that it's a human organism. That's the human aspect I'm talking about, which we both agree on.
Okay, I don't care about the organism aspect, right? I care about the organism is a part of it, right? But that's not the part that I would care about, right? Does that make sense? I care about the sentience aspect, human sentience. Your condition was like life, right? Is by organism, do you mean life? What do you mean by organism?
Well, it was I don't know. I had the definition pulled up. I don't know exactly what, but we made the distinction between sperm and like like a zygote, right? That they're two different or one's not an organism, one's something completely different. Right?
I have no clue how that just relates to what I was just asking you.
That's the human aspect I'm talking about. But I'm trying to like clear up what we're talking about, the human aspect. You're getting conflated in the whole organism thing. Like you're getting mixed up in that. But
yeah, because I'm trying to understand your view. I don't even know what your view is right now. I have no fucking clue what your view is. Your view's not clear at all.
Well, you just tried saying that I use organism and human synonymous.
Yeah. Apparently, I have no fucking clue what you mean by this at all. Apparently.
I'm talking about, right? That zygote is of the same organism that me and you are. Scientifically, agree or disagree?
We're human organisms, yes.
Exactly. That's all I'm talking about.
That's of the human species as well as sperm, but
what?
Sperm's of the human species as well. It's just not an organism.
Exactly. So it's not a human organism.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that's when you said the human aspect that we both agree on, that's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about sperm, right? A member of the human species. We're talking about human organisms.
No, like, I'm not just. So I care about human sentient organisms.
Okay, and I care about a human organism. Well, any human organism has the capacity for potential future sentience. Capacity for future sentience.
Not anyone.
Well,
there are human organisms that don't have future sentience.
Sorry, no, sorry, that's not what I meant. They are of a kind that has that capacity.
That's just saying like typically, right? Which denotes that they don't have the characteristics. So that's just like not relevant.
Is human organisms not ordered towards having that capacity?
So that you're just saying species, which they do have the characteristic, not like having the rational part. So you're just when you say other. Okay, we've already established that. We already had that part of the conversation. I don't know why you just had to go through another conversation, another fucking 10 minutes of wasting our time to go over the same thing we've already established in the conversation.
Parker, you're acting like you didn't like start this by saying, "Oh, my conjunction one has."
I literally was getting us to a point. We literally already established this in the conversation. Okay.
Yes.
Now, can you please like either engage with me? Or I'm just going to go on to the next person because it's such a.
Have I not been engaging you this whole time?
No,
you haven't.
You haven't. You actually
don't understand this philosophical discussion. You can't stand it.
I understand everything that's going on.
Do you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't agree that the most coherent argument would be Peter Singer's, which our rationality distinguishes us from other animals.
I do.
That's
No, I
what
do.
makes us more
I
valuable.
wouldn't hold 100% to what their view is, but like when it relates to the rationality aspect, I do believe that rationality does distinguish us from other types of species on the planet. I'm not disputing that aspect of it.
Yeah. See, my whole issue with your argument is that
I'm confused with your point. Is that because that just doesn't even relate to whether or not we consider abortion wrong? Right?
because
It's
you
like they
can
don't have a rationality.
because the thing is that the sentience that makes us, because my issue with your argument is that it's like you believe it has to be a human experience, right? Human subjective experience. But
Yeah,
my
so
thing
mine's
is,
human past subjective experience and future subjective experience, and you're saying
yeah.
human life plus future subjective experience, and I'm saying human past subjective experience plus future subjective experience. So my question for you is, why is it
Yes.
human life and then human future subjective experience rather than human past subjective experience and human future subjective experience? Because you're appealing
So
to
what?
life and then going to subjective experience.
So what? So when you say human subjective experience, right? When you put human in there, what are you getting frustrated for? Let me ask you this question. You say human past or present subjective experience and human or future subjective experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Past and
Incorrect.
future. Yeah.
What makes that human experience different from an animal's experience?
Holy fuck, dude! You just asked the same question we've already gone over a million times. Like
We'll answer it.
again, we're
Answer it.
human condition. That's it.
Exactly. So my same human condition.
Yeah, we've already
So
established
you are
that.
also making, yeah, exactly.
Yep. Oh my
So you're
god, you just
also
established the same point again. Chat, is it just me? Like, am I freaking out here, or is he just like literally brain dead?
Hold on, you're trying to prove that my conjunction's like not coherent, right? By saying that I have a human.
No, I'm not
conjunction
saying
with
it's
a sentient
incoherent.
conjunction.
I'm not even saying it's incoherent. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying like why. I'm asking you a question. Why do you appeal to separate things?
Because like just as you say it has to be a human subjective experience, I believe it has to be a human organism, right? With the capacity for future. So the same thing, just the human potential.
Yeah. And I'm asking
experience.
why is the first part organism and then the second part is subjective experience?
Why is the first part of your past or present experience human organ?
Experience.
Exactly. The real issue is I don't have the past or present.
Rudy, you're actually an idiot. I'm sorry. You're like I actually think your IQ is like 40. Like unironically. Like I'm not joking, dude. Like it's so low, dude. It's so fucking low. It's so low, dude.
That's great. You can think that. I don't care. You literally you make that conjunction when you say human passive present subjective experience and human. You say human future subjective experience. You say human. You're making another conjunction within that sentience conjunction. Correct? Incorrect?
How many times do we have to go over the same thing over and over again?
So
like,
yes.
You know the
Just say
definition
yes.
of what the definition of insanity would be doing the same thing and accepting a different or like expecting a different result, right? But like it is the case in this scenario, right? That you are literally doing the same thing over and over again. We've already established this in the conversation like a million times. I don't know why you're asking the same question again after we've already established this like 10 times.
But you have a problem with me making my conjunction, right? The human aspect conjunction and future subjective experience.
I have
right?
nothing with the human part. Again, no issue with your human part. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. No issue with the human part. The issue is the first part where you say life plus subjective experience rather than saying past subjective experience plus future subjective experience.
Because I hold value, and you can logically try to prove that wrong, right? Give me some logical argument for it. I hold. That's my conjunction. What do you mean? What I'm saying it's of a kind that has the potential subjective experience, right?
I know what you're saying. I'm asking a very specific question.
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's how I hold the value. That's how
you're not telling me why. You're simply just saying this is. Okay.
I would say because I hold value for the human organisms, right? I mean that's just how I hold value. I don't know.
Are you Platform's brother?
I don't know why.
Y'all are twins. Y'all are long lost twins.
Why is that?
Sound similar, hold similar views. I'm just saying, like it's canny how much you sound like each other. Like the voice, people have been saying in the chat, unironically sound like the exact same person.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like unironically. Like, do you want me to play it? Like, play his voice? This isn't a diss or anything. This is literally like it's uncanny, bro. It's uncanny. It's uncanny. I didn't mean to say canny, chat. Uncanny, right? It's actually unbelievable. Hold up, you need to listen to it.
No, I'm not gonna lie. He is my brother.
Lies.
I swear on my life, he's my older brother.
Turn your camera on right now.
Hold on. Let me put on a shirt then.
Where in the New Testament
I don't want to be doxxed by these psychos.
And I have a few.
Yeah, he's my brother. He's my older brother.
In 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 8 through 10.
Oh, let me put on a shirt.
Unironically, are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I swear on my life. He's my older brother. I swear on my life.
Yo, platform, please send a guest request if you're here.
No, yeah, you can have him join in.
Can you message him?
Yeah, I'll text him.
If he actually joins, bro, I swear, chat.
Hold on, he might be studying though.
He's only studying. Wait, what does he do? What's his major?
He's he's going to chiropractic school.
Oh shit! Wait, low key. Yeah, dude.
He's my older brother.
Yeah, low key, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean we do sound alike, so I.
No, it is uncanny. It is so similar.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
You know what? It runs in the family. I knew it.
Yeah, does it really?
It does. It fucking does.
Why don't you go watch Trent Horn? Why don't you go watch Trent Horn talk about this? He holds the same view. I basically hold his view. And tell me if you think he's got. Tell me if you think he's got the IQ of. He's got 40 IQ.
I was being a bit over dramatic, dude, but like you really like, dude. It's
yeah, but he's a famous.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I had the same issue with your brother. Unironically, the same issue. It's just like it just can't get it to compute, you know.
No, but Parker, I'm understanding what you're saying, right? But we both hold value for different scenarios, or for different. We hold, but why do you hold that value?
No, chat. I think it's not platform. It's not platform on another account.
Why do you hold that value?
Why do I hold that value?
Yeah.
Wait, turn the camera on real quick.
I don't want to be doxxed by people.
You're not going to be doxxed, I promise. Like, I do notice a bit of a difference. Like, Rudy, honestly, is a little bit more tolerable than Platform.
Yeah, I am.
They are different. Yeah, they are different.
I told you.
But you do sound like the same, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, like, okay, like... My point though, like I really do want you to understand this because I do think I can get this through to you, and I really want to because it's kind of just like I'm not like annoyed at like what you're doing. It's what I'm annoyed at. It's like when you're cleaning something and you've like almost completely cleaned it, right? And there's just a little bit that you can't get, and you keep cleaning it and it's not going away, right? That's the feeling, right? It's not like a I don't like you or someone like that. I'm trying to clean this area and it's so close to being there, right? It's not getting there. Okay. So that's the idea. Okay.
Yeah. But I also have that same feeling too. Cause I feel like you're making I feel like the sentience is making, or you use sentience for some part of the argument, which I get a conjunction, but it's like, I feel like the human part is making most of the argument for it. Cause we don't like I would just say it's a human having a subjective experience, right?
Rudy, I would probably say most of it comes from sentience. Like if we actually look at it, because I do really value sentience, right? Like I really do. I just do have a distinction between this type of value that I have for human being sentience and the type of value that I have for sentience for other types of beings. There is a distinction that exists there, but most of it's going to come from the sentience aspect, not from the human aspect, I would say.
Yeah, and see, my problem with that is like we can't distinguish human sentience from other animal sentience until they're about 2 to 3 years old.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's a distinction in the context of them of the sentience that they have, right? In terms of how intelligent an individual is within that respect. What I'm just saying is it's going to be based upon species. Because it is the case that if there is a human that is never going to reach this point of rationality, right? I still am probably going to value that human more than other types of animals, even though they have the same like criteria when it relates to intelligence.
Okay, yeah. And my thing is just I think what holds value is you're a member of that kind that has the capacity for rationality.
Okay, so sure, right? We actually agree with that. We're not disagreeing when it relates to this. That's one part of the conjunction, right? We're not disagreeing with that. That's one of the conjunctions. But there is a separate conjunction that I'm referencing, right? That is talking about again, past subjective experience and future subjective experience, right? And what you're doing is you're relating to the cellular life and the future subjective experience. Does that make sense? So essentially, I'm just trying to get you to move your point to start at subjective experience of human beings.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to do is move you towards the point of where our subjective experience differs from other animals.
Again, I understand that even if there's not a distinction, I still am going to value humans more.
Yeah.
But I do agree that there is a distinction on typicals, that humans are typically rational, whereas other beings are not typically rational. And I agree that gives the humans more value when they're rational.
So basically what I was saying was like, so you have the human and like the type of, or the sentience. So you have your own sentience conjunction in conjunction with the human part aspect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I don't have a sentience conjunction. I just have that future sentience and then that in conjunction with the human aspect.
No. It's not just in conjunction with the human aspect. It's in conjunction with life.
Sorry?
It's in conjunction with just life. Because the human. So let's give this a name. Like the conjunction here, right? Let's give it a name. Let's say that this is life plus sentience. That's going to be the name of it. Life sentience. Okay. Right. That's the name for it. Your conjunction is human plus life sentience.
Human. Wait, sorry.
Your overall conjunction is human plus life sentience.
Or human life plus sentience.
You could say that too, but human life in of itself is a conjunction.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm saying human past experience, past or present experience, and future subjective experience.
But within that human aspect, aren't you having the conjunction that it's human life?
No, not human life. No.
So what would that human be?
It'd be human sentient life.
Human sentient life.
Yeah. Human past sentient life and then human future sentient life.
But what do you mean by human is what I'm saying.
The same as what you mean by human. I don't know what you mean.
Exactly. So basically, like mine is, I have human life, right? Human life, because it's like.
Are there dead humans?
Yes, there are.
Okay, so it's not going to relate to life.
Yeah, but you believe in human life as well when you mean human.
No, I don't care about the human life aspect. Because again, I care about the human aspect. It's human sentience. Sentience being past or present and future.
So that's perfect, actually, because so you're saying human sentience, right? Human sentience. My thing is, why is it not a human having a sentient or having sentience, or a human having?
That's the same thing.
Well, no, it's different, because what I'm saying is that it's a human having a subjective experience. You're just defining it as human subjective experience, but you can't.
Those two are interchangeable.
But what shows the distinguishing? Human sentient experience describes the type of experience, and when I say human having a sentient experience, it would be like, so you're describing the type of sentient or this type of subjective experience, right? It's human.
Mm-hmm. And when we're saying human with you're still describing the type of subjective experience.
No, basically what I'm doing is I'm making I'm separating subjective experience and human. So like, I believe there's such thing as subjective experience, and I believe there's humans who can have that subjective experience.
I believe that there's such a thing as subjective experience, and humans can have that subjective experience. Yep. And when
Yeah.
I say human subjective experience, I'm saying a human with this subjective experience.
Okay, so you're saying a human with a subjective experience.
That's what I mean by human subjective experience.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
what's the
So my question to you again, like I've said prior, is the separate conjunction that you have, the life and then the future sentience. Why do you start with life rather than starting with past, future subjective experience?
Because just as you have the human aspect in your conjunction, right? Like it has to be a human.
Yeah, both of us have human.
Yes.
Please don't say the same thing, dude. We just went over this.
No, Parker, what I'm saying, the thing is, all right, so what distinguishes a human subjective experience, what you're saying, from an animal subjective experience? Instead of like,
Dude,
right?
you just did it again, Rudy.
No, answer the question.
I've already answered that question a million times, dude.
I have to write it down or something.
You do need to write it down. You must have dementia, like unironically.
Hold on, give me a second then. So you're saying human subjective
Dude, I swear, I think I might have to diagnose you, dude. Like
animal subjective experience, right? The thing that distinguishes the human from the animal is the fact that one's a human and one's an animal.
yeah, we both agree that like one's of a rational kind, the other one's not. But that same characteristic is not going to always apply. Saying of a rational kind is just denoting a typical sense. It's just saying typically they have this characteristic that they're rational, but it's not always.
Yeah, but the humans are ordered towards that for having that capacity.
Humans are ordered towards having that capacity. You
Yes.
just mean that they typically have by ordered, you just mean they typically have these characteristics.
Yeah, without disease or any other.
Yeah, typically. Okay, so that you disagreed with me. Why are you asking this question?
So okay, I'm trying to because I feel like we're both talking past each other, but I'm trying to like find a different way to explain it. Because basically the thing is you're just characterizing this certain subjective experience as a human one, right?
It's a human's subjective experience. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But you were asking about my conjunction where it's human and subjective experience, potential subjective experience, right? But what I'm saying to you in my mind, what I'm thinking, just so I can get you to understand this, what I'm thinking is you're also making that conjunction. Because you said yourself it's a human having a subjective experience. You said they're synonymous.
I've already told you, we've already gone over this, Rudy. Write this down. Yes, I agree. Yes, I'm also applying a human condition.
Yes.
Okay, write it down.
The only difference between my conjunction and your conjunction is that I don't have past or present.
I've already said that a million times.
Yeah, so
that's literally what my question was this entire fucking time, bro. I'm gonna be totally real with you.
Yeah, so I don't have a conjunction within another conjunction. That's the only issue.
You do.
No, I don't.
You do.
So we have the human aspect, right? And my sentience conjunction. So I have human and sentience conjunction. Just as you have human and sentience conjunction. Within that sentience part of that human sentience conjunction, you have past or present and future. Right? So you have a conjunction within that sentience part.
Yeah.
It's like parentheses. Here, like you have human, you have X, right? X within a parenthesis, and then you have X plus or Z plus Y or whatever. Hold on a second. Sorry. How do I flip this thing? Can I flip this? How do I flip this?
If God exists, God wants to torture me.
Look. Wait, hold on. Can you see? What the hell? Can you see that? Right? Okay.
Let me make you bigger.
Hold on a second. Sorry, give me a second. Right, so we have X. X is the human aspect we're talking about, right?
Fight for freeze. Be quiet about experience. You have a fish in your bio. You're holding a fish in your profile picture.
Here, let me try to.
Yeah. You can make the font bigger a little bit.
I don't know how to do that in Notepad. Maybe I should. I feel like I'm wasting too much time. Sorry. Hold on a second. Let me flip my camera real quick. Basically, what I'm trying to show is that, you
look like platform, dude. I can't do it, dude.
Yeah, I mean we're brothers. We have 7 siblings.
Oh my gosh, fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, so we.
What have your parents done?
I don't know, but so here, let me write this out real quick. Human aspect, right? What the hell? C equals.
Yeah, Matt agrees. Matt has said he's so much more calm and, dare I say, like likable than platform.
Hold on a second.
I do think Rudy is smarter than platform, though. He definitely is smarter. I mean, he's going into evidence-based chiropractic, so.
Yeah, well, yeah, but he's chiropractic is good. That's good.
Okay, never mind. I take it back, chat.
Why do you take it back? You don't
Nothing.
like chiropractic? What's wrong with that? I mean, I don't know much about it.
Evidence-based chiropractic is a contradiction.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't really know much about it.
It's an oxymoron.
I'm an electrical engineer, so I'm not in the same.
Oh, based you, dude, based.
Yeah. So A is I'm just gonna say past or present. What the hell? B is future.
Oh, by the way, chat. Dean's doing abortion 2 today, everyone. He asked if we want to do a co-host. How do y'all feel about that one? How do y'all feel about that, chat? Yeah? We haven't done that for this topic yet. Yeah. I'll tell Dean.
I'm almost done.
People like the. Yeah.
All right, here. This kind of makes. I guess it would make more sense. I'm supposed to be good at math, so hopefully this makes sense. So we have X is the human aspect, right, which we both agree on. This is based on your conjunction, okay? You have X is the human aspect. You have Z is sentience, right?
Rudy, we're gonna get this. Okay, you know what? We've spent so much time on this. I'm determined to get this. We're gonna do it. Okay.
All right. So you see that? So this is based on your conjunction. So you have X is human is the human aspect, right? Z is sentience. A is past or present, like sentience, right? And then future. So Z equals A plus B. This is for your like sentience conjunction. So then we have X times Z, right? So within the Z, you have A plus B. So you have another conjunction. Well, I guess this would make more sense. This would be plus.
Yeah.
Right? So this also equals I'm having a hard time.
And then what you have in place of A is you have like life. And then what you have in place of B is also future. So you have B, but you have a second variable that puts C. Can you put C as a variable?
Yeah.
Yeah, and your variable C is life.
No, so basically my thing is that within this X right here, which is the human aspect, my thing is human life.
Yeah. So C is life. So C is life. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand that. But
so essentially what I'm asking you is why C over A? Because A and B are related, but C and B aren't really related.
Hold on, let me finish this real quick so I can kind of like make it, because I haven't really finished I'm trying to like, so we don't talk past each other. So basically you have X plus Z, right? This is your conjunction, human aspect, and then your
Water dude, thank you so much for the Cash App. I'm going to do the same thing, man.
You see what I'm saying? So you have your human aspect, and then you have sentience right here. All right. Within your sentience, you have past or present and future sentience. Right. My thing is basically what I'm saying. My conjunction is that it's X, which
Plus
is the
C plus B.
no, not C, because I'm defining the human aspect as X.
No. But it's not just human; it's human life, right?
Okay, but what do you mean by X in this? Do you not mean human life?
No.
You don't mean human life.
I just mean of the human species. Because you agree. Remember, you agree with me. There are dead humans.
Yeah.
Okay. So if there are dead humans, then human aspect is not just denoted by life, because they lacked life in that scenario, yet they still were human.
Okay.
So again, you have a second variable, C, and C is life. And I'm asking you, why C rather than A?
So, okay, let me get rid of that life then. What's wrong?
No, don't get rid of life. Just add life as C, okay?
Well, let me clarify my position then. Let me clarify my position. So what if I get rid of that, so you're saying I have the conjunction. What if I just have human aspect and then future? What's wrong with that conjunction?
Because you don't denote to anything in humans. Because then essentially you're just saying future sentience. Because the human aspect has to relate to something like life or sentience or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it has to relate to. Yeah.
So human aspect. So do you see why you require C as a variable?
Yeah. But my thing is when you say human subjective experience, right? You say human subjective experience.
That's the same thing as you saying human life.
Wait, sorry?
That's the same thing as you saying human life.
Okay, but hold on. But you agreed. Hold on, I'm flipping this around. You agreed that human subjective experience was the same thing as saying a human having a subjective experience, correct?
I'm just using them in the same way. You might not be using them in the same way I am.
Yeah. That's fine. You're using them the same way. So you're saying a human having a subjective experience, right? So that human part, the human that's having that subjective experience, is that not a human life?
A human that's having that subjective experience, is that not a human life?
Yeah. I'm asking you, is it?
Yeah. No, there is a human life. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's human sentient life. I don't value human life in itself. I value human sentient life.
Yeah, and I believe, and I value. I don't value the immediate capability for human sentient. I also value human sentient life, but I believe it's not that you have to have that immediate capacity for sentience. I believe that the fact that you have that capacity for sentience, not the immediate capacity, but that future capacity, or just
So you're saying human life plus future sentience.
Yes.
There you go. That's why you require C as a variable. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, but
C is life. So can you go back? Turn around the camera.
Can I go to the bathroom real quick, or no?
Yeah, you can go for it.
All right, give me.
All right, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Tap the screen in the meantime, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy a link, send it to a few friends. Should I have said can you? Should I have said that, chat? Be like that one fucking teacher. Can you? That fucking teacher, we all hate them. We all hate them, chat. We all hate them. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I'm still not able to get donations here on TikTok, so it's like TikTok's really kind of screwing me over right now. So if you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App's in the bio, everyone. Plus, you can also sub, get access to the sub-only chats. Plus, you get access to all the different emotes that we've been adding in, which are pretty cool if you want to check them out. Dean is probably going to come on later, and we'll do a co-host debate, everyone. Did you wash your hands, Rudy?
Yeah, I did.
Cap.
I'm not capping. What do you mean?
Your platforms, brother. I don't believe it. I'm just kidding.
So basically, you said it's synonymous to say it's a human having a subjective experience, right?
What is?
You said human subjective experience is synonymous with a human having a subjective experience, correct?
Oh, that's just how I'm using them, yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you're using it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So within that human that's having that subjective experience, is that a human life?
There is a human life that is having a subjective experience. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So my thing is that it's a human life with the potential for that subjective experience.
I know.
Whereas yours is it's either has to have that past or present capability
And future.
and future.
So,
Yes.
so the past or present variable is in place of where you put life. But
No,
do
in
you
place
see?
of your sentience conjunction.
No.
Yeah, because you said it's the same thing. You said it's
No. Can you just turn your camera around? I need you to go
no.
through
I'm
that
not going to
again.
add C. I'm not going to add C.
You are adding C. C is
No,
literally what explains this. Okay.
look, hold on. Look, you say X that's having an A or B, or that will have or had or have. Right here, right? A. X, which
You're
is
trying to say that given X, there has to be a life, which we've already disputed with the idea that there are dead humans.
yeah, but dead humans don't have that capability. Nor so. Okay, so what I value is potential human subjective experience.
Potential human subjective experience. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I understand you're doing that. I understand you think that you're doing that, but you're also missing the life aspect.
Yeah, but in order to have a human subjective experience, you have to have a human. I get what you're saying. Yeah. So I guess I do have life within my conjunction. So I have, but why can't it be just,
So it's C plus B.
yeah, which is the same thing as X plus C plus B.
No. So X plus A plus B is the same thing as X plus C plus B. All I'm saying is, why do you put C rather than A? That's all my question is.
Because again, I hold the value that, that you have the capability for that potential future subjective experience.
That exists under both of ours. We both care about that, right? But
Okay,
we
so-
care about another part. So you see how B relates to subjective experience, but under your view, C doesn't.
Well, B, we both have B. You mean A?
No. You can you add C so I
Yes,
can kind of like show you C plus
right
B.
here.
Yeah, C plus B.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so C plus B, and Matt, yeah, you can go for it. So all I'm asking you is why C rather than A, right? Because at the end of the day, right, both of them are going to be the same, right? Because both of them are going to be the same in terms of like the equation essentially, or how much you're assuming, right? So essentially, what I'm saying is, you see how B denotes or relates to subjective experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how come C doesn't? Because under mine, A does. A does relate to subjective experience, but under yours, C doesn't.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but my thing is that I wouldn't necessarily put this in a sentience conjunction. Like I don't have this sentience conjunction right here, the same thing that you do right here with A plus B.
You kind of do. You have a life sentience conjunction, not just a sentience conjunction.
I have a human life sentience conjunction.
I have a human sentient life conjunction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the idea is that again, why doesn't C relate to subjective experience if B does?
But, well, see, the thing is, you have, then what you just said with your conjunction, it's the same thing as this. You have C over here. You have C right here.
No, I don't have C. I don't have
You
C.
said human. You said human sentient life.
No, that's not a part. That's not a part of my value, but it is something that also exists within the characteristics. Like, for example, right?
Exactly,
Like when you value human life, you're also gonna like there are gonna be fingers that people have, but you're just not gonna add that in the equation here because that's not relevant. And you saying that in order for them to have this value, because I mean, if the life didn't exist and they were still sentient, I would still value them and they're human.
How can sentience exist?
Actually, wait. Here's a better way to view it. Go back to it. You see X. C is necessarily denoted with an X.
Yes, exactly.
Denoted with an X.
Yes.
Under both models, right? It is.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. But
yeah.
you still have to have a C under the second aspect. Does that make sense? Like
No.
regardless, you're still going to have it.
No, because like you said, it's denoted within the X, right? The C is.
Yeah, so again, it's going to exist within the context of the individual in which is sentient. Does that make sense?
Yes, which within the individual that is sentient. Yeah.
And then when we're talking about the second qualifier, you see the C plus B, right?
Yeah.
You say most people said yes for D and Coast, by the way. So it would be that they have the first quality and the second quality in order to have this value, right? So again, I'm asking you, why don't you start with sentience?
But you said it's.
I think it's the last time I'm going to ask. I don't want to go over this again. We've tried a million times. I don't know if we're going to be able to move on this.
What am I saying, Dean? Parker, you said C is denoted with an X, right? That's the same thing for me.
When you have sentience.
When you have no, because you can have human life.
All I was saying is that that's not within the context of in order to get this. It's from what's it called? Not in order to get this. It's just something that a characteristic in which you have, just like how I have fingers.
Yeah, but you can have human life without sentience, right?
You can have human life without sentience. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's all I'm saying. You believe in human life with past or present and future sentience. I believe in human life with future sentience.
No, human life isn't gonna be a necessary characteristic for me to have value, right? But it's gonna be a characteristic in which is had within an individual who's sentient.
But it has to be in human life in order to have sentience. Any sort of past, present, or future.
Yeah,
it has to be,
the same way that there has to be like a sperm and an egg in order for there to be like human life.
But the sperm and egg is not an organ. It's not a human life. The same human life that we're talking about, right? We both agreed that the human aspect it's scientifically different than a sperm or an egg. So what I'm saying is
no, like they're of the human species. Like human sperm is of the human species.
Yeah, but it's not this. I thought we were talking about the same human life.
We said that it was distinct from a zygote, which I agree. Of course, sperm is distinct from a zygote.
Can sperm ever have? Does it ever have that capability?
Capability for what?
It's important to understand that we're talking about things that are ordered towards having that capability for sentience, right? Or else they wouldn't have that past or present. They wouldn't be able to have that past or present. The sperm will never have that. Will never be able to have a past or present sentient experience, right? Because they're scientifically different than the zygote. What I'm saying is the zygote is a member of a kind that has the capacity that's ordered towards that future subjective experience, right? All you're saying is that you believe in a human life, right? That has the past has past or present in conjunction with future. I'm just getting rid of that future.
You're getting rid of future?
Sorry, not getting rid of future. Sorry. I'm getting rid of the past or present.
No. Because we're talking about the standard necessary for you to have the value. We're not talking about in terms of the characteristics an individual has. I think that's where we're getting lost here. To be honest with you, is there anything else you want to add or go over? Because I think we're literally just going over the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I have a dumbed down I guess I don't know if I'm accurately representing like Trent Horn's view on this scenario. Have you seen the Trent Horn versus Destiny debate on YouTube?
No.
It's a pretty good. Destiny basically holds the same. He's a popular YouTuber, I guess, but
I've watched Destiny.
Yeah, he's basically got the same view as you, but
he holds 20 through 24 or something like that. He holds a pretty similar view, but I'm not convinced by that. Like, you can hold either of these standards, and there's nothing like logically incoherent about it. My concern is just like, first of all, I would just think that we'd have better reductios when it relates to my worldview than yours, right? Like, you would just have to concede that someone's going to be morally obligated, or actually, no, you're going to have to concede to the idea that if someone has like an IUD, they're a murderer.
No, no,
You do.
no, because we talked about we both agree on the human aspect, the
It's
human life.
human. The zygote's human.
Yes.
Wait, you're not okay. Let me explain. IUD not only can it prevent like fertilization, but it also prevents implantation. It
Yeah.
prevents like a zygote from implanting after it's already life,
yeah.
after there's already conception, from
Yes.
implanting into the uterine wall. Would you concede that an IUD, someone who has an IUD, is a murderer?
If it results in that, yes. Like
So you
that's the
do think
Catholic,
that they're a murderer?
that's the Catholic view on this like preventing implantation is still unaliving a human being.
Yeah. So you
That's the
think that is
Catholic view
murder?
on it. That's the Catholic view on it. Just as like some Plan B pills, you don't need.
You know what I think it is? I think your view is not grounded in a secular reasoning. I think it's
No, it is.
religious.
No. It is grounded in secular reasoning because what I'm saying to you is that sentience, you're making this whole like you have sentience that's making like you're saying it's making a lot of the argument, but then I ask you to distinguish between human sentience and sentience of a fully grown rat, right? Which I would say a rat has a higher level of sentience than say a 20 to 28 fetus, where they can only interpret like some sort of feeling, I guess.
I don't care about the level of sentience when it relates to comparing the species because again, we already went over this. I have the human condition.
Exactly. The human condition is making your argument, is what I'm saying. That's my problem.
No, not necessarily. Like you understand that? Like no, not necessarily.
Well, yeah, because that's what's making all of your argument. It's like you
No,
have
it's not all of it, but it's part of it.
most of it.
You can say whatever you want, right?
No, it is making most of it because what I'm asking you to distinguish sentience from like humans and animals, right? Like a rat has a higher level of sentience compared to that of a human. The only thing that distinguishes the two is that one's humans, one's a rat. So I'm saying the thing that we value really isn't that sentience. It's the fact that it's a human or if it's a rat.
No, we still value the sentience. We just value human sentience. Like I don't think we don't value sentience in of itself the same as we value human plus sentience.
Okay. I see. All right. So you can. I would encourage you to watch that debate because basically he pushes Destiny towards the infanticide argument and how that's actually the most coherent. But obviously that's infanticide's obviously no one would agree with that, right? But that's the most logically coherent argument.
You can just have different preferences like if you're talking about like something that's never gonna have sentience in the future.
Okay. All right. Well,
you can just relate to an idea that it looks a particular way, right? It represents something, right? And it's wrong based upon that reason. Actually, this is actually like something that you can bring up in the context of a dead human, right? Like they're not living under your worldview. Can you have sex with a dead human?
No,
right? Because of what it represents, because of what they look like, right? Different times, like not because of them living. They don't meet your criteria of having rights, but yet you still consider it to be wrong because of other preferences that you have. So that's the same thing as I would relate to under the context of my model. So the reason why I was able to so easily relate to that is because I've had prior conversations that relate to things like about branded individuals, right? We can say that clearly speaking, right, we're going to be against necrophilia on the basis of the fact that, right, like human beings looking a particular way, this represents something.
Okay. Yeah. And I would,
or like that they were past this, right? Those different reasons we could consider reason to be like, oh, I think that you shouldn't engage in that action. But that doesn't necessarily grant that they have all the other set of rights because they don't meet the criteria that we just mentioned prior.
Okay. I would just say we have a different view on which one holds value or not. And and again, coherently speaking, you can hold either view, right? I'm just saying that like it would make most sense for you to start with sentience if you end with sentience, but I mean, you can coherently speaking hold your view. All right. But if it's secular, right? But I think that your motivation is not secular. And before you do, I just want to say, Kate, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And then someone also sent $20. Ornelia, I appreciate the $20 Venmo. Thank you very much. Oh, can I go ahead?
Oh, no, I'm done.
Oh, sorry. All right. Let me ask you. So that's like a symmetrical argument, right? Like the brain nut individual doesn't have the. Basically, what I'm saying is it wrong to say a person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes impossible?
Yeah, there is no more person.
Okay. So my thing is, why can't I make the symmetrical argument that that a person does exist as long as future experiences are possible?
No, you can. Okay, so if it's just that condition, then the sperm and the egg can be granted that. But your point is that they have human life established.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I get it. Yeah.
You see, that's why you have to relate to that conjunction.
We're going to go to the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying you also have to relate to that conjunction because you can't have that sentient nature without it being a human life. Like a sperm will never, no matter how much you give it you can't really give it nutrients, right? In and of itself, it'll never have that capability. So you also have to have that human life conjunction.
No, I don't have to hold to life. Life is just a characteristic in which it would have the same way that, again, fingers are what I would have, or the sperm and the egg were required to get to my point, my part of existence. You can say that life is required for sentience to be actualized, but it's not necessarily like that. It's going to be the case that like we have to value sentient life in order to, I mean, have to value life in order to value sentience. I don't see how that's entailed.
No, I'm just saying you have to, in order to have sentience, you have to have life. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying I'm granting.
I'm not disputing that. Like yeah. We see that across the board, sure.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that if it's human life with the capacity for future sentience. That's what I'm basically arguing. That's it. We just hold different views, I guess. On
sure. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add then?
No, but check out that debate, and he explains it a lot more consistent than I do. And he makes logical points on why he pushes Destiny towards that Peter Singer argument, why it's more coherent. I'm just not as good at philosophy as he is. I'm not majoring in philosophy or have a master's, so.
Yeah, you know what we should do? We should do a platform brothers debate versus me and Dean sometime.
All right, I'll do that. I'll do that for sure.
Get your brother, and we'll do a 2v2.
We can talk about the argument for motion, for the existence of God.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm down.
That's like a very interesting one. I don't know if you could find that interesting, but I feel like that'd be an interesting debate. The argument for motion.
Sure. Or I can just 1v2 y'all.
I mean, we both made some coherent arguments, right? Like, I would agree that I made a coherent argument as far as what I hold value for. I would say
you have a position that you could say is coherent if you don't have religious motivation, you could say it's logically coherent. Like if there aren't religious motivations.
Sorry.
If there aren't religious motivations, it's logically coherent. But it's not like an argument. It would just be like your preference.
Okay. So, but the thing is, if it's based on our preferences, right, and I believe in moral realism, doesn't that kind of contradict the fact that we can all have our own moral preferences and like morality is subjective?
Yeah. Saying it's subjective contradicts the idea that it's subjective if you define them as stance-dependent and stance-independent truth.
Yeah, so that's my issue with subjective. Like,
so you don't hold subjective. Wait, so then my idea would be that if God doesn't exist, there are still facts about morality.
So you do believe in some moral realism?
No. Are you a moral realist? I thought that's what you said. I thought that's what you just said.
I am a moral realist. Yeah.
I'm not a moral realist. Do you think that there are truths about morality, right? If God doesn't exist?
No.
There's no truth. Okay, well then that tells me that the truth of morality is dependent upon God's existence, which tells me that it's like stance dependent, like based upon God's stance. That's so that you're a moral anti-realist, actually.
I don't really know how to answer that. I guess. I mean, I would just say like my premises would be: if moral realism exists, God exists. Moral realism.
That's not true. I see no reason that's true, because whether or not God exists under your worldview, it would be the case that doesn't matter on whether or not morality is true, because it's independent of God's existence. independent of a stance.
So
It's just something that God discovered. Like, for example, right? Like, I didn't determine gravity to exist.
In order for God to discover something, he has to be within the time space. He's not. He's outside.
You have to exist to discover. I agree, right? But like the idea that I'm referencing is that if he's the one that discovers it, that means that he didn't determine it to be the case. This is like saying that I sorry here. This is like saying that like I because we discover that this cup is here. Okay. Right. I didn't determine that the cup exists. If I didn't exist, this cup would still be here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the idea here is that, again, if God doesn't exist, because it works in the same way the cup does, this is still going to be here even if God doesn't exist. Because God just discovered it the same way I just discovered this.
No, that's the issue with your point. I don't accept the premise that God discovered anything because, again, he can't change. He's not within our temporal space. Right, he has no. That gets into the whole argument for motion. Basically, he's outside that temporal space, so he can't change, so he can't discover anything. He is what he is. Right, it's like a divine nature. You can't discover something unless there's a time change.
Okay, I have a question. Was there a moment where Jesus did not exist?
Are you saying no? He always existed. He's always existed.
Jesus always existed.
Yes, the Son. Yes.
Okay. So the Son always existed. So there was not a point where he was brought into existence.
No.
Okay. That's actually the first time I've heard that, to be honest with you.
That's the whole. The Son's divine. He's begotten.
Do you think that there was a point where Jesus was crucified and a point where Jesus was not crucified?
Jesus, the inhuman.
Curtis, thank you so much. I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much for the $20.
The human nature of Jesus. Yes. I'm not like an expert on the whole hypostatic union, but basically we believe that there's the human nature of Jesus and the like it's one, or it's like basically what we believe in the Trinity is like there's three persons to one being. Right. So we have the Son.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think we can have this conversation when we talk about God or something. I could easily
actually the whole resurrection thing actually it's more like you usually talk about, is it logically consistent if it's the most likely thing to happen, right? Like it would be the most probable. If you look at the resurrection, it's actually the most probable thing that he did resurrect from the dead.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Unless you presuppose a naturalistic worldview.
No. So the reason why it's not is because it's a miracle. One, miracles are the least probable thing to happen, therefore it couldn't be the most probable. Second, it is the case that actually it is most likely that they would have been left on the cross to decompose, or that they would have been thrown into mass burials. Personal tombs were not likely to happen, given these scenarios.
If we're to have that debate, there's basically four theories. There's like the mythological theory, the hallucination theory, and then the conspiracy theory, and then the
I don't have to explain it.
You don't have to explain what?
I don't have to explain any of that. All I have to say is that it is the case that it's most likely he did not resurrect, based upon the idea that there's most likely not going to be a tomb. So there's no reason for me to accept even the story about a tomb in the first place.
I don't accept the premise that that's historically accurate.
Yeah. So that what's historically accurate? That like it is the case that most times they were left on the cross to decompose,
or that Jesus was taken from the cross, or that you're saying that he wasn't taken from the cross.
Yeah, he's either left on the cross to decompose, or they were thrown into a mass burial. I'm saying most crucifixions, that's what happened.
Okay, so do you think it'd be plausible for a group of people to wholeheartedly believe something and be martyred for their death?
There are martyrs for Islam.
Okay, let me ask you this question: Is it plausible to think in a pagan world, or a pagan and Jewish world, that a religion like Christianity that was being censored flourished the way it did without some sort of thing behind it, like the resurrection?
I don't think flourishment of a religion necessarily means it's true. Like Islam is flourishing right now. It's actually growing way faster. Christianity is decreasing, and Islam is growing.
Yeah. So from the
description, thank you so much.
Basically, what I'm saying is, from the time period, the historical context, I believe it's not plausible to think that Christianity would have grown the way it did to where the Roman Empire became the Catholic Church, basically. Well, the Catholic Church was established, and that became the Church of Rome, right? To where it basically was an authoritative figure in that time period, based on 12 people believing something that didn't plausibly happen, in a time period where it was a very pagan, how would I say this? Pagan, I would say a pagan world and Jewish world. It doesn't make sense to me that without
they martyred in a time in which was predominantly Christian.
That's
in terms of Islam. There were martyrs in terms of Islam that were.
I'm talking about when the pagans martyred Christians. I'm saying when the Christians were being martyred.
Yeah, no, and I'm saying that there's other religions that you consider to be false with martyrs for those religions.
Yeah, I'm saying with the historical context of that time, right? How they were surrounded by pagans and Jews, right? The fact that the Christianity was able to grow the way it did within that world. The only plausible thing for it to grow was it had something like the resurrection backing it up for people to believe. Like the 500 witnesses that witnessed Jesus after he died, right? That it says in the Bible. Something like that would be plausible for why Christianity grew the way it did.
So that's a claim.
People were willing to.
If in a book it says that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that to be true? Also, by the way, I don't want to go into the God thing because I have a separate topic for this, and I'll debate you on that for literally hours. But
we can have a separate discussion on it.
We can have a very long discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to take anyone's time. I've been here forever, so I'll get off.
No, it's just because it's not related to the topic. That's the only reason. Otherwise, typically, I'd love having these conversations. So.
No, yeah, I get it. I
followed you back, so we can have that conversation about God if you'd like.
All right, nice, thank you.
All right, but peace
Thanks
out.
for the conversation. I'll see you.
Yo, by the way, everyone, can I get a 1 if we like him better than Platform, and a 2 if we do not? Do y'all like him better than Platform? I think we do. If you like my content, everyone, follow me if you're not already. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's go on to the next person, though. Only do send a guest request. If you do disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Holy shit, yeah, people definitely like him better than Platform. People definitely do. Let's get to the next person. Where's Dean? Dean's on his own live right now. I think he wanted to come over later and do a co-host, but he hasn't responded to my text, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Let's get them up here real quick, everyone. Why no Dean? Dean hasn't sent a request. Dean's still live on his account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. No, I'm 42.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think that for me it is. But I'm wondering if I can ask you a question first.
Sure.
Just as a woman who, and also, by the way, I loved how you got so, dysregulated and eventually you guys just came back together and were able to have a really solid conversation and work on understanding each other. That was super cool. So I'm wondering, what is your goal with this? Because I, just as a mom who has had multiple pregnancies, who has, had to have the debate about abortion, things like that, I'm really curious, why are you debating this topic? Because I feel like a debate is about trying to win and trying to prove the other person wrong. And I feel like what we as women really need on this topic is, by the way, I'm autistic, so sorry if my voice bothers you, but that's just my voice.
No, it doesn't at all.
So, are you trying to help women in having this discussion? Are you just trying to have a debate that people like to watch? Because maybe I'm not the right person to be on this debate then.
Yeah, so like my view is I like to get people to like critically think significantly more, and I think that's important, especially with like these different types of topics. So in a debate, there is like a notion of like you're trying to prove each other wrong. That's the notion of the debate. But there's also a notion of like we're trying to get to the truth, right? And what's going to best like affect people. And having conversations like this, I think, are very important in getting people to understand the different complexities of these issues, so they can act correctly in terms of voting, so they can act correctly in terms of the conversations they have with their family members. And things like that, right? Because oftentimes we'll have conversations when it relates to abortions or other political issues, right, in family settings, and oftentimes we won't really have responses to our family members when they make different types of arguments. So I think also just like people understanding things like this so that they can use them in different conversations with their family members is also good for promoting it even outside of the context of these debate settings.
Okay. I guess what I have seen, and of course I don't speak for all women, and I will also want to say that while I feel like abortion is wrong for me personally, and I used to have the viewpoint of abortion being wrong, the years that I have gone through, being a mother, seeing what other women go through, and especially seeing the horrifying legislation and seeing all the reasons that abortion can need to happen, I 100% do not think that abortion should be legislated. Like, even if I personally don't know if I could do it, I think that it has to be available. I have seen from personal experience the awful things that can necessitate children, women, anyone to have one. And I also don't judge anyone who has one. But I guess what I just really wanted to have a chance to say is if your goal is to help people with having these discussions, I hope that you can keep in mind that this is going to be such an emotional and deeply personal topic, and especially for women. And so seeing like men talking about this and debating it and trying to be just very logical and factual and critical thinking is great. But you also have to keep in mind that this is not going to be a critical thinking topic for most people. And so I know I'm not your right person for this, but I hope that you can think about, rather than trying to convince people abortion isn't wrong, talk to them about why it's necessary and why, like, try and focus on those topics. Like, when are some reasons of that abortion might be needed? Because that's what, to me as a woman, we really need, is instead of, because I no longer believe it, even if it's a choice I feel like I couldn't make, I also know that I might make it. It might be a choice that in the situation I would have to. And yes, I'm totally new here. I just got really caught up in the discussion. Please try and talk about, like, ask people when it would be needed and help people with conversations on that. And anyway, yeah, that's all. I just wanted to share your purpose for this. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I definitely do bring up conversations like that when it relates to like the necessities surrounding like abortion and whatnot. I talk about the different types of exceptions that are necessary, things that are adopted by a lot of countries around the world. I do think that there should be some limits when it relates to abortion. Like, I don't think that it should be like unlimited, right? So I might disagree with some people when it relates to that. Right. But like, we can have very good legislation and policies meant to like make sure that people have exceptions when it's necessary to get abortions, while also considering that we can place like moral value on like fetuses in the womb at particular points once it's developed enough characteristics that we would associate it to have value.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But then I also, like, I think that it's also important within the context of abortion to talk about harms that can come too. Like, I'm not saying that abortion itself causes trauma, depression. I know there's a lot of myths surrounding that, but any medical any medical thing, any surgery, any of that, including abortion during the first trimester, can cause trauma. And I think that in part of trying to fight for abortion rights, which need to exist, then there is an avoidance of talking about some of those things and of educating on women and making sure that there is also, and yes, 100% birth causes trauma too, comments, trust me, I know. So yeah, like if counseling could be included and things like that, instead of so many women I know who have had abortions in the first trimester are just being told like, it's totally fine. Like you'll be fine. There's no, it's just some medical side effects. So I think that's why it hurts my heart to hear it discussed so logically, and I understand that that's what you do because of there's so many gray areas in it, I guess.
Sure. I definitely acknowledge the notion that there are like traumatic notions associated with abortion, and that's why I think it should be up to the choice, right, of the individual. Mm-hmm. Right. And oftentimes like we probably need to like broaden the education around it so that people can understand that there could be things like this associated with it. Right. But I do think that there is nothing wrong with someone getting an abortion prior to the notion of sentience. I wouldn't see an issue with that. Especially if it's their choice, right? Like I'd be against like forcing someone to get an abortion or something like that. Mm-hmm. At that point, that would be insane to me.
Well, and I think the perspective I try to have is two things can be true. I can be heartbroken at someone having an abortion, just the notion of having lost a child in the first trimester. I'm sorry, this is emotional, but and seeing what they look like, and that they look like a baby, versus, you can hurt that baby was lost and still think that it was the right thing for them to do and that they deserve to have that choice, I guess.
Yeah, so when it looks like this, would you be okay with it? Like, you don't think there's anything wrong with this? Because this is actually like an image of an embryo in utero. This is one of the first images of what it looks like in utero. So when it looks kind of humanesque, like, and that's actually like when I say I grant it value, like around the time when I grant it value is like when it's looking humanoid, right?
Mm-hmm. So what, I'm curious, and I don't have a definitive answer, like what is the gestation of that?
Of this one?
Image. Yeah.
I think it's like, I have to ask my friend Matt again. I think it's like 8 through 12 weeks or something like that.
Okay.
Let me make sure though. But this won an award in radiology, for being like the first image, right, in utero, what it looks like.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, you can see the yolk sac and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know it does actually, like a lot of people say this, it does literally look like a Cheeto and chip. It like unironically does. Like yes, it actually really does.
Or I was gonna think like a deformed gummy bear or something.
Yeah, or like I sometimes joke with people. I tell them that it's like a dolphin or like a shrimp or something like that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry for taking over, knowing I'm not.
No, I really appreciate you coming on. I like hearing your opinion on this. It was informative. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thanks so much for discussing with me, and have a great night.
For sure. Have a great night as well.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get Jesus Christ up here. If you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Get 100% of the proceeds there. Still can't get any here on TikTok, though, for some reason. All right, let's see if we can accept this person, Jesus Christ. That's their name. Their name is Jesus Christ, chat. I'm not like saying it that way. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting Jesus, so we're just going to go to the next person here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, bro? I'm 20.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do. And what's your reason for thinking it's not?
Yeah, like I value sentient life. I don't really care about an embryo.
You don't,
it's not sentient. Okay. Do you care about the Cheeto?
What's that?
Do you care about the Cheeto?
The Cheeto? Why you saying Cheeto?
What, doesn't it look like a Cheeto?
I mean, it looked like some orange blobs, that's for sure. But so I don't really get why I don't get why we gonna have like, have unprotected sex and then, not deal with the problems afterwards. That's my biggest thing.
I don't have an issue if you get. I think getting an abortion prior to sentience is dealing with it.
Yeah,
that's taking responsibility.
It's really not. Like, in my opinion,
it is.
Sorry, go ahead, talk.
It is.
It is what?
It is taking responsibility.
How's that taking responsibility? Because I mean, look, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I love having unprotected sex, but
you're preventing you having to take care of a child in the future that's sentient.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're 100% right. But at the same time, that's not a really good way of getting rid of it.
I don't really care. I mean, it's not sentient. Why do you care?
Because I mean, it's a human life. Either way you look at it. I mean, my whole thing is with it is you got a soul as soon as before you even conceived, you got a soul. Okay, so you know how like there's millions of sperm.
How do you have I don't know what you mean by soul. And then how do you have a soul before you're conceived?
You've got a conscience. You've got a soul. You got a conscience.
You're not conscious before you're conceived. That's definitely not possible.
Yeah, you are. So look, are you
really into God or something?
What? What do you? Wait,
because there's before conception. There's not even a zygote. There's not even a human life. I don't know how you can be conscious, right? Without even being a human life yet.
Okay, have you ever been like drunk and blacked out?
I've never blacked out drunk. No.
You've never blacked out drunk.
I've been drunk.
Examples of people that have been blacked out drunk. You're still in your right conscience, whether or not you're in your right mind. You're not. It's a brain thing, but you're still conscious, right?
You don't even have. But before conception, there's not a human life, let alone there being a brain. So I don't know how you could be conscious if there's no brain and if there's no human life.
Understandable, but you're still conscious. There's a soul. Do you believe we have soul?
No. How are you conscious before conception?
How do you not believe we have souls? So you think we're just
I don't know what you mean by soul.
That walks around. Okay, so like I don't really have a good way of explaining this, but of us walking around and knowing what we're doing at all times. You don't
think being aware of what we're doing, like subjective experience?
Being aware of what we're doing.
Yeah, that can't come prior to conception.
But at the same time, how do you think we get out of the womb?
Dude, wait, can you please explain to me how you can have any characteristics prior to conception?
You can't. I'm not saying you can. I'm not.
You did. You literally did. You said it's conscious prior to conception.
I said conscience. Hold on. You got to take that back because I did not say characteristics. I said conscience.
Being conscious is a characteristic.
That's not a characteristic, bro. What you mean?
What? Being conscious is not a characteristic that you have?
It's not.
What is a characteristic?
A characteristic is like something like of your life that you're doing. I have a characteristic like my job, for example. I lay bricks, so like that's my characteristic. That's
Is it a characteristic that I have brown hair?
No, I mean that's a characteristic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean we're born.
Okay, how is consciousness not a characteristic?
What do you mean? How is conscious not a characteristic? What do you mean?
It literally, by definition, is a characteristic.
I mean, let's see it.
Huh?
Let's see it.
My consciousness?
No, bro.
You're looking at it right now. I'm fucking engaging. I'm literally having a conversation with you. How the fuck could I have a conversation with you without being sentient?
Damn, chill out, bro. It's okay. You make me so mad.
I'm not mad, but like you're just being dumb.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we'll stay dumb then.
Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck? Why do you want to be dumb?
Bro, I'm drunk.
You're literally saying something can be conscious prior to sentience. I mean, prior to conception. That is a first. That is a first I've ever heard something like that on the live.
Oh, well, maybe you shouldn't have somebody drunk on the live.
I didn't know you're drunk, one. And two, bro, I've never got so drunk in my life I've said something as incoherent as that.
Yeah, I should have probably done this a little sober, but I'm having a good time.
You're funny though. You're funny.
I enjoy talking to you, bro. You are.
I appreciate you coming on. I'm just messing with you.
No. It's definitely. But we can keep debating though. Like for real.
I don't know. You're inebriated. Do I need to get on your level, dude?
I mean, if you want to, slam a beer, cuz you know what I'm saying.
This guy, bro. No, I don't drink alcohol. I
got you.
My stomach hurts from that shit.
My lives and stuff, and like, I mean, I don't know. I enjoy having like a debate with somebody, but probably shouldn't have done it too drunk. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get you. Maybe sometime I'll have to do that. I'll come on and be like super fucked up.
Yeah. It's all opinion, bro. I don't find it right. Just genuinely, me as a person, I don't find it right.
Yeah, but I just don't see a good reason for that. Like, I used to have the same position as you. I grew up in a conservative Christian household.
Yeah.
I was pro-life. I had a similar position to you. And I changed my position. Oh, platform, by the way, we had your brother on earlier. But yeah, like I changed my position, right? I changed the way that I view on it. I think you can too, right? And I think that it's because there's not really good reason to believe that a zygote has moral value.
I mean, I got you. I get what you're saying. I do understand. I don't know. It's just for me, it's like, I don't know. I think of it like, I feel bad. I feel very guilty about stuff that I do. Okay, for example, I can do something that I think is just a little bit wrong and I'll feel guilty for it. So like, I actually have a girlfriend right now, and I mean, I've been having unprotected sex. If I end up like getting her pregnant, I know that like I'm gonna want her to have the kid, and she's gonna. If she's wanting to have the kid, I'm gonna be down like 100%.
Would you say she's a murderer if she got an abortion?
I'm not gonna say she's a murderer, but like I just.
Okay, so you don't believe she's a murderer. So you don't believe it's murder.
What? No, I would. No. Oh no, I believe it's wrong. It's wrong for sure. I'm gonna say it's
so
murder.
it is murder.
Like, murder will be like me walking down the street and I stab somebody. Okay.
No, murder is like going to be the unjustified killing of a human person, right?
Yeah. Now,
so if this is an unjustified killing, then she's a murderer.
No, not exactly.
Huh?
No. Okay, I get what you're saying because I've never really seen why people say murder, but I just see it's wrong. I think it's wrong. I'm looking at it at a whole different like standpoint, I guess you could say.
Do you have an issue with an IUD?
I don't have an issue with IUD. I fuck girls with IUDs.
Well, do you think they're murderers?
No, I don't think they're murderers, bro.
You want to know something crazy?
I mean, honestly,
no, because there's a secondary function to IUDs that it seems like you don't know about, and actually, for some reason, most people don't know about.
Hold on. I do know that you can't get pregnant for 5 years. After it's took out.
You can get pregnant with an IUD. It's just
I
way
thought it
less
was
likely.
infertile for 5 years.
No, it's significantly less likely.
Oh, okay,
I'm pretty sure you still can be.
Okay.
I don't want to say that it's 100%. I'm pretty sure it's not. So IUD, right? Not only can it prevent fertilization of the egg, but it can also prevent implantation. So a zygote implanting into the uterine wall.
A zygote.
So a zygote, a fertilized egg, which is that's after conception. That's a human life. It stops a human life from implanting into the uterine wall to start pregnancy. I see nothing wrong with that. I see absolutely no issues with that. Under your view, you think they're a murderer.
Nah, bro. Look, okay. My biggest thing is like when somebody has like a full blown baby in their stomach and they're gonna like get an abortion from that. That's what I see as wrong. Hey, 2 seconds. Let me shotgun this beer and we're going to continue. Hold on. I wish I could put my face on right now. I'd show you what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. That's so funny, bro. That's actually so funny.
Okay, back to it. Sorry. I'm over here dying a little bit. I'm gonna part this black. Keep talking.
I can't, dude. That is the first. No one's ever done that on my live before. No one's ever shotgunned a beer on my live.
Oh man, look, hey, we talking. I'm gonna be drunk while I'm talking.
Bro, you sound like Rick from Rick and Morty. Yeah.
Okay. I probably do. I ain't gonna lie, just a little bit.
Please, bro, I can't. Oh, that's so funny. Where were we at?
Man, I don't know. We was talking about the IUDs.
IUDs, yeah. I might do a specific topic about that. Yeah, Water Dude, I appreciate the cash out. Thank you so much. Like, is someone a murderer for using an IUD? Like, I might just do a whole topic on that. I
mean, hey, look, I'll be real with you. I don't see nothing wrong because females use birth control for a lot of different things. A lot of females that I've known of, like specifically, use it for acne. That's like the biggest thing. I mean, which obviously it helps not get pregnant too. But
Yeah, so
I can't.
I have a question. Why do you call women females?
I don't know. I mean, women, female, it's just sort of the same deal, I guess. It's the same
Do you see
thing.
the chat, dude? Like, I just like how do you not pick up on the fact that women don't like being called females?
Well, that's our legit name, I guess. I'm a
but
male.
like, if women don't like being called females, why would you continue to do that?
I didn't pay attention to the chat, bro. I'm listening to what you're saying.
No, have you never noticed that? Wait, maybe I don't know. Maybe you've never noticed this in real life, but typically
Hey,
speaking,
I live in North Carolina. Like we call women females, and like that's I don't know. That's sort of like a flirting technique over here.
a flirting technique?
Yes, sir.
How is it a flirting technique?
It just is. I mean, obviously we can tell a little bit of a difference between our voices here. Our speech. Where are you from? Where are you from? Real shit.
I grew up in Iowa and I live in Los Angeles now, but
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So it's a lot different down here. You're on the complete opposite side of the country that I am.
yeah, there are people in chat saying they're from North Carolina and it's not flirting.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't really care. I mean, that's just
No, sure, there's some people that are okay with it, but like I'm just saying, like typically speaking, like women don't like want to be called like females like that. They would prefer to be called like women.
oh,
right.
well, I mean, I really don't care.
Maybe you didn't know that.
I'm not
letting
calling
you
them
know.
bitches. That would be worse. So
That's bad too.
yeah, so
I mean-
I'm gonna say it how I'm gonna say it. Real shit.
Well, but like, why would you continue doing it even though that like they don't like that?
Because I don't give a fuck. It's my brain. It works how it wants to. Just like you're like our debate whole going on with the abortion, right? Like you think it's right and I think it's wrong.
Yeah, but like we have reasons, and my position can change.
Okay, but
Catherine, I appreciate the Venmo.
but I
Thank
mean,
you so
to
much.
me,
Like, if you
specifically,
give
I
me
think that-
sufficient evidence, I will change my mind.
Of
I don't
what?
care. I don't care how the chat responds. Right? I will change my mind.
On the fact that I'm calling them females?
No, on any. I'm talking on abortion. I was talking about abortion. I'm saying that like, given the fact that people don't like that like typically speaking, I would just like refrain from using it, given that people don't like it.
Well, I mean, I don't care. I mean, if you want to kick me off live because I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying I'm
not kicking you off for it. I'm just saying that like that's just like I don't know if I wouldn't consider it a slur, but like I would just say people don't like being called it.
I just don't understand that. Like, make me understand it. Make me see why they don't like it. Give me a good reason.
Well, I think that it's like a notion of like dehumanizing, right? And it's like typically going to be like referred to in a context to like disrespect an individual.
Right. So whenever
that's just the association that I've seen.
Yeah, but so when we're filling out documents and it says male or female, what are you? You know what I'm saying?
No,
I mean,
it's not saying, oh, someone's biologically female, right? That notion of the term, right? People don't see in that type of way, but saying like, oh, these females are like this, that type of usage, right? People would look at in a negative connotation. It's not just saying, oh, this person is a biological female, this person's a biological male. That type of usage, that makes sense. That context makes sense. But in the context in which you're saying like, oh, these females are like this, right? I think that's the notion. Right?
So it would be better if I said these women.
Well, I mean, in that sense, it's also generalization.
But we're generalizing.
But like
the
you should
fact
say
that
women, yeah.
Plan Bs, or that doesn't really make any sense.
What doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense that like, okay, well, you're asking me, okay, is it bad that females use the IUDs, right? So what am I supposed to say? Women using IUDs?
Yeah.
But it's the same fucking word.
Yeah,
just
but
different shapes.
Yeah, but like you understand that like there's a difference in the way that people are referring to it. Like it's definitely a different context. Like you can't say that the two things can be relating to the same thing, but they can be a bad way of saying it. You understand that like I could refer to my friend like you okay, actually like for example, someone who's gay, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that referring to someone who's gay using a slur is bad?
I mean, not really. I got a couple gay friends.
No, you don't think that's bad?
Nah, I don't. I mean, I've talked to them, and they've never said anything to me for saying it. Just really, like, just from me saying stuff like that, they've never said anything to me for it.
Oh my! So you shouldn't do that. Oh my gosh! Now we have to go into that. Oh my god, bro. So like, okay. Oh my god. Do you think there's anything that you could refer to someone as that's like bad?
Bitch.
Okay. Okay.
Like,
so,
if I be thinking like, damn, this whore's a bitch. I mean, that would be.
Yeah, both those are bad terminology. So like, the idea is that you could use that to describe someone, right? And it's not a good way of using it because the context of it is derogatory.
Okay, but have you ever, like, for example, has anybody ever called you like an asshole or a dick?
Sure, probably.
Have you, like, you can't think off the top of your head somebody's ever called you that?
Nothing is like coming to mind where a specific person did, but probably like people in my chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did you get upset or offended?
No.
Okay, well, that's the difference. Like, it's kind of stupid, right?
What do you mean? How is that derogatory for them to call me an asshole or stupid? What?
Exactly, but did it bother you?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. I don't see what the big deal is. Like,
what?
They can say whatever they want about us. I mean, I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. So just because I'm not bothered by that, I don't see why other things aren't bothered. What? How is that comparable to the usage of slurs or any other derogatory?
Dude,
that's not derogatory.
I could have been on here talking shit and been like, yeah, these bitches be using IUDs. No, I didn't say that. I was saying females.
No, I'm just
if anything,
I understand.
Nice.
You're just showing you're going to a worse way of referring to it. What I'm saying is that, like, given that you understand the notion can be considered derogatory, why would you consider to do that, given that you can refer to people in different ways very clearly? Like, just say women.
What word do I need to say, though?
Women.
So everybody in the chat, look, I'm going to be looking at the chat right now. Is it better if I say women? Let's see. Yes. But we getting a bunch of yeses.
I don't think I've seen a single no.
No, I hadn't either.
I see one person.
Look,
I see one person. Two people. I said one person that said don't care. Another person that said no. Yeah, most overwhelmingly saying yes, right?
Which at the same time, a lot of this is your followers, not mine.
Like,
it's okay.
Like, I just think in this respect, right? Like, if most people, right, are saying that something is a harmful way of referring to it, I'm probably just not going to refer to something in that way.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think that's typically speaking a pretty good rule to go off of when it relates to that. Like, just just like when it relates to, like, harmful words and stuff. I think if most people are saying it's a harmful word, it likely indicates that it's a harmful word.
We got hella off topic, so let's go back to it now.
Okay.
So the IUDs, back to the IUDs. No,
yeah,
I don't
like, do you think that people are murderers for having an IUD?
I don't think that. No.
Okay, but so you don't care about human life then?
No, I didn't say that, bro. Because, like, look, okay, we all use condoms, okay? A lot of people use condoms.
A lot of people use them.
Yes, a lot of people use condoms. And is basically, if we're sitting here thinking of it, it's the same thing. Bro, have you ever masturbated?
What is that question relevant for? And also, IUDs are different in this context, as we're talking like it stops implantation.
Yeah, it does. But, like, have you ever masturbated?
Bro, what do you think?
Obviously, yes. I jerked off last night. You can be honest. We ain't gotta be liars here.
Oh, no, I don't do that anymore. But, like,
I jerked off today.
But, like, when I was 13 once.
Okay. So you obviously just go ahead and say, yes, I masturbated.
Yes.
Okay. See, that right there.
Like, dude.
Look, where did that sperm go? It went straight in the dumpster, right?
In a tissue.
In a tissue, exactly. When the tissue, my last nut went my bed sheet. Okay, so it went nowhere.
Okay, we don't need to describe this, dude. This is going way too much. You know.
Okay, my bad, dude. My bad.
I'm just saying, like you know, there are children on this app.
I get that, but they ain't supposed to. They in here because they want to be in here. I didn't say, hey, yeah, I was sitting here stroking my meat last night, but
you just did.
I did now. I did. But,
so what are you doing, bro? Please.
Bro, but all I'm saying is either way, that's getting wasted.
What are we talking
I ain't gonna lie. Hang on. In the first trimester, what is the first trimester? Inform me.
That's the first 3 months.
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What's the first trimester?
She just said.
The first 3 months. Okay, so yeah, I see it as wrong. I see that part as wrong.
Yeah, so why?
Why do I see it as wrong?
Yeah. Why do you think you so much?
Because at that point, it's human life. Okay. Once there is a pregnancy.
Wait, you know. So human life is your standard. You know what we just brought up with the IUDs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that also ends a human life too, because it stops implantation.
Exactly, it's stopping it from.
So you believe all the people that you've been with that have had IUDs, they're murderers?
No, I didn't say that. You're taking shit out of context, homie. Look,
it's ending a human life. It actually legitimately is.
Were they pregnant at the time?
No, pregnancy isn't the beginning of human life. Conception is.
This is where I'm talking about, because I'm gonna be real. I ain't never looked at one of my.
Are you saying the beginning of human life is pregnancy?
What do you consider it?
Conception. Over 95% of scientists agree with that. Conception.
What is conception?
Conception is fertilization.
A phone call.
Fertilization.
It's fertilization.
Yeah. So swipe out of the app. Swipe out of the app and swipe back in. And someone said I'm an off-brand dean, bro. You are new to the community, aren't you? I love those comments. But swipe out of the app, swipe back in, man. Swipe out of the app, swipe back in. Okay, he's coming back, everyone. Yo, okay, okay. Here, let me unmute you. Chat, what just happened? What did TikTok just do, bro?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, dude, TikTok just like yaptured me, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Your background changed too. What happened? Oh, okay.
Yeah, TikTok yaptured me, bro.
Okay, well, so we's on conception. So no, I don't see anything as life until conception.
Okay, so conception, okay. And again, an IUD stops a conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall, ending a human life. Under your view, you consider that murder, okay? Because it was intentful in terms of putting the IUD there. So if it is the case that that's murder under your view, if you believe that if someone has an IUD, you believe that they're a murderer.
So you're saying that if they have an IUD, that's murder, but at the same time,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You're saying.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm saying okay. Well, you said that. I'm saying that. So that is, but at the same time, that's before conception, right?
Wait, what? Say that again.
That's before conception, right?
No, this isn't before. This is after conception.
No, it's not. If you're saying that it stops us,
no, an IUD stops implantation too. It also prevents implantation, which is
so what you're saying
the beginning of pregnancy.
From conception.
No, because that's this is after conception.
Conception's whenever it's
so let me clarify. Right? No, that's implantation. So conception is fertilization. Once there's a fertilized egg, that fertilized egg later on will implant into the uterine wall to begin pregnancy. But there's time between conception and between implantation, which begins pregnancy, right? The time between conception and the beginning of pregnancy is exactly where the IUD will stop the conceived cell, the human life, from implanting into the uterine wall, i.e. ending a human life, okay? I don't care. There's no issue that I have with that. WIUD, okay? You think that's murder, right? You think that someone should essentially go to jail, right, for having that, right? Because it's murder.
Bro. But when did I say that?
You don't think that people should go to jail for murder?
Hey, I ain't taking you out of context.
Let me ask you this question. Do you believe people should go to jail for murder?
And if I say no, so I'm going to say no.
No?
No.
Okay, well then you have an absurdity.
Shit, I guess I'm going to be home free, scotch free for that shit, right?
See, that's just an absurd view. People are going to laugh at you.
Yeah, I don't care. Let them laugh. Ha ha ha.
You think people shouldn't go to jail for murder, right? So if someone unalived your whole family, they shouldn't go to jail?
Nah, I'll kill them myself. I ain't worried about that. They don't let you go to jail. Let them stay out of jail, actually. Let me kill them.
Okay. So do you think Hitler should have gone to jail?
I think that Hitler lived farther than he should have ever lived. Okay.
Do you think he should have gone to jail?
Do I think he should have gone to jail? No, I think somebody should have strapped him down on a fucking table and cut every limb off one by one with a hacksaw.
Why specifically that?
Because we're taking shit out of context, so I'm going to do the same thing.
What? I don't know how that was taking... Okay.
Because look,
My brain is just... What's up?
Your brain ain't comprehending. That's what it is. Because like...
I'm an idiot. I agree. I'm dumb.
I haven't said anything out of context yet. But you keep taking everything I say out of context and saying, oh, it's murder. It's murder.
No, do you think someone should go to jail for murder?
I mean, yeah, everybody should go to jail.
Okay. So if someone murders someone by nature of IUD, then you believe that they should go to jail.
No, bro. Look.
Okay, but they're a murderer under your view.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is
you have a
I got a phone call again.
Call. Do the same thing you did last time if you have an echo.
I got a phone
Do the same thing you did last time.
Do the same thing you did last time if you have an echo.
All right, you see how it fixed?
Good?
Yep.
Okay, but fuck, dude, I had a good point too. I had a good point and I lost it. I shouldn't drink for this.
Does your girlfriend agree with you?
Does my girlfriend agree with me? Yes, my girlfriend agrees with me.
She does? Does she want to talk to me?
Man, I would love to put her on the phone, but she is not here right now. That was actually one of my relatives that was over here talking to me.
So your girlfriend? I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Damn, bro. Look, you making assumptions already just because I'm from the East?
The East? Nah. Damn, come on. We all thought it. We all thought about the joke, okay?
Okay, it's okay. Slide the joke. It's cool. It's cool. But, yeah, no, that would be like me saying that I need to be in jail right now because I masturbated last night and I left those nut stains on the sheets instead of taking them to the hospital.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I said that would be like me saying that I need to take my nut stains to the hospital instead of leaving them.
Well, yeah, sure.
That doesn't make any sense. Look.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that, the zygote is no more valuable than the sperm.
Yeah.
I agree. And it's a human life, right? Like, you're the one that said it's so valuable, right? You're the one that says it deserves rights. Why do the nut stains deserve rights?
They don't, man. Hey, they
don't. They don't deserve rights. You said they're the exact same in terms of value, and they don't deserve rights. I agree.
So, like, look, I ain't even trying to be offensive. So, are your mom and dad still together or everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I can't be offensive. So, if your mom and dad were to have had abortion with you, would you be here right now making this debate?
No, I would not.
No, you wouldn't. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad they didn't because I'm enjoying talking to you. Real shit.
It's crazy too. If my dad didn't get divorced from his first wife, I wouldn't be here either.
Really?
Right? If my parents had sex 30 seconds later, I wouldn't be here.
It's crazy. And
if my parents had sex on a different day, I wouldn't be here. If my parents never met, I wouldn't be here. If my parents decided to be with a different person, I wouldn't be here. All of these things, if my parents decided to stop having more kids, I wouldn't be here. Right? That doesn't mean any of these actions are wrong or right.
No, it doesn't. And I ain't gonna lie, that's funny that you say that, because last night I was even telling the girl that I'm with right now, I was like, yo, we passed by, I took her out on a date, and we went by the place that my parents had their first date at, and I like mentioned that. And I was sitting here like, damn, I wouldn't even be here right now if they'd have never went there. That shit's crazy to me. Like, it's
That
so
shit
crazy.
is crazy, huh? Yeah, like, it's also crazy? You can take that all the way back to your grandparents.
Yeah.
If your
Right,
grandparents
man.
never met, you wouldn't be here.
Well, yeah, duh, doofus, but it's funny to think about.
Yeah.
Why you make it over exaggerated, bro? Why you making it like that?
I'm joking with you, man.
I know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just two different sides, bro. People are gonna do what they want to do either way. So like, it's like, just me getting on this app and saying what I want to say isn't gonna change anything, bro. We both got rights and we both got wrongs. I've said some obviously wrong shit tonight because I'm drunk. In my opinion, you've said some wrong things, even though you're sober. But it's okay.
Am I?
Are you drunk? You're high. You're high right now, actually. I know you're high. You're definitely
How do you know that?
I don't know, but you just kind of seem a little high because you're so chill.
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I'm elevated.
Well, I mean,
maybe I need to do that to be able to deal with the people in my life. You know what I mean?
I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
I don't, bro. Hey, you get to the next person, buddy. You got it.
All right. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Elevated Parker would be clutch. Maybe we might have to do that at some point here. Maybe if enough people say it in the comment section, maybe I will. Dude. Merch material, Elevated Parker. That would be some merch. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. No, not the chat telling me to do this. Not the chat telling me to do this. Okay, there's a lot of people in the chat saying it. Maybe I will. Maybe you'll see me like go off camera real quick. The peer pressure is crazy, chat. The peer pressure is crazy. Cloud9 Parker, yeah, we can do that. Once we get someone up here, maybe halfway through, we'll just randomly. Here, let me grab something real quick. Okay. All right. Let me add this next person real quick. Peer pressure is crazy, chat. The peer pressure is crazy. Okay, is it going to add someone? Abby, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bro, elevated. Yeah, wild. Absolutely wild. Maybe we'll do that on Discord sometime. That would actually be fun. Not going to lie. Emma, thank you so much for the $15 Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. That would be fun to do on Discord sometime. Peer pressure is whack. So real. Parker, are you balding? No. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I just wanted to say hi.
What's up?
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all.
Nigger. Cunt. Kill yourself.
Oh my gosh, why are 12-year-olds like this, chat? Why are 12-year-olds like this? Haley, thank you so much for the Venmo. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. The kids always ruin it, chat. The kids, like the fetuses, like are always fucking wild. The fetuses are wild sometimes. HVAC, we've already had this conversation a million times. HVAC, we've had this conversation a million times, man.
I know your stance is past, present, and future. Let's go back in time, Parker. To a time when we wanted to preserve life. To a time when this was Donald Trump's baby. That's the orange Cheeto right there. You guys see it. It's his baby. It's true. It's true. Look at him. the orange Cheeto. Look at.
I think that's proof that Donald Trump is God.
I don't. This is
why
why
does
you
it
don't.
look like? Why does it look so much like him? Why does it look so much like him?
It just looks like a. You know what? You know why? It looks like a winner. Because every life to me looks like a win. You know what I mean? And that's why we ought to give them all a chance, Parker. We should. It's true. I think that when babies are born, it's at conception, and they're human life. Therefore, we ought to protect that human life with any means.
We have to protect it. It's the greatest life I've ever seen. I promise you. I promise you that you will never see a greater life ever. It's just as likely to be Jeffrey Dahmer as it is likely to be a scientist. All right. Now, so HVAC. Do you think people who have IUDs are murderers?
I think they can be if the intent is there.
Like what intent?
Like, if you get one and then you like try to purposely get pregnant, just to, like get rid of this like concepted baby, then I think that ought to be like unjust.
So wait. If you don't know that it's so again, let's say you don't know. Let's say you don't know that it leads to like death. Anna, thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much. W Anna in the comment section, everyone. You know what's crazy, HVAC? I can't get gifts right now, so you don't even have to deal with it. Like it's actually TikTok's not even allowing me to get gifts right now.
At least they're letting you get live, I guess. That's crazy.
That is crazy, isn't it? They think I'm a minor, but yet I'm on live right now. Also, I can literally go to the store and legally buy alcohol. There's just so much shit. So, sorry, what was your question again?
Can you go to the dispensary and buy some weed and get high?
Yes, I actually can. Have I done that?
I don't know. But you know what? The reason I think you do look a little bit high is because your eyes are a little bit red and they're kind of like slightly closed.
Well, that might be associated with events that have just taken place.
No, of course. So, no, again, this has to do with the intent is not there. So not knowing wouldn't be like the symmetry breaker. Guys, it's HVAC. It is HVAC, the best debater on TikTok and the most handsome too. It's true.
Say that again?
Well, have you seen my new haircut?
No. Let me see.
All right, here we go.
What you rocking with?
Look at the new haircut, people. Don't make fun of me.
Ooh. What do y'all think, Chad? What are the ratings?
Guys, can I get a high rating? Can I get the highest rating of all?
Yeah, you thought your rent was high. Holy shit. You thought your rent was high. Unbelievable.
I saw a W. I got an 8.
Are you in a cop car?
No. I'm in a work van.
Yeah, well, I was like, why do you have like a thing? Is that where you kidnap all the children in the back?
Yeah, there's some candy back here. Come on, boys and girls.
No. Okay, that was a bit much. Yikes. Bro, HVAC has like the white van. He put ice cream on the side. He put on some ice cream music like
Shut up, Parker. It has a huge logo on it, and I make
it's got correctional facility on the side.
Parker, do you live in a house or a condo or an apartment?
Apartment.
Okay. Wait. So you don't even have HVAC, do you?
No. My parents probably do. I'm.
You have a wall heater?
No.
What? Well, you have to have some form of heating.
I probably have some. I have heating and AC, but like I don't deal with it at all. It's apartment stuff. So.
All right, Parker. Tell me what first got you in debating. Like seriously, I just one question and then I'll go on with debate. Tell me what the number one thing was, Parker.
Jess, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Jess. The number one thing that got me into debates. Oh, he just left. Why did he just leave? Why did HVAC just leave? I'll answer it, but I want him to be here, so I answer it. Because I mean, it's literally just like it was actually Omegle. Omegle is what got me to fall in love with debates because I would just debate people in Omegle. That's originally what got me to like see debates and then realize that like I learned a lot from them. He didn't get bananaed, so I don't know why he just left. Yeah, actually, yeah, chat. I would literally like I used to go on Omegle and just ask people Trump or Biden, right, and debate them on that for hours, every single day. I would put politics and debates and Trump and Biden and stuff, and I would just debate people on Omegle. Yeah, that was TikTok before TikTok existed to me. But yeah, let me see if they sent a request back. He didn't, so I guess we're just gonna go to the next person. Chat, I'm so fucking confused. What is going on? Also, chat, like the algorithm for TikTok's been really weird. A bunch of people have been affected by it recently. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. If anything does happen, any of these accounts, anything, make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone, because TikTok is super unreliable when it relates to those things. I've been fine here recently, but it's been a little bit unreliable. So just want to make sure that y'all know. If anything does happen, YouTube, go to my YouTube. That's where I would be if anything does happen, chat. That is the best place to find me if anything, or also you can just join my Discord. I'd always be able to go there if anything does happen. I think we're fine though. We're going to be good. Let's go on to the next person that only sent a guest request. If you disagree, y'all, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So, hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
So, the question is a little bit weird. So you are saying why it is wrong, but what is right and wrong to you? Because when we say right or wrong, most people who follow you are atheist, and most people who have religion get what's right and wrong from the divine kind of revelation, whatever the religion is. But since you are atheist, what is wrong to you? Because you don't have right or wrong. Why abortion? Why anything is right or wrong? Why murder is wrong? Because there is no consequences of anything right or wrong for an atheist. You're going to die, and there is no any kind of punishment or anything. So technically, nothing is actually wrong or right.
Catherine,
so where did you get your moral code for right and wrong?
Yeah, so I'll explain in a second. Catherine, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. Thank you so much. And also everyone, Dean didn't get bananaed. He's still alive right now, so I don't know why people thought that. You're asking essentially if we can have morality as an atheist. And yeah, that's going to be true. I think that I can reduce your view down to like moral anti-realism, or saying that morality is subjective either way, right? Because it would just be dependent upon God's stance. Otherwise, it would probably not really make much sense in terms of what you're saying, because then you're just saying that like God discovered facts about morality, God didn't determine them.
No, I mean, what you consider right or wrong, like forget about abortion.
It relates to our preferences. Right, the same way that your view relates to your preferences.
So why is anything wrong for you? Yeah,
it's gonna be against my preferences, and then I'll give reasons to account for the different preferences I have.
Yeah. So and this will apply for everyone. So everyone has his own preferences as his moral code.
Yeah.
So if someone likes to murder, as long as he's not, it
would be murder under our view, right?
What?
It would be murder under our view, because under their view, they would think, unless they did something that they consider to be unjustified. So if you're saying, if they did something that they would consider to be unjustified, then that would just be saying that it's like against their preferences. They don't consider it right.
I am like going to die. I'm going to be dust, and there is nothing after that. So why don't I steal? As long as I don't get caught, this is actually for me morally good, because I get. Well,
you can still have like feelings that like it's wrong to do that to other people, right?
It's actually pretty stupid if I can steal and I don't steal, and there's no punishment for stealing.
No, because that's assuming that everything that you want to do as an individual is for the benefit of yourself, right? But that's not assumed under every perspective.
Yeah, and why do you want to benefit others, not yourself?
Yeah, because that's what I care about.
No, so now let's say
I most times might care more about how it thinks impact other people more than it impacts me.
Yeah, but because maybe you are going to get benefit directly from them, but another person, because your way of thinking will be apply. Let's say like you became universal, like your mode of thinking, like whatever I like, I am my moral guide. What's my preference? Another one, his preference is to steal. He's going to get benefits. White abortion, like there is no right or wrong. Why not do abortion? Why not steal? Why not anything? Because there is no any kind of caring of consequences of anyone's action. So
we would give reasons to believe that that we have like a particular intuition, but ultimately speaking, it would just be that we have a difference in preferences. So, are you asking why, in accordance with your own preferences, should you do this? That would relate to your own internal preferences.
Generally,
we're just describing why we have our own preferences.
No, so because from an atheist perspective, there is no right and wrong, because whatever you do doesn't have a consequences. Like if you care, for example, for your wife, or you kill your wife, does it really matter? Like there is no any consequence as long as you don't get caught by the laws. Let's say you are someone who are very strong and have a strong political connection. Nobody can harm you. Whatever you do, like you are very kind of rich and have powers, you can do whatever you do, kill, rape, anything.
Yeah, just say R word or essay, by the way. And dude, you're just not listening to me at all, right?
Yeah.
Under your view, it just relates to your own preference as well. So if God dictates the truth of morality, that's no different than me saying that as well. Okay? So you just saying other people have views about morality that's different than mine, okay? Right? I would give reasons to account as to why I think that the actions they're engaging in are wrong.
No, yeah. So most of the people which think abortion is wrong, mainly they are under they have the moral code coming from a divine revelation, whether it is Muslim or Christian. But so that's why it is wrong. Generally, is based for most of the people who have divine is rated to.
Yeah, but that's just going to be the divine creator's preferences then. So the divine creator's preference is no different from my preference.
Yeah, but for an atheist, there is no moral code.
There is moral code. That you're strawmanning the atheist view, right?
Yeah, but
there is you can absolutely have morals under an atheist view. Like, okay, for you to say that this is just honestly bullshit, this isn't even worth engaging with, honestly, with you. There's so much reason to believe that this is not true, that this is a clear misrepresentation of atheism. Okay? There's no atheist that would say this.
Yeah, so
name one atheist that's ever said this in the history of atheists.
No, I'm not. It's not about saying.
There's not a single one. I don't think there's a single one.
You can read an article in New York Times, I believe. If you Google it, there's something called "There is no moral atheist." You can read it because
and it's going to be a straight straw man of atheism because they don't understand it. You're just not understanding the atheist worldview at all.
So, because the thing is, for an atheist, why do people who have religion follow a moral code? Because there is consequences for their action. I may want to steal. I may not to say something bad about someone. I won't harm someone because I will get benefit. But what's prevent me is the consequences. But for an atheist, if everyone has his own moral code, then one atheist may think it's good to steal. Someone doesn't think it's good to steal.
You're trying to explain a problem with subjective morality, but you fucking believe in subjective morality, right? So you don't get yourself out of that circumstance.
I mean, no, but again, like when you say abortion is wrong and you are an atheist, why it is wrong? Like when you say something is wrong, why
again?
Is it
wrong? I only believe specific types of abortion are wrong, right? I'm not saying abortion is wrong during the first trimester. I'm debating people that do think it's wrong in the first trimester, right? I say things are wrong and I give reasons to indicate that to be true. If I am going to relate to say when I think abortion is wrong, that's going to be after a particular stage in which they are sentient, in which you cause the pregnancy. So it's completely elective, not going to be leading to any type of medical issues, stuff like that. And that would be considered if it's a lethal abortion, right? Murder, right?
So let's say we are in a room full of atheists. Okay, all of them are atheists. Everyone has his own opinion, and someone said, like, incest is morally wrong. So the other atheists will tell him why it is wrong.
Yeah, you give reasons to indicate why your intuition is that way.
Yeah, so like he'll tell you like, I am good with it, and the other and whoever this minor is good with it. So why it is morally wrong?
Why is it morally wrong for them to do what? Sorry again.
Yeah, he wants to do a relationship with a minor or like a kid, or he wants to make a relationship with his mother, and there's a room full of
minor
atheists.
that's not consentful. Mother that would just not be consentful as well as the family dynamic removes the
No. He's telling you like why it is wrong. He's an atheist. He tell you, I want to make a relationship with my mother. He tell him it is wrong. He tell you, no, I'm finding it morally good. In my own perspective, it is morally good. So how can you reply to him?
I gave reason to believe it's wrong.
No, it's your belief, but he doesn't think he thinks this is good.
Okay.
So
what's your critique?
So as I'm saying, you cannot convince an atheist who thinks that he wants to make an illegal relationship with his mother or his father or whatever. You cannot tell him it is morally wrong.
You can't convince someone God exists.
No, I'm not thinking about God. I'm telling you about moral. You are trying to.
If you think God is what establishes morals to be accurate, you can't justify or convince us that God exists. Therefore, wouldn't you have the same issue?
So
even if you don't even relate to morals.
So morals we act on morals based on that we know that there is a consequences to our morals. But if there is no consequences to our morals, then I can do whatever I want. I can have relations with a kid, a mother, anything. There is nothing has a consequence.
Right? Because
what is the consequences?
I still have reasons to consider them to be wrong. I don't see how you're responding to this at all, right? Because you're just not acknowledging that the same issues also relate to your worldview when it relates to subjective morality. Right. And also, I wouldn't even consider these issues, right? Because we don't have to relate to it in terms of our own views. Like, descriptively speaking, their view is that it's okay. Right. And I think that they're wrong. And here are the reasons why I think that they're wrong.
They love each other. Like, why it is wrong?
What?
Based on what it is wrong. Like, if they love each other, based on what is wrong.
Based on what? Like, for what circumstance?
A child loves his mother, like a man and his mother loves each other, and he then atheist, and he tells you it is
because it is the case that like they grew up together, one raised the other. There's a parental dynamic that remove the ability to consent. That would be my worldview.
So both of them are adult.
I think that even though one's an adult, right, there still is that type of relationship that exists that removes one's ability to consent, right, because of how they grew up.
So you will tell him because your inability to consent, it is morally wrong. He told me.
I think they have an inability to meaningfully consent to their parental figure because of the parental relationship that exists.
So he'll tell you, I don't care. We find it morally good. Nobody's catching us, and there is nobody consequences.
Someone saying they don't care about my reasoning isn't an actual response to it. Okay, what you're saying right now is a non-issue. What you're saying right now is a complete non-issue.
Because he thinks it is morally good. Like when you are asking.
How is this an issue? How is this an issue with subjective morality? Like, you're failing to give any reason.
Because everybody is subjective morality. Because everybody will have his own.
Thank you for restating what subjective morality means. I appreciate it. What's the issue?
The issue again. The whole idea of right and wrong. If you can bring endless topics. Why anything is right? Why homosexuality is not right or wrong? Or whatever.
Yeah, and you give reasons to indicate why, and we have a conversation about that. So would you like to provide any reason why abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah. So so there may be some bad consequences to it, and is like some sort of killing and like this. But again, you are trying to find.
Can I get a reasoning? Can I get some reason?
The reasons why it has been wrong by divine revelation. But for the people who for the people who have a revelation, it's God who defines what is morally good and what is morally bad. So if, for example, it is family relationship is morally wrong based on a revelation, then that's their moral code. That's what they follow. So you may say, okay, scientifically, there is no harm, or there is or bad or good, but now we are analyzing the consequences in a scientific way. Is it good or bad? But the moral code doesn't follow follow divine revelation. Maybe if an atheist who doesn't have anything to tell him what's right and wrong other than some sort of subjective morality, personal morality, he will have to maybe go to science. Okay, is it science good so that I can benefit and don't die, or something?
Science doesn't determine anything when it relates to morality. You, under your own view, believe in subjective morality. This is a non-issue. You keep just restating the same claim we've already gone over, and I've given responses to. You failed to provide any actual, adequate response to anything I've said. Is there anything else you'd like to refer to? Because it seems like you're not even trying to give me a reason as to why you consider abortion wrong in the first trimester.
So I guess we kind of it is the same point. Usually. Any person who says something is right or wrong, he has to refer it to a standard. What is his standard on saying something is good or bad, or right or wrong? So again, it becomes difficult based on an atheist to. Are you
going to respond to anything I said?
No. So that's
you literally are just restating what you said earlier.
Yeah,
I've already responded.
And this is the core problem. You are.
It is not a core problem. You're not responding to anything I'm saying. This is a non-issue.
Yeah. You are debating with
any
people
rational
who have
human
revelation.
Would see this is a non-issue.
Okay.
You're not engaging with any of my points. Would you like to respond to my points, please?
Yeah,
I actually already gave you responses to these. I think it's disingenuous for you just to restate the same point over and over again and act like I'm not responding when I've given you responses to every single thing you've said already.
You didn't, because
I did.
No, so everything or right or wrong, it says okay, it's my preference, what I think.
I know you're just going to restate the same claim. You're just going to restate the same claim. I've already heard this. Thank you for Yap. We're in the Appalachian Mountains right now. You've now hit us back to the third run around of the Appalachian Mountains. I would love to hear an actual. Please, can you respond to any of my points?
Okay. Well, I told you why it is wrong. Morally wrong for people who have revelation, and that's why this is the main issue, why they find it wrong. So that's it.
You just restated the same claim, dude. God, you're under your worldview. Morality is subjective.
So for
right?
people who have revelation, God
is morality objective under your view?
Morality is based on revelation, people who their moral code. We get what's right and wrong from the divine revelation. If
my divine revelation is that abortion is not wrong, does that mean it's right?
If it has been like this, and there will be some sort of a different type of wisdom behind it, we will be created in a different way. There will be another sort of purpose and thing. But for anybody, whether he do weird relationships, theft, murder, anything, homosexuality, all of this, any kind of deviation or something which some people consider right, or charity, being good, everything who decides it, for most people it's divine revelation. If person is not, he may say he will kind of have difficulty to kind of say what's right and wrong. But at least you know why it is wrong from people who have revelation. This is okay. Why it is wrong? Why abortion is wrong? Why raping? While theft? While anything it's wrong? It is mainly because of a moral code by God. That's it. But for an atheist, it will be hard to absorb this concept, maybe. But this is what explains right and wrong for most people.
Is morality subjective or objective?
Morality cannot be kind of subjective based on people, because this will kind of lead to chaos.
Do you think that morality is objective?
So, look, morality, as I said, like, we don't have to kind of
yes
go
or no
much into
Sir Yappington. Sir Yappington, yes or no?
Look, we cannot make morality objective based on something. No, morality is the same, and it has been the same throughout history.
So it's objective.
No, it's not. Like, it's not. It's morality is kind of constant. It doesn't change, and it hasn't changed throughout human history. Theft is bad, killing is bad, everything is bad. If you remove kind of morals and say, okay, it is subjective to this, or maybe we think
so, it is objective. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on divine revelation. That's it.
Yeah. Like, okay. So if it's objective, it stands independently true, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, regardless of whether or not God exists, you agree that there's a fact about morality.
No. It's not based on.
But it stands independently true. It doesn't matter whether or not God's.
No. Because if let's say there is no God, nobody will follow. Everybody will follow his own morality. Everybody will follow what's good for him. And this is basically.
I'm just asking you, right? God, it's not determined by God's stance. So it is the case that, like, regardless of whether or not God exists, that doesn't change the fact of whether or not there is something true about morality. Okay, so then it is the case that very clearly, if God doesn't exist, there's still objective morality, right? If you believe in objective morality, you literally believe that it's going to be true under an atheist worldview as well.
No, I didn't mean it's objective. Maybe I said it wrong. No, it's not objective. It is based on divine, and because other counterpart, if you are coming from evolution,
based on divine revelation, right? Just like. Again, when you're saying divine revelation, that's just essentially the same thing as you grounding it in a subjective notion. You understand that, right? Because it's your subjective interpretation still, anyways. And you're interpreting God's nature or something like that anyway, right?
So it's not, God's, I have no relation with God's nature, but his God's rules. It tells you, like, if you are coming from an evolution, like, why do you care for the weak? Let's kill the weak, or something. Like, you don't all of this good stuff like charity. Why do I give charity? Because there is no good consequences I get immediately.
I just can't have desires under atheism. That's his worldview.
No, you can have desires.
I can't have desires. That's not possible.
No. Desires is something, and morality is something.
Desires are going to be what determines the truth of morality.
Let's say
if we relate to a subjective notion of morality.
If you know that there is, you are just going to die. Why there is like someone, like let's say someone in the army? Why he goes sacrifice himself for just you to live? He's going to be like a piece of dust anyway. So no, his life is very kind of expensive. But if he knows that the good consequences for his actions, he can sacrifice himself in order for you to live in your country. So, but if there is no kind of anything in the afterlife, why the hell does he sacrifice his one chance, his few hours just for you to live? No, like, screw you. I mean, I didn't mean to say this, but this is the idea. Whatever good and bad you are going to do, it changes entirely if there is consequences and something in the afterlife. But if there is nothing, then why do you sacrifice for yourself, your money, your time for anybody? Like, it doesn't make sense. It's actually very stupid for someone to sacrifice his life for someone else to live. For example, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why do I have like 10 years or like, for example, of living? Why do I sacrifice it for someone else? No. This one time I live. So again, right and wrong doesn't make any sense. Like why you give money to the poor? Like, the poor is not going to benefit you, and nobody is seeing you.
He keeps going.
No. If you want me to stop, I can stop. But I'm just telling you, it is the same idea. Right and wrong is how do we get them? It's from divine revelation. Why do we follow it?
Yeah, man. Trust me, dude. I've heard you say that before. Thank you for informing me again. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No, thank you. But I just hope I made it clear. Nice talking to you.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person. If you want to see some debates, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone, as well. Copy link sent to a few friends, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. We just met Sir Yappington. We're going to see who's next on the live, everyone. Do you think abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
You know the answer, yes.
I can't remember. It's been a long time.
Oh, well, if you look at my bio, pretty soon all the comments will start flowing about my bio. And then that will remind you.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Pure blood. Yeah, the vaccination thing.
So
you forgot to go. You need to come on. I have a vaccination topic. Do you think all vaccines are bad?
Are we going to change topics?
No, I'm not saying right now. I'm just saying, like, for when I do it, you should come on for that.
Do I believe all vaccines are bad? In the past, no. Now, yes. And there's a whole reason to that. We can get into that later.
Yeah, when we do, you can come on when I do that topic.
And I did send you some information on the ARC, by the way. So I don't know.
Okay,
if
I'll make sure to look for that.
So I do have an interesting, different approach to this. So I want you to take away rape, incest, and all of those reasons.
You have to say R word or essay, by the way.
Sorry, any essay type of reasons why you might have abortion. If you're looking at it just from the instance of somebody having intercourse that is consensual with someone, and they've chosen that they don't want to have a baby, okay? Do you think that drinking and driving is bad? Do you think that there should be consequences to that?
Yeah.
If somebody gets in a car wreck and kills somebody else, there should be consequences, right?
Yeah.
That is their individual choice.
I believe in causal obligation, by the way.
But so is having consensual sex. So if you have consensual sex and you don't use any
I'm not disputing that. I just don't think it's going to apply to something that's not a person.
But if you were saying abortion is wrong during the first trimester in the sense where it is consensual, would it not be wrong if those are the consequences to your actions?
Yeah. So like, again, I'm not disputing that. I hold to like some notion of causal responsibility, right? But it's just not going to apply in the case in which there is not a person, right? So there's nothing that you're going to have an obligation to sustain within that particular respect.
But then we come back to the debate of when is it a person? And you couldn't give me any data that could support 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt that is an actual
science isn't 100%. And Dean, I appreciate the raid, man. He's coming in right now. He's probably we're doing a co-host here in a bit once he sends a request. I'm pretty sure, at least. Or he's just raiding. I actually don't know.
He's going to raid me?
I think he wanted to come on.
But we come back to that kind of debate, right? Where when is it actually a baby? And then you giving 100% surety that it is.
No one can give you 100% in relation to empirical claims, right? But we're saying what's most likely to be the case.
But I'm talking about causation versus consequences to the actions that you make. You know, if you have consensual sex and you don't use any level of protection, that you take the risk of having a child.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
why-
Just the no, but the idea is that again, we're just going to relate back to the personhood argument. I'm not disputing causal responsibility. Oh, and by the way, I just want to let you know, like I did set up with Dean that I am doing a co-host right now. So if you only want to do like one-on-one stuff, like
I'm fine.
I'll be like quiet or something. But like I am like adding up Dean right now because he what's it called? Like we set up to do this a bit before.
I've taken 2 on before. It's good.
No, I'm gonna be quiet. I want to see you talk to him.
I've seen Dan on some of his lives, and I would say that he isn't always as open to different theologies as you are. I've seen him take a more aggressive stance in some of his debates, so I'm hoping that he will be at least a little bit more cordial in his approach.
You know what?
He normally is when I'm around.
I normally am. You know what? I have like, you know what? If you're coming in here saying I'm a little bit aggressive, I have something that we can do here. Just so like, I could put you at ease. I could make you feel a little bit more at home. So what this is called is it's called 777 hertz Zen mind body regeneration music, and basically it helps put you at ease. It helps calm your nerves here. So I'll just kind of like play it in the background. But anyway, so you're pro-life. Why do you think that abortion's wrong?
For me, I think that causation of actions that you make as an individual have consequences to it. If you know, and we all know, that pregnancy can come from sexual intercourse, if you don't want to have a baby, then you probably shouldn't take the risk of making those choices that can lead to that.
Right. Well, women also know that abortion is a way to end that or terminate that pregnancy if they do choose to engage in intercourse, right? And if they don't want a kid. Then also not to mention that I don't think an obligation would be incurred from this set of circumstances, just because I don't think that the fetus is like a moral agent per se. And like the way that this could be like shown in a more intuitive worldview was say like I knew that like riding my bike on a dirt road would like quote unquote break the crust of the dirt. Like, that's a consequence of my action, but I'm not going to be necessarily, like, in the wrong for that, because the dirt isn't a moral agent, in the same way that the fetus is not a moral agent.
You could say the same thing about somebody who drinks and drives and gets home just safe every single time, and then one night he ends up crashing in and killing somebody.
Well, he unalived a moral agent, right? Because they have the ability to deploy consciousness, so that's like the symmetry breaker. The fetus doesn't have the ability to deploy consciousness prior to a certain point, and prior to that certain point, I'm going to think that ending the life of the fetus is okay.
Well, then you give me the source material in which you can prove 100% that individual agent does not have consciousness.
Wait, so you hold to an evidentiary standard of 100%?
Yes.
Okay, can you prove that a fetus is a human? 100%?
From everything that you see from the birth of the inception of a baby through the changes that baby incurs, absolutely.
Okay, so do it.
You're talking about consciousness. You can't prove or disprove consciousness.
Right, so now more so what I'm asserting is like we'll never be able to prove anything to like an evidentiary standard of 100% means. This is why like various forms of skepticism exist. We of course, like I think it's best to assume like a case in which is supposed to be most likely, right? So like we see empirics denoting like the emergence of consciousness at like different points, anywhere from about like 20 to 24 weeks with the thymocortical connections. And like, I mean, I could give you, like sources on that, but I just find that to most likely be the case. Therefore, we'd have justification in asserting that we could use this as like, a viable position to assert like moral status to an entity.
But you still say that it is a probability, not
everything's a probability.
But here's the thing. It's kind of like, and I've had this debate with Parker. And he has asked me the question, well, what about somebody who is brain dead, right? And would you pull the plug? And he's asked me that question, and I've said absolutely not, because how do you prove it? How do you prove that the soul or the consciousness does not exist? Science has said, oh, well, because these measurements about brain activity exist, and that's what proves consciousness, which is a summation, not provation, that is true.
Okay, are you pro-life from the moment of conception?
I cannot sit there and say I support termination whether somebody is brain dead or you're talking about first trimester of a baby.
Right. So are you pro-life from the moment of conception?
Yes.
Okay, right. So Well, this doesn't make sense because, I mean, it basically just sounds like you're pro-life because we can't prove when consciousness starts to a certain degree.
Absolutely.
Well, I think we could say with like certainty under like your notion of certainty that there definitely cannot exist consciousness without a brain. Therefore, it just wouldn't make sense as to why you would be pro-life from the moment of conception, as we know with certain fact that the consciousness or soul is not present at that point. But
you
Parker,
don't
go
know
ahead.
that, right? We
Sure,
don't know.
I think we could like conclude upon that with certainty.
Yeah.
And if you're going to make the claim that consciousness does exist, you'd have to justify that to some extent.
And so would you,
Parker.
on the opposite side, right?
So when
we
it
both
relates
are
to
running
brain
into
death,
this-
if you're keeping them like alive, when it relates to brain death, it can be upwards of like $7,500 per day.
It could be.
Kaplan
But
estimates
what
that
is money? It's paper with
$7,500 per
ink on
day.
it.
So people should be obligated to pay $7,500 per day to ensure that an individual in which is not sentient and is not going to coming back is taking up medical resources.
If I have, okay, you know my faith, right? I'm a Christian, down deep underneath all of this as to why I make my decisions. So if I am making a decision about somebody, what is the meaning of ink on paper when it comes to making a decision about somebody else's essence of consciousness that I don't know?
Because that's $7,500. Can you imagine how much that could be used for other types of things?
I don't
Right?
really
Like,
care.
you don't care?
No.
What about people who starve? What about people who don't have access to healthcare? Couldn't that money be used to pay for people who are sentient, pay for people who can get access to medical resources they need that they
You're
wouldn't
going
be able
down
to
a
get
road
access to otherwise?
You're going down a road that
No, the idea is that
Not
the money
wonderful.
can be used in more effective ways. Kelly, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
Well, most of the time when you're looking at life-saving measures at the end of life, of course, your medical,
Like the money represents something. The money represents, I know it's ink on a piece of paper, but what it represents is real world value.
it does represent. And what is the value of life?
Yeah.
Who
So,
gets to determine that? Do I get to? Do you get to? Who gets to say, hey,
we're not
you have-
giving a monetary value. I mean, actually they do. They actually do
They
say
do,
that like,
yeah.
In the United States, they say it's about $10 million.
for life. But
Yeah.
you know, how many times have you
For an
heard
American citizen.
have you heard of situations where somebody was claimed quote unquote brain dead, but they come out of a coma and they come out and they aren't brain dead? I mean, that happens too.
Well, you seem to be like misconstruing the argument here, because when we talk about what brain death means, we're talking about like the irreversible cessation of brain activity. So you are now just like introducing like misdiagnosis or like, you know, more pragmatic problems with this. But like theoretically speaking, if an individual were to have irreversible cessation of brain activity, would you say that it would be okay to stop the providence of life support to them?
So let me just be clear. So what you're saying is that when people have come out of a coma or so quote unquote brain death, those situations have been a misdiagnosis, not necessarily a firm diagnosis, yet there was a miracle that happened. It was a misdiagnosis, right?
Yeah,
I'm gonna equate that to a miracle.
there are certain people that there have been a misdiagnosis for.
And I would agree with that, but I think that there are things that have happened to people who have been outside of that there is no explanation.
So like, okay, yeah, you understand the distinction between comas and brain death, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
in the case where an individual's brain dead, aka irreversible cessation of brain activity, right?
Yep.
And we're assuming this theoretically because we're not really talking about the pragmatic problems or the hypothetical issues in the real world. Would you say that it would be okay to pull like life support from them?
No, I would not.
Why?
I wouldn't
What traits does that individual have in which you hold moral value to?
I have known there's situations where people have been in a morgue, quote unquote, dead, who have come back.
You're ignoring what I'm saying.
I'm not ignoring.
No, you totally are. So theoretically, if an individual has irreversible activity of all brain function, is it wrong to pull the plug?
If it can
And
be
also-
proven 100% that they are completely brain dead, and have no ability to be able to
but like,
allocate
see,
that. But science
that's
can't
actually
do
all
that.
we needed. That's actually all we needed. We don't even need to see that you can do so like in real life. The idea is that if we get it in a completely hypothetical or sense, right, we can say that like, oh, if something is brain dead, right, and doesn't have, right, the capacity to be sentient, right, you're saying that it doesn't have the same type of moral value as when it is sentient. Regardless of the practical implications in the real world, the moral values that you have say that you don't value a non-sentient being.
For me personally, I still wouldn't pull the plug. And that would be because just because there's brain death doesn't mean that there is not a soul or a consciousness that is still there. And I think
but no, you know that 100% that the
there is no
sensation of the brain is
100%
gone,
though.
that the brain.
You can make these theoretical.
No. We're talking in a theoretical sense. That's actually all we have to talk about for your moral values, because you're just talking about like practical implications here.
Correct, because that's all we have is practical implications.
And we can talk about that here in a bit, right? But like we're talking about in a completely hypothetical sense because we're trying to get down to what values you apply in the situation of abortion.
So let's say if a doctor came to me and they had these proof and this science available to them, which could prove 100%, they are completely brain dead. They will never come to consciousness. They will never be able to talk, walk, interact with human beings ever again. I personally still would not make that choice.
Why not?
I don't believe it is my choice to make.
Why not?
Why? Because I still believe that if I made that choice, I would be committing murder on someone else. I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, what trait would that individual have in which you would grant moral value to?
The fact that consciousness and miracles can happen.
Okay, well, you're just completely.
So wait, a miracle can't a rock by miracle have consciousness? So you should value a rock that way, or can't any entity? It can't a dead human also that can't that? Why would you put them in the ground, bury them 6 feet under, if it is the case that they can magically have consciousness at some point?
Their consciousness transverse, which has actually been proven, but we.
No. Again, they can come back at any point. There could be a miracle. Why would you put them 6 feet under?
Yeah, why would you do that? You're a murderer.
That's fucking terrible. That's disgusting. How could you treat them like that?
How could you do that?
That would be natural selection, not my selection. Natural selection.
Wait, no, it's not natural selection.
Yeah.
You could have easily kept them in a box in your closet or something. You know what I
Having
mean? Because they could come back, right?
So now you went from like extreme ridiculous as to your trying to prove your.
No, actually, that's just as applicable. You said a possible miracle could happen. How is that any different in the sense of a dead human compared to a brain dead human?
So if I put them 6 feet under and they're dead and they come back to life? They could
come back to life. They
could dig right back up, right?
Oh, no, they would die again. They would die again. They would suffocate and die.
No, right, and you're a Christian, right? Lazarus rose from the dead, so this is a very feasible hypothetical.
Lazarus did rise from the dead. And
so a miracle can happen. Therefore, we shouldn't bury people 6 feet under.
And they have been in a morgue. And they have
actually, you shouldn't incinerate them either.
Yeah, is cremation like genocide?
For me, I wouldn't. But for each his own. And you guys can laugh all you want.
Oh, really?
But I think that,
seriously, like cremation?
Like if an individual cremates their family member, they should go to jail?
No, I did not say that. I said that's a personal choice. I would not make that.
Wait, so do you think? So you're pro-choice then?
Hold on. Just like the abortion subject, which I have talked to Parker about. This is my personal view. This does not mean that I expect and I'm going to push my view on other people. This is just my personal view on how I would make personal choices.
So you're pro-choice?
I'm not demanding other people make the same choices I do.
So you're pro-choice.
That is the difference between the more faith-based, like...
She's pro-choice and essentially allows legalized murder on her own.
Yeah, so now this is when we start talking about the legalized murder bit. I think she cut out, though.
Yeah, which actually I would say is entailed under a Christian hypothesis, as it is the case that, like, if we're supposed to emulate God's behavior and God doesn't, like, limit free will, then cops ought not limit free will. So, like, I haven't heard a good argument against that under a Christian perspective. Other than like appealing to the current laws that exist or something like that, which is not a good argument under my view. Yo, Brian, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. For some reason, They just left. I don't know what happened to them. I would love to continue that conversation with them. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, send a guest request right now, everyone. This is a Peen Live on abortion, the first time we've ever done this, everyone. So if you do want to see some debates, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's get on to the next person here real quick. I am going to continue to look for them in the guest box. I don't know what happened to them. But yeah, let's get on to the next person. Please only do send a guest request. If you disagree, y'all, we are just looking for some debates, everyone.
There's one person I really wanted to bring up for my live, but they're not here anymore.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
29.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think it depends. So
Depends on what?
I think it depends on why you're having the abortion. Because I think, like, if you're having it because of rape or something like that, then you should be able to. But I think the girls that just go and have sex, like, unprotected and just think, oh, well, I can just go get an abortion so I don't have to have this kid and raise this kid, I think that's just...
Is it wrong if they use protection? Or is it okay if they use protection?
Do you mean if they tried preventive measures to, like, protect themselves from being pregnant?
Yep.
No, I don't think that. I mean, no, I don't think that's wrong because I think they tried to prevent it from happening. But I'm talking about females that don't try anything and they just go out and have sex and then they get pregnant and they're like, oh crap, I don't want a baby. Let me just go get an abortion. Like, I think that's wrong.
Yeah, so how does the use of contraceptives or like one's intent change the moral value of that life?
I think it's the intent behind. I think it's the intent behind it. Like, if you're just going out and you're carelessly putting yourself in a situation and you're not caring about the consequences until afterwards, then you should have to deal with the consequences. Versus you actually actively taking steps to prevent certain things from happening, being, hey, okay, I'm sexually active and I don't want to have kids right now, so...
Well, yeah, well, what if they do deal with those consequences by getting an abortion? If anything, it just sounds like you may be a little upset or disgruntled by women having access to abortion, and this just goes against your preference compared to having some logically constructed argument as to why it's, like, wrong or immoral. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's fair for them to take away a child's life because they were... because they were being, like, not careful, you know what I mean?
But you do think it's fair for them to take away a child's life if they were being careful?
If they were being careful,
so
yeah.
Okay, so they can take away a child's life if they're being careful. And it's like, I don't see, like, the difference in moral value. Like, if they were being careful or not being careful, it seems as if when we talk about actions, like, in generally pertaining to, like, unaliving an individual, that, like, the intent never really matters. Like, would you say it would be okay for me to drunk drive if, like, I was just being really careful about it? And
No,
if, like, I accidentally, like,
you should
unalive
ever...
someone?
No, because I don't think you should ever drunk drive.
Yeah, what's the logical symmetry breaker between those two ideas? So it's okay to unalive a fetus if you're being careful, but it's not okay to unalive someone you hit when you're drunk driving if you're being careful.
Nice way to use my...
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? Why are you laughing?
Oh my goodness. You just used my debate.
That notification just hit at the right time.
Really, Dean? You used my debate in the opposite way.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you were saying.
No,
but anyways,
can you
so yeah,
repeat
you're saying
that
it's okay
again?
to... You're saying it's okay to unalive a child if you're being careful, but it's not okay to unalive someone drunk driving if you're being
I'm
careful.
saying if you'd done everything that you could to prevent something from happening, then I feel like you then I feel like you And I feel like okay, let me put it like this. I known a couple females when growing up. I knew a couple females that were on drugs, and that one female legit would always be getting pregnant, and she never used protection, and she always had abortions back to back, like clockwork every year, like it was birth control, and it's not birth control. Like an abortion should not be used as a form of birth control. Abortions can someone have before it's wrong?
Yeah, because you just told us it's wrong if they like continue to get abortions. So, at what number of abortions?
I feel like they shouldn't have abortions unless they have like a legitimate reason.
Okay. What's a legitimate reason under your view?
Like if you're great or you're a child and you didn't consent to something, or you took all the measurements by taking birth control or using condoms and all this stuff and it still happened.
How do you actually, in a legal setting, how do you know whether or not someone used condoms?
You wouldn't, and that's hard.
So
because
people just
a lot of
can lie.
Yeah, just like they could lie.
I used a condom every single time.
No, just like a lot of females go in there and say that they use condoms and they never did.
Yeah, I don't know. My big problem with this whole position still. So I'm just going to internally critique your own worldview real quick, because you're basically saying like, yeah, like this fetus is a human, it's alive, it has moral value, and if you unalive it, it's murder, it's bad, it's wrong. But if you're careful, it's not wrong. So like I equate this to like say me like getting in a car, I'm drunk, I'm about to start drunk driving, but I'm really careful. So first I drink a glass of water and I slap my cheeks a couple times and I'm really into the zone, both hands on the steering wheel, no music playing, right? So I'm being really careful in this instance, right? I'm being very, well, no, they're not really, because under your worldview, engaging in the act of intercourse yields the potentiality of creating an undesirable outcome for an individual that may result in the death of a fetus, in the same way that me drunk driving yields the potentiality of the undesirable outcome of unaliving another individual. Right, so under your worldview, you should then hold that consistent by saying you should never engage in the act of intercourse unless you yield the means of reproduction. Under your worldview, but you don't. So you're basically okay with legalized murder if you're careful.
I'm curious. So in the first trimester, if you have a woman who wants to have a baby, so they found out they're pregnant and they get murdered, and they get charged with not just the woman's death, but the fetus's death as well, because they wanted to keep the baby. Now, all of a sudden, it's a human, even if it's in the first trimester.
No, not at all.
How do you figure?
Yeah, so say I had a girlfriend that got pregnant, and I just walked up to her and aborted the fetus. I don't, you know what I mean? Stuck a hunger up there. Like, that's going to be wrong for the reason that that was not, like, her decision to make. When we talk about, like, an abortion in confines...
Dean, like, what's a hunger?
I did say hunger?
I should have no control over like what my girlfriend does. What?
No, I believe
when it relates to abortion. I appreciate this description. Thank you so much. Like when it relates to like, that's her.
No, I think that there is two. It took two to create it. She didn't create it on her own.
So, but it's her body.
Not like she could.
Luckily, I have a really intuitive way of like. Of solving this, and this is what I say to anyone who comes up onto my live and says this. It's very clear and it's extremely intuitive. So there's only going to be two cases under your worldview where the man's decision would really matter at all. So, and these are going to be the two instances in where the man and the woman would disagree. One where the man wants to keep it and the woman doesn't, and one where the woman doesn't want to keep it and the man does. So, in the instance that the man wants to keep it and the woman doesn't, should the woman be allowed to get an abortion?
No.
And for the reason that the man wants to keep it, or for the reason in which you find abortion to be morally wrong?
I think abortion is morally wrong on a personal preference.
So then in the instance that the woman does want to keep, well, you got to like engage with the hypothetical here, because you're like talking about like two to tango, like you're engaging in our worldview.
Okay, so the woman wants to keep it, the man doesn't. Then what?
Right. Are you saying that like the woman should be forced into getting an abortion if you were to find abortion to be morally permissible?
Not necessarily, but I think that the man shouldn't be forced to pay child support. If you're going to use that worldview that you're using right now, then the men shouldn't have to pay child support.
Well, actually, we do apply like an obligation once it's a person. So technically, yeah, if it's a person, yeah, they do have an obligation.
But here's the thing: you didn't have a choice in the matter, right?
You did. You caused the pregnancy.
Exactly. This is what happened with the woman.
Yeah, but we relate to it once there's an agent, right? You don't have an
there-
obligation to an entity in which
You
is not an
can't-
agent,
no,
right? Like I don't
you
have
are-
an obligation, like what Dean said earlier. I don't have an obligation to the dirt. I don't have an obligation to trees.
You are double
I have an
speaking.
obligation to a moral
So
agent.
why doesn't the woman have the obligation to carry the baby to full term?
It does once it's a moral
Because
agent.
once it's a person, she does.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like
If
basically,
she
like,
caused the pregnancy.
The debate
But
is
who's to
what-
say that the baby doesn't have no moral agent in the first trimester?
Exactly.
Because they're not sentient, right? That's what we would consider.
Because they
Once,
don't-
once they're sentient, they're a person.
Right now?
I wouldn't use agent. Like I'm saying agent. I wouldn't say like what we should really be saying is person, right? Personhood is what we're trying to reference here, right? Because
And
that's
I
what we say
believe
grants
personhood
rights.
starts.
So does the
sentient.
baby have a heartbeat in the first trimester?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, it depends on how you define it, because like the
Yeah, I
one
would
that
have to
happens
do
at like
some more
the one that
research.
happens at, no the one that happens earlier on, that's like an electrical impulse. People say like the real actual heartbeat happens like past like 9 weeks. So
No.
like
When you go in for checkups.
No,
with your
yeah, because I've had
OBGYN,
I've had one done at 6 weeks
They
and
do,
had a
yeah.
heartbeat.
They
yeah.
have
So like I
heartbeat.
mean, I think it could happen at the end of the first trimester, right? But like I wouldn't
Nope.
say that it would be like
No.
that's what I would say. Maybe so.
Usually
maybe yeah.
between 4 to 6 weeks, they can pick up a heartbeat.
That's just an electrical impulse.
so you're saying that like a heartbeat is what would give like a moral.
I mean, I think
status to
there's
the
a lot
sentient?
of different reasons that would go into behind it, like it having a heartbeat plus the soul. But I think there's a lot. I think it's kind of, I can't just say it's one or the other. Like you could say it's one or the other. I feel like there's a lot of different things that go in behind it, just like there's a lot of different
Wait,
things.
but what's
that
one? I don't. Why does the heartbeat determine the value? Like regardless. That
I don't
doesn't
think
seem
that the
to be good.
heartbeat.
That
I think
doesn't determine
inception
anything.
brings a soul, and then
It
with a
doesn't.
It's a
soul,
living person.
If you-
Wait,
you
okay,
were-
so wait, is someone a murderer if they have an IUD?
I know you've had this debate before, right?
No,
With an IUD.
I don't think so. No,
Yeah, but that
wouldn't say so.
kills like cells after conception, because it can prevent
Doesn't
a
that stop
zygote
it from happening?
It-
Because
it-
that's a
it-
form of birth control.
So there's two things. It does two things. It can prevent fertilization and it can prevent implantation. Implantation being the conceived cell after conception, right? Implanting into the uterine wall, beginning pregnancy. Right.
Oh,
So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it can stop that. So under your worldview, if you consider it to be wrong to kill a zygote or like a conceived cell, or then it is going to be the case that then you consider like someone who's an IUD a murderer.
I don't consider
You
anybody.
see, how would you know that though? How would you know you were even pregnant? I don't know. I think like from the time
You wouldn't
find
know,
out
but like the
too.
thing is, there are zygotes that are created all the time. Most of them get flushed out of our systems, so we know just by the nature of someone having it for an extended period of time that there's going to be at least likely one zygote in which that happened with, right? So likely speaking, you'd indicate that someone's a murderer, right? Essentially by
But
any.
then are you gonna ask
standard
me
of
if I'd be
evidence.
friends with a murderer? Is that what your next question?
I could ask you that question too, right? Right, and you'd probably be like, no, I'm not gonna be friends with a murderer. So it seems like you wouldn't.
I mean,
consider that
I've
this is
had an
murder.
IUD. I've had an IUD before.
Yeah, I don't
so
consider you
I'm
a murderer. You're not.
so-
You're not a murderer. You're not a murderer, right? A zygote. What is valuable about a zygote? Let's be totally real here. It's a single cell organism, right?
See, my
If you're a
main thing is
Christian,
I just don't
if you're
like
Christian,
it when people use it. No, I'm not Christian. I'm very
no. Hold on.
spiritual.
I'm just saying. Like, let me explain. If you're Christian, it is the case that many types of individuals would be killed through the process of reproduction and fertilization anyway, because most zygotes are just naturally flushed out of the system. So why is God naturally flushing so many zygotes out of the system, given that it's morally valuable?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
God's genociding zygotes.
For me, if anything actually conceives as a sperm meeting an egg and conceives as a baby, in my opinion, anything that contradicts that or kills it is nothing different than an abortion in my worldview. And if that is what an IUD does, because I honestly don't know a whole lot about IUD,
And
then
what your God does too.
And I wouldn't necessarily call, I'm hesitant to call people a murderer because I think that they use it as a birth control measure. And they probably, most people don't even understand because I didn't. I would have looked at it as this keeps me from
Okay, but
getting
most
pregnant.
people don't understand then under your worldview that abortion is murder. Because they think it's not a person. Okay? So are they not held accountable either? Because they don't think it's murder?
I think at some point, if people have a good heart and a good conscience and they're wanting to do the right thing by themselves and by society and be good people, they would come to that epiphany.
No, but because they don't think it's murder, right? Is that it?
That's a really good question. And I don't think that I'm equipped to answer that because I think that's out of my realm, but that's probably God's realm to make that judgment call, to be honest. If somebody actually went and got an abortion and thought that they were morally right in that choice, I'm not the one to be their judge. That's not my job. All I can tell you is what the Bible says and what I believe for me personally. If I found out I was pregnant, I wouldn't because I know what the consequences are. But for somebody who doesn't understand those consequences, I don't think that God would necessarily.
So again, then we could just relate to my question about what I brought up with God, right? Like, why is God leading to the unaliving of so many zygotes?
Why is he leading?
Yeah, like he created our bodies in such a way, insofar that zygotes get flushed out of the system and die.
But in God's world, the reason that you connect with another human being is to be life partners. It's not to be, I'm with John today and with Mark tomorrow and with Peter the next day. I mean, the Bible is very clear about that. I mean, that connection is supposed to be a spiritual and a connection of souls that make you one, in my opinion. So
wait, no, regardless of that being the case, we're just talking about the fact that there are zygotes that are flushed out. There are zygotes that are flushed out in the context of marriages, where people only have the sex out inside of the context of marriage. And R, thank you so much. I appreciate the Venmo. We already addressed it. That's in the context of vaccinations.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of people question that.
I know. It's so funny because they always think that I'm racist, and that has nothing to do with my bio.
Well, people do say that. So, I mean, if a lot of people think that, you might want to take that out of your bio. Just say unvaccinated.
If people are going to believe what they want to believe. If they are curious, they should ask me questions. And I'm happy to answer those, but
okay. If you want people to have that preconception of you, that's fine.
Married pure blood.
That would be
like the conceptions that come alongside that.
It's so funny. People are hilarious. Human nature just cracks me up sometimes. But I'm a complete believer in individual right. We all have the right to choose.
Yeah, I think anybody should be able to choose what they do with their body.
Oh, so you're pro-choice?
And in essence,
okay, but then you just believe it. So then your views reduced to legalized murder.
But here's the thing that I morally think that it's wrong.
You believe it's wrong. You believe it's killing them.
Mm-hmm.
It's murder under your view, and then you think it should be legal. So it's legalized murder.
I believe
so if you think some forms of murder should be legalized, why not other forms?
Yeah, should I be able to
certain cases where certain things should be, you know what I mean? Certain things should happen and certain things shouldn't happen. But I do believe, like, I'm not going to tell a girl that was raped, oh no, you have to keep that baby. Like, no, that's messed up. You know what I mean?
Apart from this, so can you please explain to me, like the symmetry breaker between me unaliving Parker tomorrow, and like a woman unaliving a fetus through an abortion, and which was conceived.
Why'd you unalive Parker?
Consentful intercourse by.
Why'd you unalive Parker tomorrow?
Because he's inconveniencing my life.
No, that's not a good reason.
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
You should use your child, Dean. Use your child in the woods. You're taking care of a child in the woods, right? Is Dean morally obligated to take care of that child, or can he just leave it in the woods?
No, he's got to take care of that child. That's his child.
He's got to take care of that child, right?
So he'd be like, you think he should go to jail if he doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the symmetry?
If he doesn't take care of his child in the woods?
Yeah, what's the symmetry breaker between him not taking care of the child in the woods and a woman getting an abortion in the context of this argument?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. Can you dumb it down?
Wait, actually, Dean, I'm kind of confused with this, honestly.
Breaker?
I'm honestly confused with what you're saying.
Oh,
Dean,
sure. No, I can explain. No, I can explain. So, like, basically, like you're saying that, like, a mother really doesn't have like an obligation, like to the fetus. It's like it's okay if she chooses to get an abortion. You just think that it's wrong, correct?
I'm saying I'm not going to tell someone what I think they should do if they think that they can't take care of something or if they did it for a certain reason. That's their choice. Yeah, they have their choice. Everybody does have a choice. Like everybody has their own opinion. But
then, like,
do
what I'm
I
thinking now,
personally think it's okay from a certain standpoint? No.
right? But then, like, okay, then here's the question: would you tell the father in the woods to take care of his child, or would you tell me to not unalive Parker? Like, I'm just more so trying to set up like an instance.
Yes, I would tell you to take care of your child in the woods because that's your child and you're with your child. Like, yes, I would.
Okay, then what traits does that child in the wood possess that fetus does not possess that makes an obligation be formed between a parent and that child, but not an obligation to be formed between like a mother and her fetus?
I would say because if you're with a child in the woods, you've had that child with you this whole time, so you've been the one taking care of that child? So you can't just leave the child in the woods?
I don't understand exactly what you're asserting here.
For me, there's no difference. It doesn't matter whether it's a fetus or if it's a child in the woods. The principle is still the same.
Here, I don't mean to take away from the point, but like, let me ask this question. Let's say you're in a burning building. On one side of the room, there is two zygotes, right? In like petri dishes, they're going to be implanted into the uterine wall and be like human beings like me and you in the future, right?
Okay.
And then on the other end, there's a newborn baby that's crying. You can either save the newborn baby or the two zygotes. Which one would you save and why?
I would probably save the newborn baby.
Why?
Because it's sitting in front of my face and it's a baby.
So the baby is more valuable than the zygotes?
Like a fully deformed baby. Yeah, because it's alive and it's crying and it's a baby.
So what makes it more valuable?
So are those alive or what are they?
The zygotes are alive. They're conceived cells. So it's two lives and one life. So you're saying
it's already something that's developing?
Yeah, no, well, they're going to develop in the future. It's going to go through that process.
Are they already developing?
They're about to go through that process.
The sperm is in the egg.
If they're not developing, then I would go for the baby because the baby is already fully developed in there.
So what about being fully developed makes it more valuable?
I would just assume because the baby is there and fully developed, it has a chance at living rather than rescuing something that you don't even know is
No, we know. We
yet.
already know it's going to survive.
The zygotes?
We've already established that in the hypothetical. Like, they're both going to be human beings like me and you, 100%.
Shit, I don't know that. I mean, I'm assuming if I was really in that spot, I would go for the baby because the baby's crying in front of me.
Yeah, right. Like, so then we have to ask the question: why do we value the baby, the newborn baby, more than we value the zygotes? Because I thought all human lives are equally as valuable.
For me,
that's what I was trying to ask. That's what I was trying to ask with a.
For me, it would be a God's choice. If God wants those zygotes to be, or zealots, or whatever you call them, to be alive, He's going to provide.
But if the decision's up to you, what would you do?
I wouldn't. Make
you would leave all of them there?
I would leave all of them up to God to make the decision on who survives.
So you would leave all of them in a burning building?
Yep. Yep, I would. Because here's the thing. They're trying to make you choose between a bad versus worse situation.
I know what they're trying to make me do, but I mean, at the end of the day, would you really leave a burning baby in the building? No,
I would leave it. I have faith.
No, you wouldn't.
I know that you don't necessarily have faith, but I have faith. So in the end,
you would leave you would leave a child in a burning building.
There was 3 gentlemen.
There ain't no way in hell.
There was 3 gentlemen in a burning area that they caught on fire in the Bible. Meshach, Abednego, and I can't remember the third one. But there was a barrier that was put around them by God to protect them. So from my end, you can laugh at me.
Oh my God.
But if I'm going based off of faith,
oh my God.
By faith, that
come on, that's terrible. Do you mean that?
That's a lie.
I do.
That's a lie.
For real. Dude,
Yeah, so,
I mean,
so then
You
like let's
guys
ask the
are
question.
basing it. You
why
guys
do
are
we-
basing it off of a lie because of your own personal belief on what you would do in that situation.
Do you have kids?
I do.
So you would leave your kid in a burning building because God might save him? That's a lie.
If
Get
my
out of here with that.
choice, let's say all three. Let's say the zealots were mine and the baby was mine, and I had to choose, and I could only choose one to survive. I am not making that choice.
You're kind of getting dunked on by her right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like pro-life on pro-life crime, and she's like dunking on you.
I don't believe that shit at all. I wouldn't even do
If
that.
you believe in God, you're going to believe in faith, and you're going to believe that He is going to protect the ones that He thinks are going to be the ones that He needs in whatever purpose. But I'm not at a place, and just like I've said, I won't judge any of the people here or the people in the comments or anything else on their
Okay.
choice. It's not my choice. It's God's.
So if you were a firefighter on 9/11, you just like leave them all up to God's will.
If I was in a burning building and I was stuck in a room where there was like 4 people to choose from and I could only save one, I don't know I could make that choice. Unless God intervened and said, save this person and tell me who to save, then I would.
So you'd rather save no one rather than one person?
I would rather rely on God to tell me who to save than save anyone. Yes, absolutely.
What if God doesn't tell you?
Then I wouldn't save anybody.
So, do you think that like
appreciate the subscription. Thank you.
Firefighters
So
are like
if you
immoral
were in that
because
same
like
situation, would you save somebody? Who would you
Yes.
save? Why would you
Yes.
save them?
Because
Why would
I'd
you-
rather
Hell
save
yeah.
someone than not.
I work
Like,
at a
what?
look. I work for a school, and they tell us like, okay, if a shooting ever happens or someone comes on campus, save yourself. But if you have a chance, save a kid. I would definitely grab some kids and throw them in my fucking car if I had a chance to. Like, I would not just be like, oh yeah, have fun out there with the shooter. Like, what the hell? Come on now.
But here's
What kind of
the
sense
same
does that make?
situation,
Camille,
Kaiser.
thank you for the
Hopefully
gold
God
mine.
protects
Thank
you
for the gold mine.
guys. Have
So
fun.
just to clarify here, Camille, thank you for the gold mine. So just to clarify here, do you have like a husband and children?
Yeah.
You do? Do you all live together? I'm guessing you obviously
Yeah,
do.
we're very close. Yes.
Right. So if your house caught on fire tonight after you got off of this live, and you only have like, how many kids do you have?
I have 3 kids and I have 5 grandbabies.
You're okay. Okay, the grandbabies and the kids are all there. You only have enough time to save like 2 people. So you're telling me that you wouldn't save any of your children or your grandbabies?
If you're in the moment and you don't know, like I wouldn't know that I only have the option to save 2 children at the time.
Assume you do know.
If I don't know if I could make that choice unless God intervened. I really don't. Who do I choose? And I can actually speak in the sense of I had an experience where there was a situation where I thought I might have to choose between my son and my daughter. If I had to pick one, who would I pick? Who in the fuck? Who would pick?
One of them, at least, right? Flip a
But who
coin
do
on
you
it.
choose?
Fuck.
Who do you choose?
The one that's closer to you. I don't know. The one that's easier to save. I don't fucking know.
I mean, that's really, really a difficult decision, to be honest. And people can judge or whatever and laugh and think it's a funny thing. But in all honesty, if you put yourself in that situation, who do you pick?
It is a difficult situation.
It would just be random because you're indifferent. If you're indifferent, you're just going to randomly select. It doesn't matter. Like really.
I mean, granted, if you're in the meat.
But you'd want to pick one at least. That's the idea. But I do want to ask, hold up, but
Yeah.
before I do want to ask Kaiser this question. Cause like, if it is the case that we do value the newborn more than we do value the zygotes, well then what would be the thing that we value in the newborn that doesn't exist in the zygotes?
For me, that you know my answer. I don't have
I would just have to say because it's a fully developed baby sitting in front of me crying. That's literally would be my answer.
Well, maybe because it's going to experience something, right?
Yeah, and I would know that it's going to go through pain and trauma
Exactly,
and
right.
burn alive.
Exactly my point, right? That's exactly what me and Dean are saying. That's when we say that, like, once the fetus has the ability to experience things, right? Conceptualize without experience. That's when we think it's wrong, right?
But here's
that's
the
when we
thing:
think they have
is
more
that
value.
that they will
But
put
my
you
thing
in this
before was
bucket.
how do we know when you're pregnant in your first trimester that the fetus is not experiencing anything? Is there scientific
Absolutely.
proof behind
So
that?
I can
they're
send you
not?
like academic papers within the context of neuroscience in which indicate that it's likely to happen around the 18 through 26 week range of gestation, right?
So
That's
here's the
like when it's
thing:
most
they
likely.
go back to likelihood, not certainty.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
those zygotes-
Nothing is certain when it relates to science,
Right.
right? Germ
So
theory,
the-
not certain, right? Evolutionary
so the
theory, not
zygote
certain,
that you
right?
leave
Big Bang
to
theory,
pick-
not certain. What we observe these things, we have testable, reproducible evidence of these things being true, and it is the case that it's most likely to be the case.
So if you do zygotes over the infant that's crying, because you can hear it, right? The zygotes you can't necessarily hear. Their point is trying to pigeonhole you into making a choice to prove to everyone on this live that zygotes have no value. That is really what they're trying to
No,
prove.
I'm not actually. This hypothetical doesn't indicate that it has no value. All it would indicate here is that at least zygotes have half as much value as
But who makes that
a newborn
determination?
baby.
Oh, I would
gonna be the
agree with.
individual.
I would
Something
agree
they
with
have no
that, though. I would actually agree with the zygotes having less
Much
value than a
Yeah,
newborn
like
baby.
that's
Yeah.
the idea, and then we ask the question why, and then we say, oh, okay, if the zygotes have significantly less value when it relates to this circumstance, why would we say it's murder within the context of someone having an IUD, right? We had to ask questions like that. Because like it's significantly less valuable than we would consider a newborn or we consider a fetus that is sentient.
And for me, zygotes are no different than sentience.
See, but I don't think females that get abortions, I don't call them murderers. I just feel like I just feel like people need to be more informed. They need to stop being so careless when they do certain things. Like, I just
So
feel it needs
you don't
some-
really think they're committing a murder? You don't think they're committing an
No, I don't
unjustified,
feel like
unloving
people
another
that have abortions are murdered. No, I don't call them murderers.
So then, therefore, you do not think that the act of abortion is an unjustified unaliving of another human. So any issue in which you would have with this action would more so be some disdain or preference against that choice of the mother compared to an atrocity being committed upon the fetus?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, I just don't see how, like, your preferences are going to dictate some, some reasonably justified grounding for the notion that abortion's wrong, right?
Maybe you're right. Maybe you guys open up my eyes to some stuff.
I legitimately think you are being incredibly open-minded. I think that you are a great guest.
But I'm gonna do some research on some stuff too. I just feel like everybody needs to be more informed about stuff. But thanks for having me up here, you guys. I'm gonna get back to work.
Avery, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you coming on, Kaiser. Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we can just continue with this conversation.
I see.
Dean, is there somewhere that you want to pick up from?
I mean, at the end of the day, it really doesn't seem like any claims in which Freedom is making about why this action is going to be wrong has anything to do with, like, when moral value is asserted or anything along those lines. It's just more so the belief in God, right? So,
But that is morality, in my opinion.
Can you, like, prove or justify the existence of the Christian God in order to, like, necessitate a truth factor associated with the moral claims in which you're making on their behalf?
There was a great video that was done by a guy that talked about you talk about some of the old philosophers, and we know they exist. We talk about evolution and the fact that the man who created evolution is dead. But yet, you have the monkey trials that went through the process to reassert what his belief system was about us evolving from monkeys, right? So we know he existed.
Michelle, thank you for the $5 over Cash App. Yeah, sure. We know that Socrates existed in the same way that we know Jesus Christ existed, right?
Exactly.
We have some form of justification to assert that these individuals were real people that walked the earth, alongside the fact that historians assume a notion of naturalism because it's just inherently more inherently more probable than any notion of supernatural acts. So the problem arises with not justifying that Jesus Christ was a real person, but rather he was divine.
Correct.
So what's the justification for the notion that he's divine?
Some of the belief of atheism or or the fact that Jesus just was a person is that, well, why doesn't he intervene today in life? Why doesn't he just create us to be all good?
Ignored my question.
No, I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
If he was to come back today and intervene, us as a society, for most of the people who believe in the same way that you are trying to justify your belief, would crucify him again, saying that he was not God. So what would be the purpose of him returning if all people are going to do is re-crucify him once again?
I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at multitasking. I got a text. I don't understand what you asserted. I'm so I can't
That's okay. My thought is that if Jesus came back today and tried to proclaim and show that he was divine intervention, just as he was back during the time of the Bible, people would crucify him because he would be speaking against the things of morality which you are debating here today. Even if he was to show you, there would still be disbelief, and there would be people who would want to crucify him again.
Okay, well, that's like an irrational foundation, right?
No,
I think if Jesus
it's
Christ,
not, because that was the
sure
same.
It is. What, do you mind if I finish? Right. So if Jesus Christ came down to earth today, and showed some miracles, showed that he was of a divine nature, did things that are truly unexplainable by any notion of naturalism, I'd become a Christian, absolutely, right? Because I operate in a rational manner, right? So that would be ample justification for the notion that Jesus Christ is of a divine nature. So all that I'm asking you is, well, what is the ample justification in which exists presently for the notion that Jesus Christ was of a divine nature?
I think everything around us shows divine intervention. I think that people ignore it. I think
name one thing that shows divine intervention.
The growth of trees, the symphony that is brought out through the sound waves of everything.
How does the growth of trees show divine intervention?
The sound waves that are put out.
How so?
Have you not looked at sound?
I have looked at sound. How does that show divine intervention?
Because it shows a creator. If you have a replication over and over and over and over again, it shows that there was a divine creator of whatever.
How?
I mean, we build houses. If we one day forgot all of our past and were wiped clean of our brains and didn't have any memory of history, how would we explain how houses were built if they were all built with the same symmetry?
This is just an intuition pump. When we talk about the intelligent design, proof for God, it's just intuition pumping, because we already know that houses were built by a creator. So then we just use that presupposed knowledge, and then we just kind of pump it intuitionally over to the notion that everything else was designed by a creator.
But why not? If it works with everything, why would it not be the same?
Well, it's not the same, because we know for a certain fact that a house was created by a creator, and then we intuitionally pump this notion towards everything that is of a natural descent. And this is my big problem with the intelligent design.
So when then you're talking about humans, if we're all designed in the similar, how we think about things may be different.
Would you say that God's pretty complex? He's pretty complexly designed?
I think that his knowledge is complex.
So then who designed God, right? So if we're assuming a notion that everything in which we view repetition and intricacy and complexity within has a designer and a creator, well, why would we not apply the same notion to God? So who created God? Because he's pretty complexly designed.
Everything has a hierarchy, right? You have a CEO
so who
of a
created
company.
God?
If you have a CEO of a company, who runs that company? If they're independently owned by a private company, you have one owner. So by your theory of what you're trying to state is he can't own the company. Somebody must be above him running him.
No, I'm just going off of your notion that you asserted everything in which we view intelligent design, complexity, and repetition within has a creator, because that's a principle in which you're applying. Why can't, now you're saying that, well, this doesn't apply necessarily to God. So why can it not apply to God, but then it must apply to, or ought apply to everything else? Why can't I just say, well, we're the owner of the company. All right. So everything that's complexly designed under us, such as, the houses, the watches, the cars, and the phones, we're the creator of those, but, no one necessarily created us in the same fashion. And that's exactly what you're applying to God. So if you're making this presupposition under the theistic worldview that God is complex but does not necessarily require a creator, I could assume that same notion under my naturalistic worldview. Humanity and the universe is complex. However, they must not necessarily need a creator. It's the same presupposition.
In my opinion, it's not, because everything has a creator.
Okay,
A house
then God would
cannot
have a
build
creator.
itself. A house can't build itself.
Okay, well, if you're assuming that notion, then God couldn't create himself. Everything has a creator. See, we're just extending the same presupposition of something that exists without a creator, but then assuming everything else must have a creator from our own worldviews. And we're just going to run into this problem, this brick wall, because it's the same exact presupposition.
I think that there's a master creator. There is one who allows us free will, free choice. We get to choose to love him. We get to choose not to. We get to choose to live in this world and the worldview of what we consider to be morality and our own conception of that. And then there's going to be consequences to those actions that we create. I mean, you look at...
justify that.
So if you stumble on a step when you're going up the steps and you trip and you fall and you hit your head, it's a natural consequence to those stairs and you tripping. Everything has a natural consequence to it. Can we agree to that? Everything has an opposite, a reaction to an action, even scientifically, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if there's a moral constraint that is put on humanity to teach us good from bad, meaning if I love my neighbor as myself and I love my God with all my heart, all my soul, and all my might, am I not going to do good?
Well, now, justify that this notion of goodness doesn't come from, alignment with our preferences or some other, constructed ethical theory of what's good and what's bad, but rather, a divine creator. All I'm asking you to justify is the fact that, the Christian God exists. And so you tried it out with the intelligent design, proof. But we saw the problem in that. So do you have any other justification?
Think of a game. You create a game, and you have the constraints of the game. Now, of course, there's people who come out with these cheats, right? These cheats to get out of certain sections of the game. Now, there's a creator of the game.
Okay, so now you're once again presupposing a creator. Now justify the creator and confines to reality.
If there is a creator with everything, and everything that we have in society today has a creator, whether it's man creator or, as I believe, a spiritual creator, I cannot believe that all of a sudden, the first words out of the Bible in the very beginning is exactly the Big Bang Theory. Do you know the Hadron Kaleidoscope? They were looking for the God particle of all things, which is dark energy, which they found, which they are trying to recreate the world explosion. Do you know that they use sound and speed to put those atoms to pound together to create? It is the same principle.
Avery, thank you for the $10 over Venmo.
Man is trying to recreate that. Yes. But do I think it was spontaneous, that it just was a happenstance without any purpose?
Well, sure. I mean, we could just assume some notion of a creator under the naturalistic worldview. I don't know, some model of some fundamental particles that exist in an eternal nature similar to how you believe your God does. And they exist with the properties necessary to give way for the emergence of the universe and life in the same way that your God requires the necessary desires to give way for the emergence of the universe and life. However, because this... Go for it.
I was just going to say, Charles, thank you for the $5 on Cash App, and Mari, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you.
So now we could just assume a notion of naturalism to explain the creator of all, because it's more simplistic in nature than your God, right? Because it has less necessary presuppositions, it'll be more probable. Therefore, this notion which you're setting forth of, everything needs a necessary creator because something can't come out of nothing, it's more probable it came out of something that was of a naturalistic descent, such as the set of eternal particles with the properties necessary to give way for life and for the universe. So this would rule out, or effectively rule out, the notion of theism.
One, I think that the biggest difference between you and me is you think it was happenstance, and I think that it was a creation on purpose.
Define purpose. I mean, do you just like want to feel like? I mean, like, but you can't possibly possess any justification for that, and it's so silly to assume a notion of that it was created by purpose when there's a more probable explanation that it was created by happenstance with these particles that had these necessary properties without the said, without the said desire or intent or purpose. So
then you would say
because like you have no justification for that. In fact, it's actually less likely that it's less likely that would occur. But your preferences probably just align with it more because you want to feel like life has this objective purpose in it. But right, that's not any form like you're like your preferences aren't like any form of justification for it. So yeah, what's the justification for the notion that the creation of the universe and life in of itself must possess this necessary purpose?
Based off of what your theology is, then you would say the house is happenstance and not purpose.
No, not at all, right? Because the house was created with purpose,
right? You can prove that man created it.
Right, and in the same way you could prove that there's a naturalistic explanation of the creation of all that is more probable than this like intent-packed theistic model, such as the fundamental set of particles that would have like a nature of eternity and have the properties in which are necessary to give way for the universe and for life. And because it's a more simplistic model, it's more probable, which would once again rule out the theistic model.
Well, I believe that statistically, if you were to try to disprove the fact that there was a master creator, you would have more trouble trying to prove that than you would trying to prove that there was a master creator. Because of the fact...
No, I just did
not
it.
Not if you say all-knowing, all
you did
powerful.
not.
I can easily...
You did not. Just because you say a bunch of words and try to put out there that this is just theory, that I'm trying to create, okay, well, because I say there was a purpose and you're saying, oh, it was happenstance, but everything else in life has a purpose except for humanity in general. That had no purpose. That was just happenstance. But everything else
you're defining purpose via some like intentful like desire. Yes, everything that in which we control has an intentful desire because we possess intent and desire, right? But in like relation to the creation of the universe, I already explained a model in which does not possess intent and desire and is more simplistic and therefore more probable. Therefore, it's silly to reject that notion unless you have ample justification in doing so.
I think you just threw out a bunch of words to try to say, oh, well, this is just happenstance and you can't.
So your response is I'm just yapping, man? Like you just think I'm a yapper?
Yep.
You just think I'm yapping,
Dean,
bro?
I honestly do. You just brought us up to the Appalachian Mountains, my guy.
I think you just yappled.
You're yappinating. Yappinated.
Because here's the thing, is neither one of us, I can't prove that God exists. It's God's job, not mine. You can't prove to me.
Why doesn't God prove to me right now?
Have you asked him?
Yeah.
Have you really? Have you really listened?
Yes.
I have a hard time believing that.
I'm actually being genuine. I'm actually not joking.
I know you are, Parker.
I'm actually like being legitimately serious. I've literally done that, and I have had absolutely no response in my life.
Bro, same. We both grew up Christian, right?
Knocking, seeking, and yearning. I grew up Christian. I left. I had horrible things happen to me in my life that led me down a really dark path. But I still strive. I still strive to try to do what is right, and God has intervened. He has come into my life in the last minute on certain things in my life.
Wait, let's just acknowledge the chat real quick. Like, there's so many other people in my chat saying that they've done so as well. Like, I feel like there's a real question there because I don't think that like all of us are like not genuine. I think a lot of us are genuine. So, sure, there aren't people that are genuine, but when it relates to it, at least some of us are genuine, right? And then why doesn't God answer those genuine individuals that are looking for that?
I lost my mom when I was 9 months pregnant. Well, 8 months pregnant was my son. My mom died when January 21st of 1996. My son was born February 22nd. She was 47 years old. And I was angry, to be quite honest. I was mad at God because my mom was my best friend. She was everything in my life. And I could not understand why God would take her away. It was a hard thing for me to come to a realization around the why. And in some ways, I still don't have all those answers. But I do believe that God does have a purpose. I mean, my grandma and my grandpa got saved after my mom died. So was her life worth my grandma and my grandpa? Maybe. It's not my place to judge that, but I can tell you.
Why doesn't God respond to people who are genuine? Camille, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Maybe you're not. I mean, maybe people think that they are. I know there's many times
So all of us are disingenuous.
I'm not saying that we're purposefully no, I'm not. Because there are times that I have reached out and I've asked for answers and I haven't gotten them for whatever reason. And I think that there's maybe a bigger picture that we don't always see. That is the reason why we don't get the answer. Sometimes prayers are answered through unanswered prayers. And I don't have all the answers, right? I can only say how God has intervened in my life. My son was super sick and was in the hospital all the time. And he was supposed to die, but he didn't. So who do I account to that? I mean, for me, it was through my prayer and repetition. Was it God? You know, can I say 100%? No, but I can say that through those experiences, that's what built my personal faith, my personal walk, and everybody has their own. And I know God doesn't answer prayers sometimes. I get that. And I don't think either you or Dean or have life experiences which you've really sought out answers and you haven't gotten them. I get that. And I don't have an answer for you. I just know what I believe, you know, and hopefully some people in your audience can identify that and maybe they can reach out in their own way for their own relationship. That's really what I'm all about. I'm not here to judge anybody. Because unlike most Christians, I think there's a line in the sand about.
What's your profile picture? Say?
Yeah, well, you know.
Is that judging someone?
No. That's how I personally feel. No,
that's not judging someone?
Mm-mm. I think that his actions, I'm judging his actions. I'm not judging him as a person. I'm judging his policies. I'm judging his actions. I'm judging the way that he has run this country. But I'm not necessarily judging the person. I'm judging the actions of the person, which I distinctly hold differently. Just why I said with abortion.
What does it say specifically? Does it say F Biden's policies, F Biden's actions?
I couldn't add all that on there. It wouldn't fit. I don't know what to tell you. It was actually just a picture I could grab.
So if I make you one right now that says F Biden's policies, will you change that to your profile picture?
Absolutely, 100%.
All right, yes. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it for you, like right now.
I will totally change it.
Camille, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Because I believe what I say. I'm really not about judging humanity because I really don't think that that is my job to judge humanity. All I can do is share what my experiences are and what holds my faith in place and
so
why.
What policy specifically?
Oh my God, we're totally going off topic of your heading up here, Parker.
Yeah, I know. I don't mean to do that. Well, we did a bit ago, but it's fine.
Policies? You really want to go down policies? Because I could name like a 50 bazillion of them.
Have we had a conversation about that before?
Mm-mm.
We haven't? Maybe you should come on for my Trump topic.
I totally stay off of your whole political debate stuff. There's some things that you're open to. I don't think you're really open to that whole subject at all. So I've stayed off of it.
I don't know. I think there's a pretty strong position against Trump.
You know what? I will be honest. I mean, I like Trump, but there are things that he has done that I don't like either. I think you have two opposite coins. It's like watching WWE, right? They're all getting paid a lot of money to go out there and put on a show for everyone and give us a choice of two people. And then we get to pick somebody that they self-select of our choices. And both of them are screwed. They're all screwed because they're really not protecting the people. They're all about
Wait, so like what specific policies? Let's go into that actually.
For Biden?
Yep.
Oh, let's talk about the open border. That was a great policy.
The border's clearly not open.
The border is clearly open when you have.
Then why are there more apprehensions now than any other point in Trump's administration?
Well, have you seen the numbers that have come across our border now? Because they said, come on over. We got an app and we're like shipping them on planes and buses and
legal immigrants.
How many
legal migrants?
How many?
But by the way, so again, in terms of apprehensions, this would be the case that means it's being enforced. So that doesn't make any sense.
And how many gotaways have there been?
I don't have numbers for that. Do you have any?
It's a lot. There's been a lot of getaways. I know it's over a million.
I'd have to see numbers on that.
I think there were some things with the congressional hearings on that particular topic in general on gotaways that have come through. And here's the thing.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
As long as they say, it's kind of like your point earlier. Well, hey, if I say that I've used a condom and I've done all these things to try to avoid getting pregnant, then do they have the right to an abortion? Well, if they come to the border and they say, I'm an asylum seeker, and this is what I've been told to say so I can get across the border, guess what they're going to do? They're going to say, I'm an asylum seeker because I'm under dictatorship or I'm under some kind of hardship, and so I need in the country, and they've said all the right words so they get in.
So are you just assuming that we shouldn't let people come in for any of these reasons, like asylum?
Sheila, thank you for the $15 Venmo.
I think that
Al, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it.
I think that people should get in after they have been vetted to be safe to come into our country. Period. My grandfather came from Sweden and he had to go through a process to become a U.S. citizen. He went through the process.
Then let's make the process go faster to incentivize people to go through the legal process. Right now it takes 7 to 10 years. That's why people don't come through that process.
Well, they don't now because we just have an open border.
No, well, we do not have an open border. That's ridiculous to assume that. Again, we can't have an open border and then also have like the most apprehensions.
Statistically, you're going to have more apprehensions because you have more people.
If you're apprehending people, that means you're enforcing a border. That means that there's not an open border. What is an open border?
Look at statistics.
What is an open border? What does it mean to have an open border?
Just look at statistics from 5 years ago.
What does it mean to have an open border?
That there really is no checks and balances.
No, that's not what it means. Checks and balances relates to like whether or not the different branches of government are able to have more power over the other ones.
No. What checks and balances mean is that somebody that's coming to try to come into our country is being checked to make sure that they're not going to be a risk to society.
This is not what checks and balances is. No.
Yeah. So fentanyl is at an all-time high. Why? Why is
American
fentanyl
citizens are bringing it across the border?
People that are coming from other countries are bringing it across the border. Which
but funded by who? Funded by who? The drug war, right? The drug war that people like Trump are trying to continue, that people like Republicans are trying to continue. Megs, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Patrick, thank you for the subscription.
Quit thinking about this from a left and right. Think about this from a sense of a bunch of people, no matter how they portray themselves to be, are all about money and don't. Both right and left, and I'm talking Bush, Obama, all of them, because I'm not necessarily a full-on Republican either. They are both just as guilty as getting rich off of the society, and we are becoming slaves to the government. That is what it is all about.
What do you mean by slaves to the government? Sheila, thank you so much for the $15 Venmo. I appreciate it.
I made so far this year almost $87,000. After I've paid taxes and everything else, do you know how much I've taken home?
How much?
$44,000. That's it. That's what I get to live on. And I'm going to owe taxes at the end of the year, by the way, even though I paid $10,000 to the federal government. So tell me how that's fair.
Are you talking after cost of living? Is that what you're talking about? Is that disposable income?
No. That is what I am getting on my check is $44,000 to live off of.
That would be after taxes, right?
Yes.
So, what state does 50% in taxes at that income threshold? Because
Oregon.
Federal tax, not that income tax. I mean, not that level of income.
Yes.
Jillian, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I can tell you that I just estimated what my taxes are going to be. I might get lucky if I get $71 back.
So Oregon state tax.
That doesn't include what I'm paying in taxes on my gas, my electric, my phone.
Because like I live in California and I'll pay less taxes than that.
You might want to consider what you're actually paying.
Yeah, well, okay, so
because I will tell you that it is increased probably a good 7 or 8% in the last 2 years.
If you make here for 70,000 single in Oregon, you make 56,000 after tax.
I can prove it to you. I can show you what I'm doing.
There's a Forbes calculator.
And I am even defunding and putting more money.
You said you made 87?
Yep.
Yeah, it says after tax income in Oregon is 1 second. It's loading.
Single zero.
Yeah, it's 67,968. About 70,000 almost.
But then look at federal, because you're just looking at state. You're not even taking
No, it's taking federal.
Because I just did it on an app.
It is federal. Yeah, federal is 22% tax rate. Effective tax rate is 13.69.
And then take state, which Oregon has a pretty high state.
8.19. So total income tax is about $19,000. So after tax income is about $68,000.
And then I get to try to pay all my bills off that.
Yeah, but that's 68,000. That's way more than what you were saying. You said 40 something.
No, I can show you. Less. I've got 44,000, and even when I put in the numbers into,
then you're not paying taxes correctly or something. Because they
estimated I was at 13.9. So I don't know where you're getting yours, but it was.
Where'd you get these numbers from?
I go through ADP, so it's using their tax app to try to figure out how to calculate my taxes correctly.
Yeah, where'd you get that as 13%? I'm on Oregon right now, Oregon.gov, on the tax thing here.
I'd have to look at what it was through some tax. It wasn't the state of Oregon. It was some app through ADP, because we do all our payroll through that. Yes, yeah. I have a job. I'm actually an HR manager, so.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere where it says that it's above 9% in Oregon for state income tax.
I will take a screenshot just for you, and I'll send it to your DM so you can see it.
Okay, I'll look through that. That's wild. That shouldn't be happening at that income threshold.
Seriously, that's what I'm saying.
Because I think that like income threshold's like above like a few $100,000. Yeah, like I don't really have an issue with that, but like we're talking like someone making 90,000, especially in Oregon, right? Yeah, that's probably not going to make not going to make sense to me to be taxed that much. That's pretty wild. But like the idea is that actually even in European countries, I'm pretty sure you won't even pay that much, and you'd have access to universal health care, paid maternity leave, paid family leave, free childcare, right? All of these different things that we don't have here in the United States.
Well, and I agree with that. So I don't know why the numbers are off, but I'm telling you that I put in what my income was.
Why did Republicans also have it near this?
Well,
because Biden didn't change the tax policy.
You are not going to get an argument with. I think they're both the same coin, just opposite sides of the same coin. It's like watching WWE, where they all sit there and pretend like they're on opposite sides of the coin to divide this country, and then they go out for beers afterwards because they're all getting rich off of the people. And I think that we all need to unite, even if we have differences about abortion or about this other stuff, and really get to the heart of the matter.
So wait, you're saying you got taxed at 49%?
44, I think.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere that would say that you get taxed that high. Not even the marginal rates are that high.
I will have,
like if you took it off marginal rates, you'd barely crack 30%.
So I have access to my roll-up totals for the year. And I took those roll-up totals for what I've gotten as income and what I've paid in taxes, and I put it on the website to figure out what I'd have to end up owing at the end of the year. And it was still at $71, even though I paid over $9,000 to just federal, not even state.
How much did you pay in taxes in 2020?
Oh my gosh, I'd have to reach back. 2020, I think we ended up owing like $2,000. Last year we owed $5,000.
Michael, thank you so much for the $100 Cash App. Fucking hell, Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Can we get a W Michael in the comment section, everyone? W Michael.
We have the same deductions, the same everything.
Wait, $9,000. Does that take you? How does $9,000 take you all the way down to? That's like 10% of your income.
That's federal only.
That's 10% of your income, though.
So I've paid in almost $9,000.
9% for 9%. Yeah, you're barely gonna be paying $20K in taxes then, not $40K almost.
You have to figure Social Security, Medicare, our local Eugene safety tax, our Lane County tax, our LTD tax.
Yeah, you're not going to get
there's
that much, I promise
There's
you.
a lot of taxes that are involved.
You're not going to get 50% though. Like Medicare, Social Security, those are like 6%.
Okay, so take 6. And how much did you figure for federal?
Or is it 7.25? It's 6 or 7.25, something like that. And then federal, you said what, like 10%, and then the other one was like 9%.
So take
those 3 has you less than 30%.
And then you figure we have LTD and we have a city tax that we pay because we work in the city. I don't even live in the city, but I pay a safety tax.
You're not paying 10%, 20% taxes.
I'm not saying that I'm paying that. I'm just saying
you did. You said that you were left at like 44. That's why I think you're calculating this after cost of living.
No,
I think you're talking about disposable income.
I am talking about the income that I have when I get my paycheck deposited into my account. It comes to $44,000 that I get a year that I get to live off of. That deducts, granted, medical insurance, dental insurance, federal taxes, state taxes.
Oh, so you're deducting
taxes.
Insurance as well?
Well, of course.
Tessa, thank you for the subscription. Okay, so you're deducting how much is your insurance?
34 cents or $34 a month.
34? 34.
Yep.
That's $1,000 or so dollars a year.
Yep.
What is that? 34 times 12. Like I don't know that off the top of my head. That's
I will be happy to share.
That's only 400. That's only 400.
I put in the numbers.
That's really cheap for healthcare. For healthcare, you're paying $400 a year
as an employee only. If I pay spousal or children, it's way more.
Oh, I bet. But like for damn, that's pretty fucking good.
No, their insurance is very good.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's cheap as fuck. Yeah.
But I will say that me trying to live off of what I lived off of 2 years ago is totally different, to be quite honest. I mean, gas prices, and you guys can debate on whose fault it is. It is just a reality as of today. If you try to buy groceries, gas, all of those things have skyrocketed. Our rent in Oregon has just jacked. Luckily, we own our house, so our mortgage hasn't changed. But my kids are now living with me.
I think these are related to issues that don't necessarily relate to Trump or Biden. I would blame this more on the Fed, like the Fed's response.
But who's responsible for the Fed response?
The Fed.
Who do they answer to?
Themselves, right?
But you should ask those questions.
Some policy directives, but that's not going to be Biden administration.
But you know who?
Not to mention that, like wealth and financial.
Weren't these people like appointed by Trump?
Not necessarily. Think about the people who were
the chairman
in
of the Fed. What's his name? The chairman of the Fed was he's on the tip of my tongue. Powell, Jerome Powell. He was appointed by Trump, right?
But look at who is on the board of the Treasury. Do you know who's on the board of the Treasury?
I don't know.
Banks are on the board of Treasury.
Okay.
So you got the fox watching the chicken house. And if we'll go down a rabbit hole a bit, but if you I'm so confused. Oh, wait, Dean, were you trying to say something?
Oh, no, just like that, like projections were made on, say, like the housing market, I know for sure, and like the state of it, even when Trump was president, regardless of, who was to become president, just based off upon like certain social dynamics to do with Corona. Like, I mean, like there's like really not a strong correlation between the acting president as of right now and some of like the, price gouges that we've seen.
Well, let's talk about the Keystone. That had a direct reflection on our gas prices.
Yeah. So, how specifically? Because like it never impacted supply before.
Well, it impacted supply. I mean, number one, the reserves that were gotten at a cheap rate by Trump were sold
Those
to
aren't
other
really the
countries.
reserves. The Keystone XL pipeline that would be moving oil, right? That wouldn't. That's not going
That cut off. What about the leases?
That didn't exist yet, right? If it didn't exist yet, it's not affecting the current supply, right? Or even impacting
But
expectations yet,
it
'cause
was
it's not even into
anticipation
production.
for us to be self-sufficient. So that self-sufficient.
That wouldn't have made us
was cut off.
self-sufficient.
Based off of who?
So first of all, the amount of oil that we get from Canada is only about 5% of our oil, right? And most of it would not be coming from the Keystone XL. Sure, it would be able to move more oil, right? But the issue isn't necessarily with our ability to move the oil. Our issue is with having the supply in of itself.
So then why would you sell off your reserves to other countries if you know that the country was going to go through a difficult time?
So that is, I have to look into that because I don't know the reason that they have to sell it to other countries. I do have to check that actually. Because I am concerned about that. That's not something that makes sense to me either, to be honest with you.
I mean, there's some of these things that was kind of like, and I think Biden is the root cause? No, I think that there's other players in the background that are the root cause. I don't necessarily, I think that the president is just kind of a puppet head.
Oh, I wanted to clarify to chat. We used reserves domestically, but they also did actually like give reserves to like different countries. So yeah. I think it's different types of oil. Maybe that's what Jesse's saying, but I have to look into that.
So Biden or Trump during his presidency, if you remember right, he had bought when the barrel was really low, he bought a ton, and he kind of got crap.
This was the right time to use it,
right? He got a lot of crap because he bought all of these reserves.
Well, I mean, it happened to work out,
right? But then we sold it. We sold those reserves to China, to Ukraine, to other countries. Why? Like you said, Parker, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think it was really bad for us as a country to do that and to make that decision, but I'm not exactly sure what their motivation was to do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
through our petrol.
Apparently the reserves were only enough for 2 days and were used to like lower market costs. See, but the market costs going to, that would be in other markets, right? Is that for global market costs? Because global market costs could impact. That makes sense. Giving supply to those places can affect the cost of goods and services globally. That would be my guess, maybe.
Plausible deniability, in my opinion, but
I don't know if that's. I think that makes the most sense because like supply chains would be related in those areas probably.
Because we look at things and we say, okay, well, there has to be a plausible reason, especially if we're supporting.
Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, we should probably get back to the topic here pretty soon.
Yes, we went down the rabbit hole. And I'm going to let you guys go for the night. You guys enjoy.
You need to come on for the Trump topic so we can have that conversation further.
Send me an invite.
Also, just before you leave, just give me a second here. I censored it on my end, so we're all good. So I don't think I'm gonna get bananaed because of this, because I have it censored here. But I did make you a new background. You said earlier, if I made you background, you'd switch to it. So what we see is I have the K censored, so I don't get bananaed or anything. But this says F Biden's policies instead of F Biden. So like maybe if, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with a follow button. Maybe if you want to follow me back, you could send me like an email, a phone number, something like that. And, I could shoot this over to you so you could change your profile picture there. I made it custom just for you.
I will definitely add you and you can send that to me. I will change it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. Very, very good. Very good.
You guys have a good night.
You have a good night as well.
You as well.
That was a W. That was a W. All right, everyone, let's tap the screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone, if you want to help get out to more people, everyone share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Y'all want to continue doing another one, or do you want to? It's up to you.
Oh shoot! I mean, you wanna hit a segue here? I'd be down for
everything's going fine. It's up to you.
Yeah, why don't we do another? Why don't we do another?
Do one more, and then we go over to live battles for tonight, everyone.
Sure.
Do y'all want to do that? If you want to have access to the sub only chat right now, everyone subscribe if you haven't already. Everyone, it helps you come on here every single day. And plus, we're running up the leaderboards right now. We're like number 8, I think, on all of TikTok right now. So if you do want to support me, that is a great way to do so. Actually, everyone, I was probably gonna run like a thing to like a subathon sort of thing. If you sub right now, it will stay and it will like stay around for the entire time that I am for the rest of the rankings for this month. So if you do want to support me, that's a great way to do so because we can easily run up the leaderboards, and that's a great way to help me out. Also, if you do want to support me out, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I still can't get any gifts here on TikTok, so let's go on to the next person here quick. Again, if you do think that, actually, no, we're not going to add another person on, so we're going to go to the next person here real quick, everyone.
And also, I'm going to be on my 3rd account for the battles. We'll make sure to talk about that here at the end.
Yeah, we're going to have to do this here again.
This was good. This was
great.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
I'm 53.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
You pro-life.
Just a minute. I can't believe that I actually got on to you guys. You and Dean are the bomb. I'm sorry. It is taking me months to get you both together. That is great. Okay, so yes, I am against abortion.
Why so?
Okay, well, I just found out that I'm going to be a grandma for the first time. And my son and his fiance went for their first doctor visit, and she's only 6 weeks, and they could hear the heartbeat. Well, I believe when you can hear the heartbeat, that's a human being. I mean, when you hear the heartbeat, you are a baby. So that's one thing. But I also believe that women have free will to do what they please with their body. I don't believe abortion should be used as a way of protection, or you don't want a baby, you go out and have sex and you get pregnant, but you don't want to have that baby, so you abort it. I think that's wrong. And also there's many reasons why I think it's wrong, but then I gotta say that it's such a hard topic because I always find myself battling and struggling with the topic of rape. How can
by the way, you have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS.
It's R word.
R word or essay, yeah, something like that. My point with that, and Dean would also share that, is that if you didn't cause the pregnancy, then we wouldn't understand why we would have like an obligation to sustain it. So individuals in which were raped, they didn't cause the pregnancy. There's no reason that we would see that they would have an obligation to sustain it. And the same thing would also be applicable to minors that can't meaningfully consent to intercourse.
Right. Then also you denoted moral relevance of the fetus at the moment that it has a heartbeat. I personally, I don't see why this would be a good marker of moral relevance, because it seems as if there's like a lot of other forms of biological life that would have a heartbeat that we wouldn't necessarily grant much, moral status to. Like for an idea, do you think that everyone should be a vegetarian?
No.
Okay, well, in the same way where you think people ought not get abortions because the fetus has a heartbeat, why should individuals ought not eat meat? Because eating that meat would pertain to unaliving an animal that has a heartbeat. And I feel like he just got a Cash App or a Venmo.
Yeah, Jordan, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. Thank you so much, Jordan. Can we get a W Jordan in the comment section, everyone? W Jordan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jordan.
W Jordan in the chat.
And I have to say that's a good point. I am not a good debater. I'm just going to tell you guys that up front. So that is a very good point. And I don't have an argument back. But I just believe, I guess, in my heart, once you hear that heartbeat, and I guess I could honestly tell you I couldn't kill an animal to eat it. But
Sure, it's like in the same way that you can unalive an animal to eat it, but you're okay with other individuals unaliving those animals and you still eat it. I think that you should assume a similar notion when it comes to abortion. Maybe I completely would respect you never wanting to get an abortion. I'd completely respect you having a preference against it because of quite literally whatever personal reason. But like when you would yield the conclusion that others ought to abide by your same preferences, I think that's kind of where we get into like this uncharted land of poor ideas.
yeah, well, actually, first of all, I would never judge anyone who would get an abortion because I'm not in that place to judge. And one thing is, I only eat fish. So I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a pescatarian because occasionally I eat chicken, but I really only eat fish. So, but you're still killing it, so I guess. But,
I just, like in summation, I mean, if, at the end of the day, your argument against abortion is you just kind of have a preference against it. You just don't like it very much. I mean, I just generally say that, we probably can't use our preferences unless justified by ample means, to, enact certain ideologies that would suppress the liberties of others. And I would say in the case of saying that abortion's wrong and, it should be illegal, effectively like suppressing the liberties of other individuals, and then the only reason that you have to find it to be wrong is just a digression from your preference. This is generally something that we should stay away from.
You're right. It's just really my choice. I would never condemn somebody else for doing it, because I believe that everybody has free will and can make their own choices. So I guess I really don't have an argument, but I am so glad I got on actually to hear you two talk. You guys are great debaters, I'm telling you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary Bear.
Thank you.
You guys say, but I love listening to your debates.
I appreciate it.
You guys are very intelligent.
Thank you very much, President. We both really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Have a great night.
You take care.
Take care. Take care.
Take care, Mary Bear.
Oh, she was so sweet. She was so sweet.
She was.
All right,
Jesse,
everyone.
Thank you for the $10.
I think this is where we're going to end it tonight, and we're going to go do peen battles, everyone. We're going to go do peen battles, everyone. If you do want to come support me and Dean.
Oh, something got unplugged there. He pulled out the mic, chat. Give him a second. Give him a second. He'll be back. He unplugged the mic.
If you want to support me and Dean, everyone, make sure to join the second account, everyone. Parker, get a Bible, and Dean's third account. Parker, please, or Dean, please get a job. Sorry,
yeah.
I mistaked you for myself there for a second. So if you want to support us, come through to the second account, everyone. That's where I can get gifts, chat. I can finally get TikTok gifts, right? When I go to my second account, only when I go to my second account.
Yeah, I'm trying to send myself over email this background so I could throw the ad up real quick, because it is like the third account and I don't know if too many individuals know about it, so just give me 3 seconds.
Yeah, everyone, I'm about to go live here on my second account while on my phone here, so we'll be able to literally just raid myself directly. So we're gonna get 3K people to go onto my second account, and we're gonna fucking blow this live up, everyone. Okay, everyone. We're gonna go live.
Hopefully, like 2.5K.
Yeah,
hopefully, so I can have like 5. Well, yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and head into the battles.
We're live right now, everyone. We're live right now. If you want to come in on the phone right now, come through right now, everyone. We're live right now on the second account. Parker Get a Bible. Go live right now on the second account. That's where we are right now. If you do want to go to the second account and see the live battles, everyone. Mayor Bear, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone go raid right now. Parker raid on the second account. Parker Get a Bible. Go right now, right now, right now. We're about to go right now, everyone. Right now, right now, right now, right now. I'm just going to say it a million times. All right. Love everyone so much.
Thank you for the co-host, Mr. Parker. Everyone, thank you for tuning in, and I'll see y'all all very shortly.
All right, go to the second account, everyone. Parker raid the second account. Let's go right now. Hey, everyone. How's everyone doing right there? There's 2.8K people still on my live. What are y'all doing? You're still here. Go to my second account right now. Go. Get out. Go. Get out of the get out. Go to the second account. Go. There's 300 people in the live. Okay. Once we get to 500 people, I'm gonna end the live. Okay. Go.